Futures trying to hold on to gains here as we kick off a brand new week, coming off not only a positive showing on Friday, but Thursday as well. It was a nice week heading into the weekend. The NASDAQ ends off about 2.5% on the week in positive territory. It is tech trying to lead right now back to the upside ahead of a couple of very important days for the market coming up both Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to get Fed Chair Powell testifying in Washington on their plan going forward as far as what is to come in this fight against inflation. More data to come then the week after. Obviously, CPI coming up on the 14th of the month ahead of the next Fed meeting, which is the 22nd of the month. So back to back, we get very significant data points. And then this testimony coming up Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Individual movers to discuss this morning as well. Tesla, one of those, cutting the price. Sharif's going to be happy about this. The Model S and the Model X in the U.S. both getting a price cut. So we'll talk Tesla. Chip makers back to the upside as well. A couple of analyst notes I was reading on the weekend, in fact, pointing to a whole bunch of positivity. Everyone seems to be so positive on this AI topic in general, but specifically surrounding some of these chip makers. So a ton to get to this morning. It is Monday, March 6, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There's a board to kick off things on a Monday. Positive for the NASDAQ, positive for the S&P 500. The Dow trying so hard. It's almost there, 0.03 right now downside. But overall, hey, we'll take it coming off a pretty impressive move on Friday into the weekend. 2+% if you remember for the NASDAQ back on Friday. It was the shining light for the overall equity markets. A little bit of negativity for oil, 1.2. If you remember, it was a huge move down on Friday for Bitcoin and Ethereum, 4.5%. Almost 5%, I think, at one point for both. But trying to find some stability here as we digest more of this Silvergate unwind. More negativity this morning, down about 7% was SI. When I sat down this morning, Sharif is here as always. It's going to be an interesting day today, but an interesting week overall with Fed Chair Powell coming up tomorrow and Wednesday. I mean, the market could be in a bit of a holding pattern here ahead of that, but at least we have some individual names to talk about.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I was looking for a slow Monday in anticipation of Fed Chair Powell's testimony on Tuesday and Wednesday, but then we get all this economic data coming out of China, and they're not going to grow as aggressively as they had perhaps once hoped, and then Chinese ADRs are on watch as a result, Brenda.
Yeah, it's, I mean, they are down, but I was kind of expecting it to be more after the very cautious kind of wording that they used, Chinese officials used as far as what's going to happen this year for that economy. So yeah, a little bit of negativity as far as some of the ADRs are concerned, but overall, not too bad. Brand new week, guys. Good morning. Going to be an important week, I think. The next 3 weeks, really, with this testimony and then CPI, as I said, and then the Fed over the next 3 weeks.
Yes, sir. But you know what? Welcome, everybody. Every week is an important week in the market. Every day is an important day. Yes. And the thing about it is you have to make sure you're giving 100% to your trading and to the markets, regardless of the circumstances. It doesn't, whether you think it's a big day or not a big day, you just want to make sure you come with your A game. Because the worst thing that could possibly happen to you is you give a bit of a lackadaisical approach and then you go 4-0 and all of a sudden don't make it into the finals of the basketball tournament that you're in, right? Because you didn't give everything to make sure that you had a quality point differential. And that just comes down, like you were saying earlier, to leadership,
It's lack of leadership.
And of course, I'm talking directly about Fahad. directly about Fahad. Because, hey,
I'm just finding this out now.
They went 4-0 in the tournament, but did not score enough points to make the final.
It's like you're calling the market going down, but you don't understand how to short,
Well, all jokes aside, most of that rant was actually accurate because you don't know what the day is going to bring you. So, hey, we know Powell might be talking. Powell's going to be talking tomorrow, so you could have a quiet day, but don't anticipate that. Be ready for the movement. There's lots to watch here today. Some big tech names obviously in play. Meta's an absolute beast. Alphabet's interesting off its 50 period on the daily. I'm going to have some, like Sharif was saying, the Chinese ADRs are in play because they had some bad data there. But I'm a little sore. I don't know how you did with shoveling, Sean, but like my biceps are like killing me. I shoveled for an hour and 15 minutes on Saturday. I've never shoveled that long in my entire life. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was lots. I know we both posted some pictures up there. It was a little bit of a crazy weekend there. Yeah, but it was okay. We had some help, and it was fine. I don't have as much of a driveway or anything as you, but no, it was good, man. It was really good. And then the very next day, it was like 8 degrees outside or something, so it was perfect. No problems. But we're getting another dumping this next weekend here again, and then hopefully that's it. And then March, what is it? March 21st is supposed to be springtime. All right, we got Tesla, Apple, Google, SI. I like Tesla here, trying to keep above. Let's see if it can hold 200. That's the first part. So it's got to hold 200. We'll see if Tesla can. I mean, it's got to get above and hold it. So that's a key level there for Tesla, $200. We're going to see if it can hold it up. I'm actually already bidding 198 right now. Nice little move up for the NASDAQ today, and a better move even for Tesla. So let's see if we can start to hold some bids here for this name. I'm already, like I said, bidding 198. Thought that would be a pretty good, decent level to hold. And then we'll see about Friday. It's Fridays. Yeah, we have a bad week here from Friday, but basically 195 bottom there. We'll see if we can hold. But okay, lots of names to look at. You talked about Fed speak, and I'm just writing the sticky note right now. And it's going to be an interesting week. We don't have many earnings to go anymore, and now it's all about let's see what Fed has to say. Let's see if this rate hike, is happening. Keep it above 5%. I mean, it hasn't been the Fed funds rate this high in forever. So let's just see how the market can react. But hey, if someone told me that we would put up 500 basis points of interest rate hikes in the last 2 years and the market would be where it is, I think we'd all be a little surprised at 40.60 right now on the S&P 500. It's strange, but hey, the market is a strange thing. Just keeps on trucking to the upside.
Something like that. Yeah, I was just checking. I mean, it's so true. I think we're 10% off all-time highs for the S&P. It's really not that bad. Mo here, Altria, just popping up. Not really doing much, but they finalized that deal for this Enjoy e-cigarette vape company. So Altria picking up Enjoy here, just popped up in front of me. Anyways, yeah, the overall market going to be important to see if we can hold on to some of these levels on the way back to the upside. It's worth noting both the 10-year and the 2-year here. Let me grab the charts to start things off. We were keeping an eye on some of these yields last week because of the move back to the upside. That's the 2-year today on a daily chart, kind of extending the pullback that we saw, and that's the 10-year pullback that we saw on Friday, continuing to the downside. So 3.90 for the 10-year, the 2-year at 4.82 right now. Overall, the dollar holding the bottom end of the range as well. I mean, as long as some of these gains that we've seen over the past little while continue to move back to the downside, should benefit stocks. Just wanted to mention this as well. We'll keep all of the crypto stocks on watch. Tough to see there, but that's just the headline on Silvergate suspending their payments network over the weekend.
Yeah, well, with respect to the overall market, you have some bullish catalysts with the big cap names. You've got another tailwind for Meta, the Senate coming in with another TikTok legislation. You got an upgrade for Apple. I believe the Tesla cut prices as well, so that might be a nice bullish sentiment. So these big cappers, they tend to lift the S&P mostly. So we'll see.
Yeah, huge couple of days to end last week for Apple, guys. Goldman jumping on the bandwagon. I think it was Morgan Stanley we talked about on Friday with the same exact upgrade, but Goldman going 30% instead of 20% possibility for Apple.
The best thing about it is when? Okay, I'll say 50%, but I don't have to say when they get to 50% to the upside. It doesn't, look, at the end of the day, it's definitely a strong one. I just want to point out CrowdStrike, it looks like on a partnership with Dell making some moves. The first thing came to my mind when I saw CrowdStrike up 5% was, wait a minute, they don't report till tomorrow, but it looks like they have some sort of partnership with Dell. That's why they're trading to the upside. They do report tomorrow. It's going to be, I don't know if they'll have a quarter like Palo Alto does. So ideally, I think that's so overpriced, CrowdStrike, that I'd rather it be to the downside. I think it's easier to trade the short side of it. But Apple here, beastly, bouncing off to 50, trending to the upside, 3 solid days in a row along with the market. I think it gets pretty clear here. This has been almost following lockstep, but today you get 2% up into 0.5% by the NASDAQ and a quarter on the ES. So you have a little bit of leadership now coming out of Apple. It's not really been a follower. Like I said, bouncing off that 200 period. This week, it's running into what was the recent resistance. So the last monster move we had at the bottom, you went into the 150s and you weren't able to break 160 on Apple. So we get a little bit of that this week. That gives you a couple of dollars worth of room before you start running into that 156 zone where you start to run into resistance. I kind of had it like 156, but over under, what, give or take a dollar when you look at that on the daily chart. But that is your overhead resistance in Apple. And it feels like it should be strong, at least until we get there. I want to be looking to buy dips. But that level is a big one on the daily. I don't think Apple gets through that before we have Fed talking tomorrow. Well, it's not really talking; it's answering questions in front of the house there. So a couple of dollars, and then Apple gets into that 156 resistance zone. I think buying dips before that is fine, but I think it's a short if it gets to that 56, 57 area that we saw on the daily chart there. Just too much resistance the last time. Probably checks up there like it did last time. All
right, I'm just going to be bullish on Apple. I mean, from what it did there on Friday, I mean, it's just straight to the upside. Didn't even breathe. It just kept on going up and away from 147 all the way up. So, I mean, I still think it's kind of a BS call to call it this up 20, 30%. That puts it back to all-time highs. Whether or not that's true or not, I'm not going to stop Apple, nor am I going to sit in the way. So I'm taking a 155 break. I mean, I want to go long on this name. If it breaks 155, it's right here. I don't think the short comes into play till 160, maybe. I mean, we'll just have to see if this market continues to blast. I mean, the NASDAQ right here continues to work. I like Apple off those levels. We have the 200 period down here at 150 on the 3-minute. It's down here at 152 on the 1-minute. I'm also put down on here that we try to bid 151 if it fell in. So that's what I have right now. Apple buying 151, any dips. It's a name that I want to grab. And I just feel like, don't they have Investor Day coming up? It's this week or soon enough. So I think that, you know, what are they going to talk about? Who knows? We'll just continue to trade this name, whether or not they talk more. I mean, they haven't even really mentioned AI yet. We all know that AI is going to be a thing. Who knows if they mention it, what that does. But that's going to happen, and I still think there's going to be talk of the car, some sort of a car. I don't know if that's going to happen on Friday or not. But it's just funny that there was an upgrade last week, Investor Day coming this week, then an upgrade again from Goldman today with Investor Day coming. So, you know, let's just wait to see. Maybe everyone's getting out in front of this move. And it's one of those things where you sort of buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So I feel like it's probably going to go up until Thursday, and then we'll see it probably fall back down on that Investor Day. So I just want to be long until that day happens. We just got to find some spots to get in. As long as the market is up, Apple is up 4 times the market right now. So there's no way I'm shorting this, not at any level, not today. You know, we get to 160, different story, which could happen today, to be honest with you. So let's just wait to see where Apple goes. Could be up another $3 like it was on Friday.
Just talking about CrowdStrike here a little bit, guys, up 5.5% here on a decent move through 132, 133. So there was this note up here yesterday, JP Morgan with a positive note and a price target increase, also raising their outlook on it. But they're teaming up with Dell with a new deal, just came out there. So CRWD, nice look here in the pre-market.
There's still, look, CrowdStrike is still insanely expensive. Oh, it's not insanely expensive, but the forward's like 63. They report tomorrow, so I think that's going to be the big story. It's already starting to pull off here. And look, I like Palo Alto obviously had a beast of a quarter. But if you look, I would say it's trying to break a trend. If you look at the downward trend that CrowdStrike's been in, if only now is it really getting out of the bottom channel. Like once it got through this 126, you can kind of see where I'd like us to be headed, because 150, obvious level on the daily, obvious level with the 200 period moving average. So you get to that and things get really juicy tomorrow. But I think it's aftermarket they're going to be reporting tomorrow, and that's going to be the big move. I don't know that there's enough volume to really like this breakout trade. I mean, if you were getting 125, 126 in here, that looks pretty solid. If that comes back at the open and all of a sudden you're getting in the mid 120s, for a long into the earnings tomorrow, that would make some sense. But I'd have to see a little more on that Dell deal to be convinced to chase this rally going into the earnings. Feels a little bit rich to me. Like, it's given the way the stock is priced going into earnings, that's a tricky one, because if they miss, they can get really beaten up for being overpriced. And Palo Alto had a much better quarter, much better name. Clearly the downtrend is pretty pronounced here in CrowdStrike, so you want to wait till earnings to make any moves there.
Yeah, so you're getting Palo Alto coming down here off this recent high back in September of 193, 194. Of course, we did have a split name here. So, these levels really were much higher value-wise, but the same one here as it relates to the price of the stock. So 193, you just had a dump off of that level. And now today you're seeing Palo Alto down 1.5% at 188. So on the daily chart, you're starting to break back down a little bit. Here, I would still buy on any weakness. I would always try to buy the best of breed, so I think Palo Alto is that. You could also pick up some Cisco, which isn't so bad into network security and whatnot here as well. But this is a little bit more of a boring name. They're just going to take off of a dividend. So we'll wait to see if Cisco can continue to perform. CRWD, I mean, Neil just talked about it here. You are going to get outsized moves because of the value of the stock and where it can go and where it's come from. But still, off of 94, it's been straight to the upside here, and now today. Oh, we're not going to see what it's doing today. What was it up today? 5%, you said?
5 or so.
Yeah, so 5% today puts us up to 133. So you're breaking above that little, wow, no, still got to get to it, 135. So let's see, 140 could be a stopping spot there, going back to May and June of last year, which we're coming into right now, a year ago. This 140 could be an interesting level for CrowdStrike. So I still think you can fade a lot of this, especially if Palo Alto doesn't take out that 195. So I'm trying to short some of these names, maybe not today, but I think a 140 short on CrowdStrike, if it ever gets there, is probably something to worth look at.
All right, let's talk some Tesla here. It seems like once a week or so we get a price cut or a price increase or a price cut, depending on what you want to look at. This week it's going to be the Model S, or today anyways, it's going to be the Model S. And the Model X in the US specifically that are both getting a price cut. First time, I was reading this morning, it's the first time they've specifically cut prices for these higher end models. So these are the two highest end models.
My faves.
Are you going to pull the trigger now or what?
These are out of my budget. Yeah, the S and the X are just way too expensive. But it's nice to see that he's willing to do some price cuts. But this is what analysts are starting to predict is the beginning of a price war, where Tesla had artificially inflated its margins, kept them high because it didn't have competition. Now, when competition is stepping in, it's able to maneuver in ways that others aren't. So I think that gives them a competitive advantage. Let's see if they utilize it the right way.
We were talking a little bit at the end of last week, guys, about margins with this company, and here we go. Having that cushion gives you the ability to shift either way when needed.
They're the ones that are able to do it at the end of the day. It's like they're priced in one place to take advantage of essentially like rebates and any kind of subsidies they're able to get, and in other places they can try to pump up demand when they face a little bit more competition. But that's exactly where you want pricing power. Literally is everything. So that's what you want to have. That's what they happen to have right now. And we can talk. If you want to talk valuation, fine. I think that's always a separate discussion. If you look at what happened on Friday, not just Friday, Thursday and Friday. It made its bottom in the mid 180s, and if you go to the daily chart, you can see Tesla's been in a bit of a channel here. You have the mid 180s as support. You have 218, 219 as the top end of the range. So in and out of that range, it's bounced off the bottom once again, trying to make a move all the way to the top. It's pretty much sitting. 200 is essentially right in the middle. Maybe 102 is a little bit closer to the middle. It didn't hold the break above 200. Tried a couple times on the long break on Friday. Really never gave you more than a few scalp trades, like 50 cents here, 30 cents there. Now the question is, can it come through? I kind of like the half because it didn't get through that half last time. And there's some levels to work for the pullback on my 15-minute. Let's just, if I zoom in instead of out there. On the 15, you got a couple of levels. There was an afternoon consolidation, like 195, where it tried to bounce off. I like that for some dips early. But the bigger level to me is going to be that 193, kind of resistance Thursday into morning support at 193 on Tesla. So a couple of good dip buy levels. If it doesn't break through 200 right away, I think there's good places to buy the dip, 95 and 93. I do prefer getting through Friday's high, only because I tried and failed 3 times. I was trying to go that long at 200 on Friday. Didn't quite go, obviously, as you can see.
All right, so if you're going to go back to Friday, I mean, here's a 20-minute chart on Tesla. It's just, I'm looking at this level right here that we've sort of bounced off of. It's 197. That high rate there that happened before we broke in, then we bounced off 200 again. So I think that we can see what happens right here at 197.25 or so on Tesla. I actually have a bid right now at 198 just to see if we can't hold that, but that's 194 all the way down there. So, yeah, 196. I mean, I want to start a position around 198. I thought today could be a really exciting day for Tesla with some of these price cuts again. We talked about that with the margins and then, but I don't know. Investor Day still seems to be a little disappointing for them. It did create some action down here to 188 again. So if we do miss, I'm going to cancel a little bit at 198 right now. The market is staying upside and Tesla's kind of just looking the other way right now, not moving, and even if anything, coming back down in. So I did think that there was going to be some Tesla strength today, but again, that 196, 197, I'm going to change it from 198 down to about 197. I feel like I'll take a small bit at 198, but let's really look to see what happens at one. The reason why I'm using a 20-minute chart is just we have some of these crazier wicks down here, but it's more just about some of these levels. Like that right there is 194, 195. Sure, we have spiked down below some of these levels, but if you're, how much lower are we going to go? It should be good news here for Tesla. Let's just see. Taking down, 4% on one car, 9% on the other. It allows them to get people, possibly buying a little bit more of these. I don't know if the higher end needed to be cut in price. Those buyers, like Sharif mentioned, if you're already sort of ready to spend $100,000 on a Tesla, you're probably not going to change your mind if it goes down to 91,000 or anything like that. So I don't know if it's going to be as big as a cut on like the Model 3, perhaps, but right down there, 197 is what I want to try to look at, 196, 197, 195. I feel like Tesla's going to be a tricky name. We saw it go crazy off the open, and I expect that to happen again here today. So we'll wait for Tesla to come in. I pulled my 198, but I might put it back for something small, but then much bigger at like 196, 197, and then we're going to have to wait to see what happens at 195. So I don't know. I also do have a break higher, man. If we take out 200, I want to go long as well. So I already have a bid to break 200 long, and then we'll see where we go from there. But $200 long, and then a bid somewhere in the 195-ish. But like Neil, I think you got to wait for that to sort of level off a little bit.
Kick off a brand new week. I just saw Lululemon on here. Downside for Lululemon, in fact. There we go. From Baird, down a little bit in the pre-market. Not a lot of volume, though, behind that so far. Silvergate on here once again. Yeah, another 7%. I think it's actually more than that right now. Wendy's, Kroger, both downside as well. There's FSLR, big week last week. Tesla and Apple, as we discussed.
Kyle is up again?
I missed that one.
That's that Kyle Pharmaceutical.
I know.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I hadn't even looked at this one this morning. Catching an upgrade, and that was super strong on Friday. Well, I mean, anyone that was trading on Friday, you probably saw that one go to the upside. Interesting, though, it's gapping up and then double topping pre-market and double bottoming. So 25 double top and 20 double bottom. This stock is extremely thinly traded. I think I was saying that on Friday. But man, through that $20 level is pretty strong. If it holds 20 at the open, it can definitely go. So that's an interesting one to watch. I was going to comment on Silvergate when I noticed that one, but Silvergate, I feel like I just want to go back to the well. The well being look to short some pops in here. You got to about 6.25 to 635 on Friday. The initial short gave you like that full dollar, 20% move, and then it just grinded back up into Thursday's level. So this was 665, never got challenged. I think I want shorts into there, and I'll take a shot looking at Friday's close at 575, shorting off of the close price. So if it goes red to green, then that's one out, and then from that, I would be looking about 665, so 650 shorts into 665. Just shorting the pops on Silvergate until it stops working. Acknowledge that it held 5 the first time. Can it hold 5 again is going to be the question. I'd rather short a pop than try to short as it's breaking that $5 level on Silvergate. Look, they have all kinds of issues. Clients pulling money left, right, and center, and they're bigger clients as well. So this becomes down to how long are they going to last, and do shorts feel like they need to unwind? Super high short interest, over 70%. That's why when it starts going and breaks an obvious sort of consolidation level like this, you want to wait for it to get to another significant price level before looking for that short, because it can squeeze at any moment. That's the nature of the game. That's what happened when it held that $5 level on Friday.
You know what is pretty strong? Well, a little stronger than Tesla and some of these other ones, and it's right at the bottom as well. It's Rivian is right down here at its 52-week and all-time bottom here of like $15 or $16, trying to bounce up right now and starting to catch a bid as well. Rivian starting to go upside a little bit. I still think that this low, I mean, we're going to have to see what the market does there, but 16.75, I mean, there's really no reason to step in and buy any of these, buy Rivian, I don't feel like. So I'm looking at that low. I'm also looking at Silvergate, that 575 low as well, could come into play. And but yeah, Rivian's a name that's also on my radar here. We're gonna have to pay for shorts, but down here to $16, breaking lower there for Rivian, up to 17. That seems like it's got bumped up here for a strange reason. I don't really know what that reason is. So we'll find out here about Rivian. But yeah, nice move up there. And then what's up to Momo? Always talking to me about Ford. Yeah, I mean, we traded it off, I think it was Thursday or Friday, but we didn't do much. It was just back and forth, and I was like, oops, that's still the Rivian chart. Let's go over to Ford here. Come on, Ford, let's go. It was just back and forth a little bit, but you can see Ford off some of those bottoms. And again, like they restructured, they re-announced, I think it was March 13th is when their F-150 is going to start going back up there. They had a battery issue. That apparently is trying to get resolved, so that's back on fire now for the 13th of, not the battery's not on fire, but they're firing up the truck again on the 13th. So a week today, we'll get that going. It's trying to take down the 200 period. It's above the 50 period here on the daily. I still like Ford to work. So we'll see if Ford can hold some of those ranges from Friday. There it is right there. This 13 bottom was pretty sweet, right? Maybe it wasn't Friday. Maybe it was the day before there that we were dealing with it. But that 13 bottom's pretty good, and it looks like we are trying to take out some highs here on Ford. So I actually like this name as well for the long off of 13. So let's see if we can catch some Ford. Quick look at the imbalance locator today. Doesn't look great. I mean, it's very mixed, and there's not too many big names on there. CRM, I sold some last week off this big move to the upside. I don't love this name, but anyways, it's been working off that earnings report, so that's something right there. Then there's SI on the sell, but other than that, I don't really see a whole heck of a lot here to start on a Monday, guys.
Yeah. A few people talking about this move in natural gas today. A lot of people pointing to the lack of cold weather this winter, and then also this data coming out of China this morning suggesting that growth overall in that country might be a little bit slower than expected. Just keep in mind this BOIL is a leveraged ETF. I think it's 2 times. Futures down about 12%, so that would make some sense. But yeah, huge move to the downside. You were looking at nat gas this morning as well.
Yeah, I look at UNG, and we talk about UNG a lot on the Midday show. And we saw a nice, 7 days there, and it looks like we kind of got off all-time lows. But like I tell people on the show, these commodities tend to trend a long time. So a retracement like this may be an excellent entry point for a continued short if you're swinging. Look at all these rejections, Brendo, off the 50 period prior to that. So, to me, this smells kind of like the same thing. Let's look for a major market catalyst to move this. It's not going to move on its own volition, guys.
Yeah, regardless of what's happening today, I mean, undeniable. Huge move to the downside after what a week this thing had last week as well.
Yeah, it's like Sharif said. You need more than this to break the downtrend. I think that's what you see in commodities, man. Like if you saw any equity that had this same chart that pulled this, you're like, oh my goodness, this is in the midst of a breakout. Like you're almost thinking, swing long, but no, not with nat gas. It's just the trend is tremendous, and it has to do something pretty spectacular to break up, or like Sharif said, get a bit of a catalyst. Not something that we generally trade, but if you're watching this, you probably need more than just seeing 7 or 8 days to the upside and breaking like a consolidation. If anything, that was a huge trap that just got put in. There is some trap longs, it looks like, from Friday here. So I wouldn't be surprised if you did see a retracement back into 2. Like talk about rationality or not if you want, but that's a heck of a trap that just happened on Friday over in nat gas, and worth watching. So. We don't trade it necessarily, but if you are trading this one, then this is something that requires your attention. I was talking to some traders last week about trading energy. Well, if you trade nat gas, you trade nat gas. And if you trade oil, you're trading oil. It's the same thing when we talk about equity, stay in the pocket. Like know what it is that you want to express trades in, because it's just everything is a little bit different of a ball game. So you want to make sure your focus is correct. And yeah, that's a tricky swing. I mean, I hope no one got caught in that one over last week, because it did look like it was breaking out.
Dan, if you could put that in the chat there about backwardation there for Boyle. And the problem is that you get some of these ETFs that are like double. This is a Pro Ultra 2 ETF against gas. So you're seeing like $4.50 up to $8. We talked about this last week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight up days where it doubled its value from 4 to 8, like almost in a straight line. So yeah, there is pullback happening here. I still think nat gas has a great place, in today's energy cycle. But again, some of these ETFs and where we've gone on them has been absolutely disastrous. I mean, this was back in October, $60 down here to $5, down to $4, and continuing to go. So we're gonna have to find out about unwinding this ETF and what exactly is going on with it. But Boyle continues to make a huge move down. A great name to trade if you're looking for volume, man. Already 11 million shares and very, very program traded, right? I mean, everything in here is a program. Like levels are just getting wiped out. That's why it does hundreds of millions of shares. Well, can do that much. We'll see what it does today, but still 12 million and down to $6 and going lower. Like Neil said, you want to watch the nat gas ticker to get some moves on that. So even Arun, who's coming up soon, we talked about this with him last week as well, looking at oil, looking at nat gas, but Neil hit it on the head, man. It's a different beast altogether. So unless you're really ear to the ground on some of this stuff, nat gas comes out on Thursday, oil on Wednesday. So watch out for some volume spikes, especially on those days. But yeah, today it's a nice downside move, man. Bye-bye to 22% if you're trying to catch some of that. But hey, maybe it's time to average in. I don't know enough about it. I'm going to do some work.
All right, let's get a quick check of how things over in Europe are shaping up to start the week here. England downside right now, 0.4, the only one. Swiss was actually positive to start things off, but has since gone red. Everything else kind of positive. Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, and Europe looking pretty good. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code TTV to get 10% off. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of North American markets here to start things off ahead of an important couple days, as we were saying, Arun, with Fed Chair Powell coming up tomorrow and Wednesday. I mean, it wouldn't be shocking if not a lot happened ahead of that.
Well, let's hope something does happen, because this market just tried something just now, not too long ago here, trying to take out that overnight high, and it's deciding what it wants to do now. Are we going to get an extension of yesterday's or Friday's rally, or are we going to top out here on a double top move and come back in? I guess we're going to have to see at the open, because there is a real chance that we do get that extension. So let's see what happens at the open. You're going to have to wait until the open, because this is in a dead zone right now. It's at the right spot to either fall off hard or take off. So we're going to have to wait and make sure this market wants to make a move in the right direction that we want to play. But before I continue on with the levels here, I do want to say one thing about nat gas, because there was a conversation about nat gas. Obviously, there's a big move. The thing with nat gas going into March and April, it gets very, very dangerous. Keep in mind, the contract is very sensitive to weather patterns. And as you get into spring and as you get a lot of shifting of temperatures, especially it happens around this time a lot more, now you're starting to get into more sensitive movement in nat gas, and you're seeing a much bigger move today. So you're going to see a lot more of this going into this month and next month. So just be very, very careful if you are playing swing positions on nat gas intraday. It's doable, but swing positions, much more dangerous game to do, especially around this time of year for nat gas. All right, going back to futures contracts there. Like I said, deciding what they want to do. Are we going to double top, or are we going to actually expand? I'm looking specifically at this 62, 63. They took off some stops. They went up to 64, I saw. Now, if we can get above that, we have a chance to expand on Friday's rally. If we double top here, we're going to most likely come back in. I'm keeping an eye on, in the event that we do get below 50, I would say the double top's in, put that top end level out. It'll be about 65 or so. Then you're stuck between 65 and 35 until this market makes an actual break. For now, though, I would just wait. Let's just wait for the open, see if we get a rally or if we get a sell. If we get a sell, we know this might be double topping. We might have to play a range. If we get a rally, we know we got an extension of Friday's rally. So looking for longs at that point. But I do think we do need to wait for the open at this point.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. It is that simple. Then you get the absolutely free watch list every single morning from us before we come on here at 8:30. Let's get into it. A few things to understand before we get to the open this morning. One of those, Apple, showing all kinds of strength here. Back to the upside on this note this morning. Goldman seeing 30%. Wait for it. There it is. 30% upside for Apple stock going forward, pointing to premium hardware design and brand loyalty for the remainder of the year. I mean, more of the same as what we saw last week.
Absolutely. With respect to actual premium hardware design, they're referring to this new rumor coming out with respect to Apple launching a foldable smartphone, Brendo, as well as the headset, the VR headset that's supposed to come out later this year, both high-priced ticket items.
Are you a foldable iPhone kind of guy?
I don't know. I have to be persuaded. Let's
Yeah.
leave it at that.
Yeah.
I'm not overtly rejecting it.
I actually held I think it's the Samsung one that they have now. And it was fine. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. It wasn't anything amazing, but I don't know, guys. Foldable iPhone turn you on?
I held the Samsung. It was one of the day trader office managers was by a few months ago, and he put it in my hands. I'm like, hey, it seems pretty cool. I just think it's more along the lines of it's happening. Foldable phones are there, so Apple, if they decide it's a good idea and reasonable, and people are gonna like it, then they're just gonna go out and try to make the best one. And that's usually what they do. It's not about being first, it's about being best and keeping them in the ecosystem. And that's kind of been Apple's MO, and they've done a pretty good job executing that. So look, you obviously have the upgrade, yada, 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 great. Bouncing off the 200, fantastic, that's already happened. I just see the cluster that's up here on the daily chart. So you've had trouble breaking. It's about 156. You got some wicks, and you had some carry through a little bit higher. So it's a bit of a trading area that I think we have trouble going into. Now you have the investor day coming through, so I could see us getting to that area in front of the investor day, and then sort of unable to really break through until maybe post. So I think that lets us some room to get up to that level. Obviously, that whole setup of pre-market lows, which I usually like in a couple of ways. I love the over-under kind of deal. When it's a short, I like the under-over, where you hold that pre-market bottom. You can even wick beneath it, and then you have a failed break of the low, and you look for a long dip in that regard. If it's not that, then I just look back and say, okay, well, there's one obvious level. That's going to be 149 from Friday. I don't know that we get 149. So if you don't have that, or you don't have the pre-market levels, then you're somewhere in the middle looking to dip by. So I like two levels to dip by. It's a question of, do we have any chance of getting the second one? I feel like that's going to be a bit of a no. And then that little opening range, we can get that dip and rip. Once we get into 156 area, I will be looking for some kind of a turn up there from the levels on the daily chart.
All right. Yeah, my cousin has that Samsung phone. He likes it, so
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I'm an Apple guy, so I think I would probably. I mean, this fits pretty good inside my pocket, so I don't really know. I have the 12 Pro. I mean, I think when upgrade cycles come, everyone's going to upgrade to the newest phone. Not everyone, but many people will. And if it's a fold phone, then people will just go over there. So I think it's a nothing burger on any kind of phone. But I've already taken out, I'm ready to go, man. Apple breaking the long through 155, I want to try it. Or I want to try a dip buy back into 151, I believe is what I wrote down. And I think that's, yeah, so I'm bidding that as well. So dip buys back into 151 here for Apple I want to look at. That was Friday's close. I think it's performing well, up 1.7%. It's only 9.10 right now. Still more aggressive than the market, so I like that. There's 152 on the 50 period, sorry, on the 200 period on a 1 minute chart. So just any sort of pullbacks for Apple. I just look at how strong it was on Friday, and it just, you know, it kept going and going and going pretty much all day. You had some nice dips early, which we missed. We talked about that for a lot of stocks. Similarly to Meta and all that, where we just kept on going to the upside for eventually ending at the high of the day. Whenever a stock ends at the high of the day and then gets even better news on Monday, I think it continues, man. Morgan and Goldman both with nice upgrades. Okay, we don't have Meta on the board, but Meta also, man, back up to 188. I mean, this is another name that just on Friday, again, if you missed that open dip, there was one more opportunity. So I don't want to feel like we're going to miss a trade here in some of these names. I'm waiting for something to, you know, get going like this, where we can sort of find a bottom on a Meta, and I just think that that could come around here, 186, 187, something like that, if there's any kind of a dip down for Meta. But again, this name continues to rock and roll, where Apple's thinking about getting into the headset game. They still have the lowest PE of them all, even at where we are even right now after big cap tech. So I still like Meta. I still think it works. And look, man, we're about to take out 190. I don't have any breakout plays on Meta, but if it comes back in, that's a name that I definitely want to go long and going to try to find an area to go long if Meta does come back in. So it might be, like I said, that 186, 187, something like that coming in for Meta. On a 3-minute chart, the 200 periods back here at 184. It's more like these tops here, 186, 187 for Meta. That name continues to work. Man, I'm just pretty excited about big cap tech here as it's starting, you know, NASDAQ's starting to go a little bit. I still like the fact that we bounced pretty nicely off 12,000. You're still at 12,300. But last week's market move in the NASDAQ was quite huge. So let's just see if we can hold this level. If you're going to look at a longer chart here for the NASDAQ, this is a 30-minute chart. It's back here. There's 12.2. So that's the level. That's 12,250 right there. So a pullback down of 100 handles. Could find some support at 1250. And if we really get cracked, it's that 12,150 area right there that could come into play as well. So there's still some nice upside moves. You have a huge upside potential back up to 12.7, 12.6. So I feel like we're kind of in the middle right now. Let's just play names that are strong, that have been strong in this up move.
All right, more downside, meanwhile, for Silvergate this morning, now 9.3%. This is off pre-market lows right now as well, but trying to roll over once again back towards $5. That 480 area was the low on Friday, so worth a note. But Wedbush was the latest coming out here this morning. Silvergate, liquidation, a distinct possibility, sounding more and more of the same of what we heard last week. They shut down this payment network, which everyone came out last week and said they're not going to use anymore anyways. So why not shut that down? Yeah,
it's exactly what Coinbase and the other networks said that they weren't going to deal with. It's called the Silvergate Exchange Network. And one of the analysts saying the key attraction for depositors to bring funds to the bank was SEN, and therefore the discontinuation, they believe, is just a precursor to the winding down of operations. It doesn't look good, Brendo.
Yeah, what do we do here, guys? Is there a trade for SI?
Well, look, I want to be short this when you get opportunities, because I'm not sure where the end game is for this business, like how they're going to survive. So if you think that you're heading up and wondering if you have issues with going concern and maybe they're just done at some point, you want to be looking for the short. Now let's respect the fact that the short on Friday was great until it got to 5, and on huge volume, you had a wipeout bottom at $5. Consolidation, then it broke back out at that price. So it seems like there was some buy support at the $5 level. There's a lot of shorts that need to be covered. 70%, anywhere from 68 to 77% last I checked. It's somewhere in that range for short interest. So I want to be looking to short pops. Actually, the first level I'm looking for is kind of where we closed at 575. I had an order out, but then realized when it's at 520, a 10% pop to the upside almost instantly. I wouldn't want to get short at 9:30, and then it's into an upward halt, right? So, it got to that price range where it's like, let's not be sitting out there in front of a level like that. Let it get there, and if I think there's a worthy of a turn or it's slowed down and it's not a threat to halt, then short that level. If it goes higher, 665 is the other level. I will watch out. If it does the same setup where a false break of 5 even, then reclaims it, there's squeezes to be had in the stock as long as shorts need to ring the register a little bit there. So you have to be wary of that. Have it out every time you short this name. Short it around big and key levels, not just anywhere, because you can get run over pretty quick. Like all afternoon, it was just running people over.
Yeah, it's still 71% shorted here. So, I mean, this is on Trade ID. It's 71% short float right now. Market cap, $160 million market cap right now. Where this name has come from is absolutely embarrassing. From $250 or something down to $5. I mean, it's just kind of like the rest of this cryptoverse, except for Bitcoin, I guess. You know, investing in exchanges has been an absolute disaster. SI confirms that. I feel like Coinbase is just another sort of house of cards, but you know, right now, let's just continue to trade the weakest name out there. That's going to be SI. I'm actually waiting for a breakdown here. I mean, I don't see why anyone would buy this despite the squeeze. So last time we were down here, we squoze ourselves back up like, I don't know, 480 up to 630, like what, 30% or so? That's $1.50 on 450. Yeah, so yeah, about 30%, 25 to 30% move straight to the upside off of that bottom that was made around 10 o'clock. Let's see if it has the juice to do that again. You know, if we get near 5, I want to start going short. The best part about going short of 5 is you know where your out is. If you're short below 5, you just get out when 5 breaks back up so you're not part of this. And then if you want to be part of this, then you just take the long and then use whatever that recent bottom is. I don't think this is a huge technical game today. I just think you play the momentum. If it starts to go, it starts to go. And you try to get out if it stops. Like if you're long down here and it goes to 550, I feel like you get out. And then you don't even get to enjoy this move to the upside. Then it just cranks down to the bottom at the end of the day. Today we even open up lower. So I would say a break of 514 right here. We're definitely going lower. That might be a good take right there. I was waiting for a 52-week break down here at 480. I think we're just going to do that, man. Wait for SI to get down there. I did Momo and everybody else. What time is it? 9:15. So I've layered some bids here at Ford near $3. I like that trade. We'll see if it can hold some of these bottoms for Ford. Friday's bottom, which, believe it or not, I mean, forget about this opening. It's just right into here, 13 bucks. I mean, I feel like I got to go long Ford here. So Ford comes back down in. That's my most interesting trade here off the open is going to be a Ford long in and around this $13 mark.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. We were just mulling over some of these changes that came out this morning. So this is right across the entire spectrum of both the Model S and the Model X, including the Plaid editions. So it's about 5,000 or 4%. The Plaid variant, 4% to 109.9 in the US. The regular Model S, 5% to 89.9. So, I mean, you can get specific about it. It looks like the Model X was 10,000 or roughly about 10,000 on the price cuts. I mean, does this matter at this point?
Just looking at those numbers always upsets me. The American quantum always so much lower than the Canadians. Like a 2-year car, a 2-year Plaid is going for what they're selling a brand new one in the States. Anyway, guys, again, like I said earlier, basically I think this is Tesla flexing their muscle. They have margin power here over some of their competitors as a result of the economies of scale, and they're looking to squeeze them and hurt them. So I think that this is just another move, another Musk move.
Yeah, I was just going to check. Yeah, in Canada, the Model S Plaid starts at 149.9. 40,000. What do you do, guys?
149.9. But what are we talking about? Just too expensive? I don't know. I mean, you have to look at what it does, the performance of the car, and if you want to drive one or not. I mean, you want to pay the piper, that's it. You know, you want to play, you got to play, and you got to pay to play. And if you want to buy a Tesla car, unfortunately, there are different models that you're gonna have to go through. Man, I tried to clean up those wicks, but there's just too many of them. They keep coming back here. So you bounced off 198. I talked about 198 bottom. It's right there on the 50 period. I still think there's something about that 198 bottom. And then if you pull it back in a little bit, I'm just nervous if that's going to work okay on our charts. Yeah, it's not because you have this crazy wick. Okay, I'll have to try to get a different one. But right here on Meta, just back to Friday, I'll use e-signal a little bit here. Back into Friday's levels. So, we had a disaster move, right? I mean, this moved down to 177. Pretty crazy there. This is just... 177, like that never happened. Down here, 193. It's that bottom right there. That was a meta chart. It's this bottom right here for Tesla that we made on Friday off there. And then if you go back into that, it was what was 187. That's what I was looking at. 187. So just look at the open the last couple of days for Tesla. Huge moves. I mean, pretty choppy, but again, 190 down to 187 baseline and up. Then on Friday, move down here right into pre-market lows, baseline at 193 and up. right? So here today, we could make a move down into pre-market bottoms of 197, you know, possibly move back up to the upside. So if we just rinse and repeat, this is what I was trying to show you guys, the last couple of days, I didn't go back as far back to the other day. This day didn't hold. This is the investor day where we were like, hey, something's a little weird here, nothing's happening, we're coiling up. Then you get investor day all the way to the downside, making that bottom at 185, then making another move back upside, people not determining what they wanted to do. But look at all these wicks, these actually happened, down to 192, 193. So we're gonna have to be very, very careful with this. So I'm taking less shares down here. I canceled the 198 bid and put something near 197. Now, why did I do that? The market, there's so many stronger tech names than Tesla today. So I could see this fading out. I'm still bidding 197, but starting small at 198, then going to 197, and if 197 can't hold, then it's bye-bye at 195, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sitting in front of the 195 for now, and I feel like that's the way to go on Tesla. I want to jump. We have 10 minutes to go, so I want to quickly jump to this BBIO, because I know a lot of people have been talking about it. I won't try to pronounce the name of the drug or even like what it treats. Let's just go with yada 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 pharma. You can read this one on our watch list. Oh, thank you, Randy, so much there. I get the Boom mug. Boom. I get that one. There you go. Thanks a lot, Randy. Appreciate that refill. Yeah, but BBIO, it's super strong. Not a bad looking daily chart, so I wanted to get that one out of the way here. When you look at the consolidation breaking, it's not one of those, oh, it's been trending down forever. But if you go back to like gaps, you have this like $18 sort of gap break that it's putting on. So I look at this double bottom at 16. If you're trading this, you're risking $1. This is not your average $18 stock. The spread right now, it says 10 cents, but I've seen the spread open up a little bit more than that. So if it can hold 16 at the open, I think there's like I would rather be long around 17, risking that dollar, than looking to have it get to 20. Pay yourself out on the way to the high, just in case it already has made that high up at like $22 or whatever that might be. I guess technically a 23 high. But I think it has to hold that 16. If it can do that at the open, then you could have a runner. It's a decent chance that it could be one of those halt style plays, just given the possible volatility here. But that's interesting. If it holds that 16 at the open, just understand you're not risking 10, 20 cents to go scalping on this trade. It's a much wider range expected on BBIO. I'm thinking if it holds at 16, I think you're at least testing the $20 level. So I want to see that bounce off the open, and I want to go for a long off that 16.
All right, let's go on to Chinese ADRs. I was actually surprised this morning that the moves we were seeing pre-market weren't bigger than they are. I'll show you a couple here in a second. But if you missed it, Beijing setting very, very modest 2023 growth expectations. You were just making a good point in the sense that it seems like they're going to turn the taps off a little bit here. For the foreseeable future as far as money going into the economy is concerned. I mean, here's Alibaba, 0.3. I just saw JD.com is actually positive on the morning, so not a lot happening here.
Waiting for the 9:30 bell. Let's see what that brings. But interesting here, the Chinese government coming out and saying, you know, despite lackluster GDP estimates, there will not be any fiscal stimulus pumped into the economy. They're blaming mostly the war in Ukraine, a dwindling foreign demand for their goods, and the rise of India as a legitimate competitor for production as being some of the headwinds they're facing, Brendo.
It's worth noting some of the moves that happened in these stocks overnight over in the Asian session were a lot bigger than this, guys, but not much follow through here for US ADRs.
Not really. And if you look at where BABA is in particular, like it's flat on the day now. I know it was down earlier, but if you look where it is in the daily, still beneath the 200 period. It's 93, 94 area, still resistance. That's a 200 period moving average, but it's bouncing off previous support at 85. So it's in this channel, and if it's in that channel, okay, well, let's kind of play the channel. You know, 90.5 has been the first level, and I'm just going off on Friday and Thursday and Friday, and I guess late Wednesday, that was at 90 to 90.5. That was resistance. It did tick up once on Thursday to 91. So I'll short to that, and if it gets to, you know, you're wrong, 90.50 would be the first out, and then maybe play it off the 91. And if it breaks 91, you can be gap filling to that 200 period moving average on the daily. So beneath that 91, I want to be looking for shorts at least. So I'm kind of sitting there, and right where it faded off on Friday's trade in the morning. That's where I'm going to be sitting on the offer. Breaks 90.50, I'm out. Probably test it at 91, and then through 91, this could be a bit of a breakout trade. I choose it over Pinduoduo. I know I like trading these two names, but PDD, while down 1%, is back above the 50 period. So it's just a stronger looking chart. I like the shorts when this was beneath that 90 level. Now that it's above it, if anything, I'd be looking at 98 to 100 for some PDD, Pinduoduo shorts, kind of setting up for a little bit of a head, well, it was a head and shoulders action we shorted before, but yeah, that's a different beast. I know it's down more than Alibaba, but I'm a little bit more hesitant usually to short that one when it's going to the upside.
So we looked at, and I just think NIO is another name that you could sort of cherry pick here under 10 bucks. As long as we stay under $10, it's the same reason there. We were short Apple under 150. Now it's above 150. We want to try to go long. The same thing with Microsoft at 250. And the same thing with Google at 90. And the opposite with NIO. Under 10, let's go short. So any kind of a pop up here, I think we have a good out here for NIO. The 50 periods at 1050. You could give that a little bit of a look. And then I just think, you know, we didn't get there on Friday. We got to 970. What's the reason for it to go back to the upside right now? I still think that they're selling a lot of cars. BYD obviously as well there in China. And then Tesla. So let's not forget about a lot of these names. NIO, though, we know it can be state sponsored. So if it gets too low, they will start to buy this name up. I feel like they've done that a couple times. I'm talking about just the Chinese government down here. Like every single time we get near this bottom, it just kind of gets bought up. So I think you got to still watch out for NIO. It might be worth putting something in your portfolio down here. I feel like we could spike up again, but below 10 bucks, I don't want to own any Chinese names. So for me, no. But I just think that, you know, below $10, it continues to be a short. I do like Google also breaking higher as well, as it's 925 right now. So let's just quickly check out some of these imbalances to see if there's anything here of note. Apple with a sell side imbalance. So here, this one comes down. We're still bidding 151. So we'll see if that comes into play. It doesn't look like it's CRM as well. And yeah, our curling got cracked on Saturday. We didn't have our big event. Everything was canceled, even hockey and everything. But then yesterday we were back at the arena. I was at a curling rink yesterday. This is Hyde Park Curling Club. Yesterday, this is me with some kids, not mine, teaching them. And this is a thumbs up. Good job there with one of the shots as we teach them how to sweep and get into the hack and everything like that. So yeah, a lot of fun times. And then yesterday we were 4x different arenas yesterday. And thank God even baseball was canceled on Friday night. So thankfully for that. And your daughter's feeling well, I assume.
Yeah, she got better. She was better by Sunday, so we were able to go to dance. But it's like Saturday, you couldn't get off our street on Saturday.
Right, yeah.
We got a crazy storm, man.
Really?
I was telling Brennan, if there's only been 2 storms since we've been doing this show that were bad enough that there's no chance I was getting off my street. One was a U.S. holiday, and then the other was on a Saturday. So it's like just completely good luck because there was a 0% chance I would have been able.
We were not getting into work that day. That
you
was,
couldn't do anything.
It was so heavy, but we're getting 30 more centimeters this weekend. So.
Also, I'm going to Florida at the right time.
You better make sure what day.
Oh shoot! Well, we're flying on Sunday, so I think,
fly on Sunday.
Yeah,
you have to double check. I don't know what day it's coming, but my wife said this weekend's going to be disastrous again. So, yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, February felt like March, and now March is making up for February. So, yeah. Anyways, chips, semiconductors. Let's talk some strength here. Back to the upside. I was reading a number of articles over the weekend. This just mentions Broadcom and NVIDIA. But I was reading a number of articles over the weekend just on the back of this AI surge. And there was one really interesting analogy I heard in the sense that if this is the new gold rush, if you think back to the original gold rush, it was more the companies that made the shovels, the companies that made the picks to mine the gold that benefited from the overall movement. So most of those might not have been created yet, but if we think in those terms, you know, this gives you more of a clear vision on that.
Absolutely. The chips stand to benefit from that. I've been pounding this desk saying NVIDIA, the leader in the GPUs, is going to be, you know, one of the dominant players in the AI. Maybe this fades out, but, you know, they're building longevity in the industry. So I think that, you know, this is one of those periphery markets, Brendo, that benefits from the overall AI.
Yeah, this group, both Thursday and Friday last week, guys, among the strongest heading into the weekend here. What do we do with these today?
you stretch, you get ready for the open.
Get locked and loaded.
Yeah.
So NVIDIA is at the level. It's there right now. So if you remember, 239 was that big top from the gap up on their earnings. And we got there on Friday, tried the short, didn't really follow through. We've actually broken through that, and now 240 is your new high. So it's obvious, look, it's an obvious resistance level that everyone can point out. And if this breaks, you can see how much air there is above there on NVIDIA. So this is it. It's flat on the day right now, but if it doesn't break this at the open, I said I was here to take a shot shorting off of this level. I'll take a shot at it. I think we're going to get a chance to be shorting right in front of this 240 on a pop and fade. Maybe even worth 2 cracks. Like if it gets stopped out at 40 and then kind of comes back in, worth a second crack. Because if it trends on a 240 break, I mean, NVIDIA is fully capable of going $10. So it's not like you can't get the long if it breaks out this level. But it's got to break it first. The reversals here have been big.
He's going to be meta 188 now and starting to go. I feel like we got some goggles I just put in there. GOOGL. Yeah, got to get your goggles on for Google. I still think I want to go long here on this break. We just touched 14. I actually had a bid in there to break 15 right now. All right, so hopefully we have a Trader TV logo on the back for this bell, because, the bell, the stock market ringing of the bell is the most watched program every single day. But we're going to change that. All right, here we go with only 6, 5, 4, National Oreo Cookie Day, 3, 2, and 1.
I like Oreos.
Yeah, everyone, Oreo. I think pretty much everybody loves Oreos.
Who doesn't like an Oreo?
If
you don't, then
you got it. If you don't,
I don't want to judge.
Hard pass on that one. Yeah. Okay, there it is. We get into our Tesla right now, early. Now we're not. This is going to be one of those names, man. There goes Google to the break to the upside as well. We're just double long right now. So we're double long all these names. Let's see if they want to work or not. But right now we got Google to the upside. We'll see a decent position here. We're going to hold this back to 93.50 or so, kind of like where we dropped off there, 93.50. So I like Google on an early break to the upside. So that's a position that we have on right now. And then we have our Tesla long off 198 dip buy. We said we'd be there, so we're there. So let's watch Google right now. 198.05 is our long on Tesla, and then Google 94.17. So far, so good. We just got the 2 trades though.
And right away, it's not. We didn't think it would take very long, but right away you're already testing that 240 on NVIDIA. It did try to crack it. I don't like having even dollar stops, so I gave it 10 cents, which is not a lot, but it was just barely enough. I just got some out there, 29.50. This is a scalp trade back and forth until it shows me a breakdown beneath the pre-market levels here, like 238.50, or it just breaks out on me, which can happen. Silvergate, I was looking to short a pop. It is making a move to the upside, just not a gigantic one, so it's not really up to that 570 level. Tesla's starting to come back in, so right now, so far so good on that NVIDIA short. And Tesla, it's got to be close to my bids. Oh, no, not quite yet. So trying to get that 195 on Tesla. We're not quite there just yet.
No, we're not. We're into this right now. So we started to get some bids here on Tesla. It's fine. This is well structured. We don't have any problems with this. We're still waiting for that 195, but it's coming in a little bit faster than we had hoped here. And we talked about Tesla being one of the negative names here today. So again, really not surprised at this performance right here, but still, it's coming in. So we're going to have to address this. We'll try to get some more 195s, but this was all part of the game. We knew that Tesla had this opportunity today. It was weaker into the market, so we're going to hold off on that. But look what is working, man. Google right now, huge move back into the 40s. So let's take a bid out. Can we get it? Yes, we can. There it is. A nice little 40. This is a huge trade for me on Google, my #1 spot here. And then now we got another one. Let's go. Wake up, guys. It's Ford. Ford's in the building right now off of that bid as well. So just a couple trades that we're working with right now. Ford, Tesla, they're all longs, baby. Ford, Tesla, and Google. Let's see where we can go.
Yeah, we just got another leg out. All I have is NVIDIA right now, so we got to make sure you're ringing the register when you get a chance. It goes right into that pre-market bottom. Was able to get some out in that consolidation, but it does not break. So no break of that level. We're still short in front of that 240. Only level I like. I'm on the bid of Tesla. If we get it, we get it. At this point, it just hasn't shown that it wants to give you the trade. Now you're absolutely on one. Meta's not giving you any chance to get in. This stock is just absolutely insane. And then remember, the thing about Google, that's a 50 period holding at 93.50. on the daily chart. So that's a pretty big level for Google. If Meta doesn't ever crack 188, then I'll buy the dip into that level. And I don't want to ignore you, BBIO. So we said we like BBIO. That's that small cap, yada, 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 pharma. If it does make a move to the downside, it has to hold that 16. So it's getting really darn close to testing that 16 area right now. Good thing we paid out some NVIDIA, because here comes that 240 again.
Look, nobody wants me to say anything about day goal, so we won't do that. Plus, we're supposed to change it. So let's just change our day goal, make it a little bit higher, and we don't have to worry about it. But when you're 3 for 3, you're going to spin this all day long right now. Google right now, 50 cents in the money. Tesla, an amazing 10 cents in the money. And Ford trying to go as well. We just took out some 12s. We got a pretty nice long there, man, at 13. We talked about why we like that level there on Ford. Let's just let this day go. Hopefully back up to the upside again today. So we'll see if it wants to. But there goes Google, man. This is the #1 stunner right here. Big break. We talked about going long. You want that one trade? There it is right now, man. It's one good trade. It's Google, and it is continuing to march higher, man. I mean, we're long right now, 94.17. I mean, you don't need to put on a whole bunch of trades. You just need to put on good ones, and then use your buying power. Make sure that you have enough, sort of bullets in the chamber to fire at some of these names there. I saw the Last of Us season, actually there's only one more episode, episode 8 last night. That was pretty good. No spoilers. Okay, well, what's his name dies and this and that. No, joking. I don't even know their names. So, anyways,
somebody dies.
Somebody dies every episode, pretty much. So, yeah, no spoilers, but it was a good one. I like that episode number 8 last night, Last of Us. All right, Tesla does bounce all the way back and puts us well into the money, man. It went to 197.70, which put us 40 cents in the money, but we didn't take it. Look at the market pulling back. I feel like this is the only name that's really going to be in jeopardy for us today, as Tesla not working to the long side. Everything else is working, but the market's pulling back a little bit. Let's take this time to get a little bit more out.
Yeah, I just got my first entry into Tesla. Oh, I just got BBIO as well. So 195 is what I like for Tesla to the bottom. NVIDIA is now 250 in the money, so that's just screaming to the downside right now, continuing to flush off what I think was an obvious level. There's no chance. We tried on Friday shorting it, but there's a bit bounce here. 17 bounced. I said I like the long 17 into that 16 if it holds at the open on BBIO, so I just want to make sure I have my stops underneath. Do not want to get caught if this stock like halts on you or anything like that. So I'm locked and loaded on this name. If it rallies, fantastic. I think there's a lot of room for it to go. Obviously, the stock went to $23 today, so I think a good move would be to 20 and could go even further than that. Just one last one before we go to Brendo, now that we got a couple of our longs. Not quite to 575 on Silvergate. It just rejected a 550 breakout. I might take a chance shorting off this wick high at 550 if it gives me a nice entry here. Brendo, what up, bud?
A little one. A few people mentioning this AZUL, guys, to the upside in a big way today. Just be aware, this is a Brazil ADR. So trades in Brazil, AZUL4, up on earnings. So a nice move here in the U.S. as well for this one.
Oh, Tesla's
all right.
weak.
I know you got that nice NVIDIA short off 240. It looks like right now we just wick bottom maybe at 237. I'm going to try it again, but the market right now is falling down pretty decently. Google's came back a little bit. I mean, again, we're not trying to hold everything forever there, but Google, nice move to the upside. We're going to wait to see if it does fall back in and give us a little bit more long. We do miss that NVIDIA long at that 237. We could have taken that. We'll see if it comes back again for us on that one. And then Ford, man, we did some pretty good work on that one. We got some out at 12 and then some again at 13. So, yeah, if there's, everyone talking about this TRKA again. Yeah, all I trade is big cap tech names. So we can look at something else right now. TRKA, again, up to 64 and making that move back down again. We just got something long again there. Well, we got NVIDIA just fell into 237.55.
Yeah, and here comes Tesla screaming again. So, 196, the first shot, it bounces off the even level. I don't want to hold to 95. I want to see if it can hold this here. And if it holds to 95, then I want that to be a separate trade. I'm going to take when it's trending this weakly or strongly to the downside, be one way to look at it, then I don't want to be necessarily holding all the way to the next level. I didn't get the 95 long, so I'm going to park in front of that. Just play a little bit of a patience game here with Tesla as you can get down to the bigger level. Just going over to Meta here quickly. It's now starting to make a bit of a dip down. So does it hold the pre-market I guess, not the high, but the opening range or late range in the pre-market, 187.75. That's a nice little jump-off spot for Meta. NVIDIA is just tanking now. Now through that 237, I want to get back into the trend, and I got to add to that BBIO. But Meta right here in front of that, I don't want to call it the opening range, but that pre-market support level at 187.75. If this can hold up, then Meta is definitely one of the stronger names to be in. But that was one heck of a wick top on the NASDAQ.
All right. So we got back into NVIDIA. I mean, we had NVIDIA at 237.50. It dropped out. We just got it right back. It's too bad that it fell out, but that's okay. We're back to flat now on NVIDIA. Position pending because we did take a 50-cent hit, and then now it's was just in the money 75 cents. Let's take out one more piece here. There it is. We'll take another one out and start ringing some registers a little bit here on NVIDIA. Again, but a flat trade for us. We took the first trade, broke 237, but then there was some strength there, and now it's right back up to the upside. So we're going to hold this again for that break. We just took out some money on that trade, so that's going to be a good one. Thankfully, we're able to get some back there, as that was weak, man. Well, it was fine. It just maybe my out's a little bit too early on that. But we're going to sit here and just continue to watch everything. We still have a good position here on Tesla. We didn't get our exact bid there at 195. We were waiting for a little bit lower than that. But hey, if our bid comes in, man, we're probably going to go a lot lower. So let's wait to see if Tesla can continue to work. Google's still working, and Ford. I mean, I'm just kind of resting on some of these trades right now, just waiting to see if they can get back up to the upside. The market looks like it's trying to bounce. What is that, 12? There's really no levels here yet. Bouncing off these pre-market lows, I guess, of 12,350. If that breaks, though, look out below, man. We held right here back at 730, and then I guess at 630, you got to go back an hour because of the NASDAQ there on Chicago, this quote. But down to 1235 right now as well. So, yeah, we're going to wait to see if we can hold some of these levels now on the NASDAQ because it's starting to go back up to the upside. So I just check over our net. Everything is rocking except for Tesla. That's a nice downside move right here.
Yeah, what's not rocking for me is that Meta. I just got into Meta and immediately broke it, but I got to go over here because I see a wick top on BBIO. I almost said IBIO because that's an old one, but it just broke 19 and put a wick top through that 19. So I'm out. If it goes back down into 17, I think that long in front of 16, let's give it to that 16 area. So if 17 holds, I would take that trade again. Otherwise, I'm looking for a dip into 16. If it clears out 20, there's always a breakout trade off of that level. Like if it starts holding the top end here, you can either go like 19 longs or 20. But I hate wick tops at the open through pre-market resistance levels, so I'm always going to take the opportunity to get out when I get that chance. Just going back over to one other name, we mentioned the Chinese ADRs. I haven't had a trade in BABA. I wanted to short the pop in BABA. BABA already dropped off 90. So I can cancel my offers above that 90 level. That's already trending to the downside. If anything, the next leg on Alibaba could be just holding last week's bottom at 87.5, which it's already done once. So, the short that I was looking for, it kind of just didn't really go high enough to get it. And we're looking now for, can it hold Friday's or last week's bottom, 87.50, for some longs potentially in BABA.
All right, yeah, we have everything long right now, but I mean the market's not really it's just floating is what I was going to say. It's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. So I just, you got to sort of look back and try to analyze some of your positions. So right now we do have a nice dollar in the money on NVIDIA, but I'm looking to see, hey, can we get some out here at this 50 period as we come back up to the upside? So that's what we're dealing with right now, 238.50 on NVIDIA. If we can get a nice little bump up there, we'll take a piece out. Here it comes. We're sitting at 47 right now, but I mean, there it is. So that's, yes, sir. Thank God for that. I mean, we almost got tipped out there. Well, we did get tipped out on NVIDIA. How pissed off would I be if we didn't get back in, but that's okay because we did get back in right there. So not a revenge trade or anything, just a solid one there for us on NVIDIA. I think we're just going to let that go, man. I really like the NVIDIA long. So what's battled all the way back, and I'm just noticing this right now, should have got a little bit more out earlier. Google battled all the way back off that 94, so we still have that break long early. So let's wait to see what happens right there. We just got filled on something. Okay, that was this. So there we go. Google now making a move up. Let's put something at 60 and then a little bit higher than that as well in case we do continue to make a march to the high side. But Google is nice. It's a good one there for Google. Ford fading, man. I mean, Ford's not doing a whole heck of a lot. We've just been getting some out, though. We just got a 10 when it bounced back up, and I feel like we should probably take an 8 if we can. Ford falling down despite the market trying to go back up to the upside, and we did average in on Tesla. I was still waiting for 195.50. That hasn't come in, so, well, it came in by 4 pennies, and that's exactly what we missed it by. So we're gonna have to wait for Tesla to come back. So we did take an earlier piece. Let's see if, yes, sir. Let's go right now, man. There's some bangs happening right now. What's up, Chill Vibes in the chat? What's up, Neil Roberts in the chat? There's a bang for you. What's up to everybody? Michelle Bear, another one. Let's go. Tesla really starting to work now. What's up, Brendo?
Boeing downside, guys, here about 1% so far. Apparently a new software issue for the 737 MAX Dreamliner will delay deliveries once again, so just be aware of that. So Boeing, a little bit relative weakness coming through there. This one, however, VST, 10% upside. So strong out of the gate this morning on this node. They're picking up another energy harbor, another nuclear-focused energy company. So VST having a nice day.
VST, look, I see UNCY. It's halted to the upside, so do watch out for it. BBIO is looking for re-entry, but bouncing, or at least attempting to bounce now off of yesterday's high, Friday's highs, is Meta. That's 186.5 or so. That's where the consolidation was, like the only red candle until you got to the close. So I'm looking at that 186. Going to try starting to get into this one. Now, I did take one shot $1 higher, but wasn't willing to hold it that next dollar. Just look for the other re-entry. That's a 15-minute chart, by the way, so a bit of a different time frame that I'm looking at. UNCY, look, halted. I'll give you guys the indicated open. It's $1.56. It's a volatility halt. Should be open in about 1 minute. BBIO is the one I'm looking at, but this one going as well, UNCY. It's on our watch list, so don't want to disrespect it. Bouncing off that $1, that key $1 level. I might not be able to get that 17 again in BBIO, but I still stand by. There's your wick top. There's the exit. It is now dipping in, so this should be the chance to be able to get back in on the dip. If 16 holds, I like the longs in this BBIO, but the new one for me was jumping right back into Meta off of Friday's highs for the long.
All right. So we just took out some there on NVIDIA, as again, it's just bouncing around. Big time trading here today. So hopefully you guys are able to, like I said, I mean, trade your own book, but understand at least sort of what Neil and I are doing. And that way, hopefully we can all make a little bit of sense and dollars off the trading. So that's what we're doing right now. So far, so good on the day, man. There, yes, go NVIDIA, go. Nice move to the upside. Go Tesla. We did take a piece out right there at 197, and now we're cruising. Let's go, man. Wake up, everybody out there. This is a market. It's live. It's open, and we're ready to rock, and we're rocking right now as well. So hopefully you guys can take advantage of that. I don't know where Tesla's going to go, man. If it drops in 195, we're getting out. So we took one piece out right there. We still have the majority of this trade on board, so we are not out of the woods even close yet on this Tesla trade. I was waiting for this 50 period, which just failed. So 197.50, we'll put another piece out there. I haven't traded Tesla that great over the last little while, so take it for what it's worth. If you guys think that this is an overstepped move here, you're still red on the day, and the NASDAQ is up, so it's not something that's in my wheelhouse. I don't like to trade stocks that are against the market, that's for sure, but so far so good there with Tesla on these reloads. But yeah, it's this one we could get dumped out, right? So just be very, very careful with everything. The market is pulling back. Remember we said, like, what's up with Ford? Well, there's a big move down on Ford, so we wind up getting some 08s. Let's just hold out that Ford can still go, but right now it's struggling, pulling back down. I'll lose on this name, of course, if it really comes in like it's doing, but we got to watch out for this 1290 area. That's where we'll stop out. So possible reload here on Ford, but it's weak, man. So never a great idea to be in something that's so weak, and that looks like it's Ford.
Yeah, well, there's a few names. The market just did another U-turn there, so I'm now back into Tesla. Just going to quickly show you guys. There's the U-turn, 12.4 on the NASDAQ, just reversed pretty hard. I wish I had something else to the south side, but I didn't get Alibaba. That's one of the names I like short. Tesla just stepped right back up into that 196. Meta's trying to hold 186. Neither one looking like they're incredibly strong. I just looked on over to see. I mean, NVIDIA, that's working to the short side, but I want something else in there. Apple, by the way, just did this at 155. So that's a bit of the turn that we just saw in the market. Apple going through. I'm going to slap the fail. Twice trying to buy the dips on Meta, and twice it just keeps on taking levels out there. Apple, at least up that 2%, has a chance to hold a higher low. But Meta, that's a relatively weak-looking name after failing the break at the top. Tesla's looking a little bit weak as well, although I am back into this one in front of 195. Again, trying that long in front of 195. Brendo, what do you got, bud?
A bit of a delayed reaction on this. Still not a lot of volume here, but Hershey just popped up. HSY, apparently Uncle Buffett eyeing Hershey Company.
Okay, I like
He's
that.
Uncle Buffett now?
Yeah,
I thought it was Uncle Monk. Whatever.
No, it's Uncle Carl for me. I don't know if anybody.
Carl.
Yeah, Uncle Carl there. Carl Malone. No, we were talking about Carl Malone last
Carl
week.
Malone.
Uncle Buffett and Uncle Carl. Yeah, both uncles, I guess. Okay, let's just watch out. So we reloaded that Tesla at the same position again, but it is coming down. So this is going to be the one name that is the most interesting and the most volatile, I think. I mean, there's other names that are volatile, but this one keeps bouncing back up, back down. That Apple take there, so I had this punch long at 155, but the thing is I canceled it. Why? Good question, Sean. And it's because of the fact that I was already too long everything else. And if we went to Apple 155 and failed it, then it was just going to be disaster. So that's exactly what happened, and I just didn't want to get overexposed to everything else that we had, including Apple, right? So that's sort of what we did here with Apple. Failed it at 155. We didn't take it. My break was 155.10 anyways. That went to 155.08. So yeah, I guess that should have been a short all the way up there on Apple. Tesla still just battling its demons down here. Let's check out SI. That was one that we were waiting for, a bottom break. That really hasn't done anything. Actually, right off the open, it spiked real nice. Talked about fading some of those shorts. We paid for shorts, should have done that. Was too obsessed with other names. That was a good one. We'll see if it can do it again. And we are bouncing off $5 as well right there for SI. So let's wait to see. I still think a break lower of 510, and you probably have something on this name. As I'm just keep looking back, man, all these names are still pretty disastrous here. Well, not disastrous, but the moves are happening right now. Google, we got out. I mean, we're light on Google. We have about 15% or so left on this Google trade. A lot of these outs up here. Again, the NASDAQ below the 50 period is not a recipe for success for me, so for logs. So we're going to just hold out, not really average into anything, just see how these trades pan out for the rest of the day. Or not rest of the day, but for now, until we get a break. Maybe we'll look at Amazon or something to short, especially if this market is going lower here.
So two things. One, I mean, SI, it gave you that 550. I was looking 575 on a pop. You just miss it sometimes. That's what happens. Coinbase, however, this is interesting because it's going sideways. And if you look at the afternoon on Friday, 630, 63.50, that was afternoon support. 3 times it tested. Now you have pre-market bottoms off that level. If that breaks, there's a good chance you could slide further. I would like to short off the top, but if you can't get the short off the top, that's all you can do. Let's play the other direction. NVIDIA, so this just happened NVIDIA. So I took out this time, I don't know. NVIDIA bounced once off that 237. I remember that short because I was, like right here when it consolidated, could not break it on the way back in. So I do get out here, didn't take it the first time. I want to continue to short the level. 39 to 40 obviously makes sense, but if it keeps bouncing 37s, I'd be a fool not to take what I can get. Tesla back into the long, and then this BBIO. So it's still coming to the downside. It was the right call, I think, to get out and then look for the next bounce, but it's trying to hold 18 instead of 17. So I'm going to give it a few minutes here. Let it calm down because it's not really doing any crazy moves. I want this back at 16 to 17 for the long so the risk to reward works. Otherwise, we could just be talking about getting the trend somewhere else. Tesla, it's finally starting to bounce. Oh, goodness, that wick.
Oh, man.
I'll get rid of that wick at some point. It's finally starting to bounce, but this time, I'm going to try and get something VWAP, then I'm going to try and get something 197.5 because, quite frankly, it has been unable to crack that. If you're wondering what price this is, it's about 196.75. But that last little wick held the bottom. We'll see. We're able to add to it, and the question becomes, can it finally start trending back to the upside? But it is a relatively weak name. And no way, Michelle Hebert, Snapchat is up 11%. That's the other one, right? Look, I liked Meta this morning. Obviously 0 for 2 on Meta. Slapped a fail on that bad boy. But hey, that bill, Snapchat stands to benefit too, and it's at the 200 period moving average right now at 1150. Maybe that gives you a bit of a dip buy here when you look at it on the daily. Ooh, or maybe it just continues to go absolutely screaming to the upside. Good look there, Michelle. I like Meta. Obviously, Meta not nearly as strong as Snapchat on this day. That 1150 is a monster level on the daily chart. If it consolidates here and breaks, you don't mind sometimes taking longs at the highs when they're breaking pretty big levels. Wow.
All right, we're still here, man. We're still here. Google right now, nice take again, back up to 60. So we got a 53 there as it started to rock and roll a little bit back up to the upside for Google. I'm just talking about some of the positions that I'm in right now, and then I'll talk about some new ideas. Ford, we just took another piece out right here for flat 05s. We're gonna take another piece out if we can get it again here. It's not working great. I have another piece at 08, and then we'll wait to see if we can get lower. It's just like if this market, there it is, we got a 5. If this market cracks lower, Ford is very, very weak. It's reminding me of Tesla. I mean, what's up with these cars? Let's go over to Rivian right now. Okay, so Rivian's kind of going the other way right now. Huge move to the upside, taking out some of these levels. We know there's a short interest available on Rivian. I think it's only like, is it 20%? Maybe it's even less than that, RIVN. I think it might have been loose. Yeah, it is less than that. Yeah, so it's only 10% short on Rivian. So this move is just a move to the upside, not a short squeeze or anything. A nice move up for Rivian. So yeah, a little surprising here that it hasn't really flowed through over to Tesla. But again, Tesla and Rivian, two completely different beasts. And then yeah, what is this stock? NVIDIA just came right back up. I mean, is this market? It's now taking the 50 period and starting to climb. That Meta was what a missed opportunity for Meta at 185, guys. How many grinds? We talked about Meta trying to baseline at some levels again. And where does it come into? You know, right into Friday's close. And that is a long 100 times out of 100. And I've just been going long on everything else, right? It's like that's what we're doing on Google. That's what we're doing here on Meta. But that right into 185 should have sat there and been long. I feel a little silly not having a $2 winner, but that's a tough one. It looks like we'll have a $2 loser if Tesla ever breaks, because it's right back down again, down to 195.50. I'm going to wait for even lower into 195 before we average in and put on a decent position. So let's just hold out on Tesla. Hopefully it can get going. If it doesn't, it's an easy out, because we haven't been averaged in. We only got we've been averaged in, but we got one piece out here, and we're not really dancing with it here. So let's wait for one more move back to the downside. Hey, like Neil mentioned, if we can get something out at 197.50, I'm down for that, and that's exactly what we'll do.
Exactly, and look, I'm down for this Snapchat. It's actually holding 1150 pretty well. But before, I already talked about that one, so I did want to get back to Coinbase for you guys, because on Friday, there's a 65.50 top. The huge level I like is 67, actually 67.5 the last couple times it tested it. But this level right here, if we break it, there's $2 worth of upside, so you get to that 67. If it doesn't break, I'd look for a curl short off the high. Otherwise, that's the real level that we've been every single time it gets to 67, I'm shorting between 67 and 67.50. It's been good every time I've actually held on to it. No curl whatsoever right now at that 65.5 from Friday. Oh, there it is. So when I say curl, it just means it breaks the high and then tries to reject. So it tries to reject, doesn't go like 25, 35 cents, and then comes back under. I short the actual previous top and then give it to the next level up, which it looks like it almost wants to take out. But I want to catch it trying to go on the way back down. If it takes out 66, it's probably just headed to that 67.5 area. And that's the next place I will play the short. Brendo, what's up, bud?
Nothing new that I can see on this today, but nice bounce here for CRM, Salesforce, after a couple of days to end last week after earnings were blowout right across the board. So back to the upside, just went red to green for CRM.
All right, really glad we talked a little bit about Google here today and buying that break longer, right? So this was a name that we had right on here, man. It's talking about some strength, and I'm glad we have that. It's Google making that move back up to the upside. But other than that, everything kind of just chilling out. ENPH going ham, right? Enphase, someone's mentioning there in the chat. This is a pretty expensive stock. But yeah, wow, nice move for Enphase. Huge move up, obviously, here for them today, up 5 and a bit, looking to take out some levels. Thanks for that note there on Enphase. Wow, you are still pushing higher. And again, you know, these guys have a lot of talk here about everything as far as solar and everything going on through. So new energy name, Enphase going to the upside here again today. Wow, I mean, again, doesn't normally have too much volume in the pre-market, so it wasn't really on anybody's watch list, but there goes Enphase right now, 230. It's a great name, and it's moving upside. So maybe Tesla can catch some Enphase love here as well.
Yeah, that's a crazy move on them. It's not one I would necessarily want to chase. I'm literally trying to chase Snapchat as we speak, though, and it just keeps on climbing. I'm always looking for a bit of a dip buy to get into the trend. So now it's a patience game. You basically have cleared out that 1150 area. It's the 1150 that I'm going to like, so we'll have to be patient with that one. BBIO, I want to come back to this because I think it has a chance to do what it did Well, it's already done this once. So, bouncing off 17, grinds higher, gets to 19. It's starting to come back in. So I've now placed a bid in there. I'm bidding in front of that 16 level that I like. If it can come down and hold it, great. We're going to go long again, play it to that 19 area. Well, probably 18 first and then 19, and then just sort of see what can happen with BBIO. Silvergate, I'm in Coinbase off of that little, that 16, 65, 50 up down move. But here comes Silvergate, which I do like to short the pop in. So in coin now, doesn't mean I won't trade Silvergate here, but it's getting up to that 550 it rejected that we wanted to crack at earlier, but it just didn't quite come high enough. I think we're going to get that opportunity on a SI. Tesla, it doesn't get to VWAP. Oh, that wick. It doesn't get to VWAP. And literally as I'm saying it, it's like, okay, there it goes. There's another breakdown. I'm now stopped out because I want to load up at the 95, and I don't want a 95 stop. I do not want to have my stop resting at $195. I want the ability to kind of hold through that level and kind of gear up, take some of the fills just in case it holds it, does that fake break, and then comes back into the upside. I feel like you're getting to 195 at this point. I could definitely be wrong about that. And thank you, DJ. BABA is at not all-time highs. BABA is at the high of the day. I do like the shorts in Alibaba, but not quite just yet. 90.50 was the level I like, so it's getting close.
I'll be if Bob was at all-time highs, I'd be cashing out.
That's my bad.
No. Of course you didn't mean that. All right, so we're holding on to Tesla. We waited. That 195 is going to break. We got the long that we wanted down there on Tesla. So there it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Spin it a little bit here. Number in 1 minute. We just got out of Tesla. Yes, sir. Thank God. Hallelujah for that one. We held Tesla all the way back upside right there. We got the fill that we wanted, 195.30. We talked about it. So let's see what happens right now with this number. It's going to be dangerous to hold anything into it, but we do have Brendan coming up. It's only 30 seconds away. What was the number again? Factory orders. Okay, so coming up very soon. We're going to get another piece out there of Tesla, but yes, sir, Tesla working for us right now. Go to Brendan.
Hey guys, we'll get this month-over-month number anyways for U.S. factory orders. Really the only notable number that's coming across today. There's also core durable goods. This is a revision though, so shouldn't move the market too much. In about 5 seconds, expected negative 1.8 for U.S. factory orders. Again, month-over-month, 1.6. So negative 1.6%. So a little bit higher than forecast down here. U.S. core durable goods. 0.8 versus 0.7. So again, a little bit higher than expected on both of those coming out there at 10 o'clock. 0.4 overall for the S&P 500. Nice look to start the morning. The Dow, 0.17. The Russell, all three of them were positive. The 2000 has since gone back to the downside. There's the NASDAQ, 0.5%. 0.43 overall. We were discussing a number of things this morning, including China ADRs back to the upside as we saw Tesla and Apple. Just watching that move in the Russell. There was a spike there on volume as well, guys. But again, both U.S. factory orders, durable goods numbers comes out higher than expected from last month, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, that spike, sometimes you get that spike one way or the other, it doesn't matter, and it kind of gives you a fill. Well, it gave me the fill on Coinbase there. Now it's right back into the upside. So you got the fill. You take what it gives you on that kind of a move because often you get that rubber band action and it just sort of snaps back on you. So that did happen. I did get it. And now I want to, first I have to adjust my stop order. Actually, you know what? Actually, don't have to. I'm probably just going to rinse and repeat it off these highs, and then I can leave the stop in. I'll take it. I'll jump back in, get myself a little bit of a better price. But if it cracks 66, I think it's headed to that 67.50 that we liked before. BBIO doesn't want me in. Ooh, there goes coin. So like the second I get back in, get better price, it's now breaking through the high. So now this is on the way, I think, to that 67.5. If I short something before that, it's got to be Silvergate. SI is a bit of a different story, kind of in their own bucket, and it's only now getting to 550, 575, the entry price we were looking for earlier. So I'm out of coin and looking for that next level to the upside, which I do think we're going to get. Tesla's still holding 195.50. I feel like it's getting to 195, so I'm trying to wait for that, and I'm trying to wait for BBIO to come back in as well. So those are the two that I'm looking for to the long side. Two shorts I'm looking for are Silvergate 575 area and 67.5 on coin, which we could see.
Okay, so we're out of half of our Tesla already, guys. That 195 is here right now. So I'm just watching it. We're going to get out if it breaks lower, obviously, on this name. So that's something that we're waiting for to see if it does happen. But it is a 195 break on Tesla. All these outs here at 190. We're lucky enough to get that fill and then bang it out to the upside. So Tesla will be a small hit regardless of what happens now. So that's, for me, that's definitely a thumbs up there because we're wrong on Tesla today as it continues to fall down. But great sizing, great trading and everything there on Tesla, not allowing this one to be that big of a hit at all, but still a hit as it's breaking lower, right? I mean, you can't win if you're going to be long on a stock that just keeps going down all day, but we were able to get that and then out of half of it. So, that was a saving grace for me there on Tesla, but let's just wait to see where it goes. What's really rocking is Google. Google's at the high right now, and that's continuing to make a move. So everything is working completely fine except for Tesla. So let's wait to see if that one will give us a little bit of reprieve and go back to the upside. But there's Google, man. This was a great trade for us early, and we still have it late. So it's only 10 o'clock. Lots of stuff could still happen here today. It's only a half hour. Feels like it's been open a little bit longer than that with all these moves and just the back and forth. We did catch an NVIDIA as well on that move. Again, right back upside. So NVIDIA is going to be a positive name for us today as well. The only name that we've struggled with is Tesla. Everything else is awesome. And so far, so good, man. We've really cooked up some profits here today. Let's just see if we can hold them. But looks like Tesla's going to lose and drop down a little bit here, breaking now through 195. So, there it is. Let's just get ready, man. It just keeps on bouncing off of it. But the more times you test this, in a weak name, I think you've been lucky to get these out. So that's why we took them. We took out half. It hasn't been great, but that pop we got out and that pop we got out. So, Greg Popovich right now for Tesla.
Hey yourself. He is one of the greatest all-time interviews that I've ever seen.
And he's going to get Wembanyama.
And, maybe they will get him. Last time he got someone like that, you know what happened. I'm into Alibaba. I said there was two shorts I was looking for. I neglected to mention, remember Alibaba 90 to 90 and a half. Okay, well, it broke 90, didn't get to 90 and a half, so that's in the target area for the short, 90 to 90 and a half. And then once it didn't hold 90, I'm going to short the first time here in BABA. If it comes back to like 89.50 to 89.75, this area here is where I want the first out. And then if it breaks channel down, 89 would be the next level. Tesla has now broken.
Yep.
So it broke 95. I wanted to let it break this level because I didn't want to have an even dollar stop. So I want to give it some room underneath here. This is going to be one of those, if it gets like that first half dollar and can't hold it and it flushes, then we just get out of Dodge. By the way, Coinbase is about $1 away. Keep looking up because Coinbase could get to that 67 level that I like so much. But Tesla, I wanted to give that over-under chance. I'm back in at 16s. We'll see if it has a chance to hold this one, but I don't want to risk a full dollar on this trade because that's a big break, that 195. And again, still looking for some opportunity to get into Snapchat. That stock will not pull back to get me into that long.
Wow, I mean, I'm still so impressed with Google here. Google's really, really working long right now and just continuing. First of all, we just got to have some Ford there. Google was what I'm looking at right now, continuing its march higher, man. We looked at that long. We've been looking at a Google long for a bit. It's a nice one, man. Nice move upside right there for Google, still continuing its march. And then Ford, a little bit of trouble there. But again, I should have bought more at the bottom. It's just, I was wondering about it. The market was up and still Ford not up that much against the market. So maybe now it wants to work. Let's let Ford settle down a little bit. We do have something offering at 10 right now. We're going to see if that wants to play. And if not, then we can be gone on that one. One name that we said we'd look at was Amazon. This is a name that we continue to trade pretty much every day. I like it to the short side, but it's been really good off the longs, man. This 94.75 a couple times have been hitting for that long, and then upside. Normally I'll look at this and be like, hey, man, if it breaks there, then we're going to get out and start to average into the short. But I just feel like we got to play in and around some of these ranges right now. And there goes NVIDIA back down to the downside as well. So that's breaking the day's low. So we got out of NVIDIA, taking down 237 right now. What's up, Brendo?
Just seeing Snapchat up here, huge. 12.5%, guys, just absolutely on a tear. $12 incoming, heavy volume. There was a UK regulator headline this morning in regards to Snapchat, but nothing too significant otherwise that I'm seeing at this point. But heavy volume here to the upside on Snap.
Oh my goodness. It's just like now I'm canceling bids again on Snapchat because if it comes down to 1150, that's a much different story at this particular point. Like it's through the 50 period, the 200 period. Now all of a sudden like 1240 seems like Like, if anything, this feels like it should be a short up at 1240, which is completely insane to say. But that's where we're at right now for Snapchat. I'll be frustrated with myself for not getting into it, but you got to be able to move on to the next. And I'm not going to chase it at those prices. Coinbase is here now, so here's 67. Now, this has been a good trade pretty much every time it's gotten here the last couple of weeks, but at some point this might not actually win. But I'm here for above 67 and then the fills to like 67.5. So it's in that range that I want to start getting that short. It looks like we're going to have a chance to get it as it is now inbound. NVIDIA, the short worked. It was pretty clean off that 240 level. It's still trending to the downside. There hasn't really been a green candle just yet on my 15-minute, obviously, as you can see. But that 237 is holding rather nicely on NVIDIA. I wanted to get back in. I thought we'd see 240 again. Obviously, we have not. Tesla, I said give some room beneath that 195. The 15-minute is not going to be able to tell you that story. But it does hold at 195, at least up, down. Now, all of a sudden, you get the underfills. Allow yourself to get some of the underfills. And then can it get back into VWAP? So it's ridiculous not to take anything out, because the last time I wanted to get something closer to VWAP, you never got it. So I need to get something out above 195, then about here, 195.75 from before, and then can it get back up into that 97 level? But the thing about Tesla is I've taken 1, 2, 3 outs already just to try to stay alive for the bounce, because it's been giving you dip buys every day, and then you want to be able to try to hold them. But one too many times, and all of a sudden you're just trying to get back to flat on the stock and instead of trying to make that bank. Originally, Alibaba is the other short that we're in here. It's going to be testing these highs right now. It's starting to go. So Coin, Baba, both in these short ranges as the market is taking out the tops. Ooh, it's about to be spicy.
Yeah, I love this, man. Love these longs today. They've just been pretty huge. So we'll continue to watch them. Tesla back up to one. So first of all, new position right now. I know Neil's talking about Tesla, but new position right now, SI. Right here. So there we go. SI came right into the close again from Friday. So yeah, quite a nice move upside for SI right now. So let's just continue to wait to see what it wants to do. I mean, SI, I'm going to wait for a 6 break. If it breaks 6, then we're gone. I talked about that. If we got below 5, then we're going to use that as a level. But SI starting to go again, man. I mean, hey. If it's going to get blown out, it's going to get blown out. For me, I think we're in the right spot right now on this name, just waiting for something to happen on SI. So, we took the 70 right there off of that close. So we're going to wait to see if that works. I'm not in love with this name by any stretch of the imagination. Let's just see if it works off 60. It's not a big position, but there is some shares here for us on SI. So we're going to wait for $6 to break, and if it does, then we're gone. But SI right now on the short through $6. So that's something that we're going to have to wait for. If it breaks, then we're gone on SI. Ford started to go a little bit, so we got some 10s again. It's a positive trade, man. It's a good one for us. My number one trade, though, is Google, as that's still at the day's high right now, 75 cents in the money on that one. SI getting spicy. Go, Brendo.
There wasn't much of a reaction initially to this, guys, but back to the upside we go for C3AI. Kerrisdale Capital, short. This one, not working too well right now, guys.
Well, probably not. As you can obviously tell, no, it is what it is. You take these short reports there. Coin, here it is. Take the fills above that 67, 67.5. That's going to be that out for me. If it gets there, it gets there. Ooh, NVIDIA is getting back above 239. So we could see another run at that 240 level. Yeah, we're getting to some pretty key levels in here. I'm going to give it one more chance. There it is. A little bit of a turn on Coinbase off of the high. So I just wanted to see a little tiny bit of weakness, and then all of a sudden it has to now just hold the top. So I don't like having even dollar stops. You can probably guess at about where I like to put that stop out there on Coinbase, but I did just get out of Alibaba. Someone in the chat was like, I don't like your short on Alibaba. That's okay. We don't have to. I like that chance, taking the short in here, giving it to the high of the day, and then looking for the VWAP retracement. It's just a setup that I like. It's at a price area that I like. And if it does it at 90.50, I'd probably take another shot at that one long as well. I might have just missed my chance at BBIO. That's a little bit frustrating. No, maybe not. It's consolidating at 17. I was waiting down at 16.5. I think I might just take the shot, getting something in front of 17 here a little bit more aggressively, because it's giving you the consolidation. Stop that here, and then hunt for that 16 level a little bit better.
All right, so here goes SI right now, breaking above 6, and there it goes. So we're going to get stopped out on SI. So we'll go flush ourselves down the toilet. I was long on Friday, and short today, but there goes SI. Nice move to the downside again. So congratulations, anybody that, upside. Congratulations, because we weren't on that name on Friday to the short side. So now today it goes long, and different day, different result, same result, but different move. I guess we could have held it to 650 or so. We'll see if it sort of gets like a little bit top heavy right now on SI. If we do see a move back down, we'll try to short it. But for right now, it just continues to make it to the upside. Looks like you get some size there, but that's not real size. It can just get right through that. We're not playing off size for sure. We're going to try to play a momentum change on this one. And for right now, it just doesn't look like it has anything. So nice downside move there. And you want to talk about getting bottom wicks all the time. It didn't happen all the time, but it did today. There's NVIDIA, took down 237. We're, made money on the stock, and then it just dropped out. So the market at the highs, that's great. It's great news for any of the longs that are on board right now, but unfortunately, we got out of NVIDIA there. Still, nice moves, and that last out was 237.23, out right there, 90. So it's a 30-cent hit. And on this exact same move, that's about $1.30 there too. So anyways, it's moving upside, doesn't matter. NVIDIA stopped out, making me think about maybe AMD as well, down here at 82 bucks. So that's a level that you could look at there, trying to break higher. But look again, back down to the lows, hit them, then right back upside. The market is just very choppy right now. I know we're taking out the highs, but still, up, down, boom, boom. Now we're lasting up here, which is nice. So if we can hold some of these, then I think we just activate some of these longs and keep them. But you know what we've made a lot of money back on here? We are now short, of course, Tesla. We shorted 195.30s. So it's a nice move. We got some out at O's. Now Tesla's starting to come back in. I'm waiting here at 60. We'll see if we can make 70 cents on the short now for Tesla. So again, it's just about not being married to the same way. We were long, then we got back in off of that 50 short. Let's see if Tesla can make a move down. We're bidding 60s, but you know what, man? Let's just get something out right now at 70. There it is. Now we'll wait for a little bit of a lower move. There we go, making that money. All right, now it's bouncing, see? You got to. Like if we took Tesla out, we got some good outs there. We should have taken it all out, but Tesla's pretty choppy. Good thing we just got a 72 there, guys. And Ford at day's high right now for Ford. That's going to be a good one.
So a couple of things. One, I just got out of Coinbase. It took another leg to the upside. Actually, I just had an accidental long in Alibaba. It is strong. It's now through that 90-50 area. But then I remember that's not an even line in the sand. That is 90-50. That is 91. So it actually has to clear 91. Check my notes and remember that one because it needs to clear that 91 to really get going. NVIDIA is getting into the pocket, but so is SI, $66.65. That's where the next level is up for me on Silvergate. If it gets anywhere near to that, I am still going to take the shot at the short. Tesla and that wick are still there. It did just make this bounce. As I was getting stopped on Coinbase, you had that wick bounce off that same under 95 entry we were able to take. This time I will actually get something out here. Every single time, it's like where you think you're going to get out in front of 96, it'll stall a little bit shy of that. So just looking for Tesla to get back into VWAP, and if it can, that 197.5 level. But the over-under at 195 has given you at least a solid entry point, but you had to let it break. I mean, coin is off to the races now. I don't have any levels I like on Coinbase till it gets to like 70. And Silvergate, this is the turn that I think is probably a little bit more not ludicrous, or lucrative, I should say. 6:35 Friday high, early morning of Thursday. That's 6:60, sorry, it was afternoon, 6:65 area on Thursday. That's where I want to be shorting Coinbase. I waited for the pop. Here is that pop, and NVIDIA right back up to my level. So 240 was the short the first time. We were able to scalp it to 38.5 and then get the last out in front of 37. I'm going right back to that well until it tells me that this is no longer valid. And that's when it breaks out and holds above that 240 level. Great move on NVIDIA to the upside, but Silvergate looking for that next turn. And C3AI, I saw that from Brendo. This was flushing 29. I thought this had given it up. 29 was a huge level for this stock, but don't forget 31 as well on the daily chart. Zoom back out and realize it's got some room to be able to run, but that's a huge double top break. This needs to be bought back in that 29 area. I'm looking for the 29 dip on C3AI. I only like the long above that level, and now it's cleared it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into, okay, there we go. We got a little bit more of SI right now. Just trying to get back into it in case that was sort of the pump fake back up to the upside there on SI. So let's just wait to see if that was the move. I don't know for SI, but it is making a nice move right now back in. Yeah, I don't know. That high is 620. I'd rather not wait around for that high, but of course, if we have to, we will. Right now, 620 for SI, waiting around for that. I could see as a possibility for me right there for SI. So let's wait on that one. Okay, Tesla trying to come in again here. So shout out to everybody that's on Tesla. Again, it's still dancing around 196. I'm trying to use that as my stop. So we're going to watch out for Tesla still trying to do something right now on that one. Google upside. And by the way, Ford, nicely done, man. Thanks to Momo and everybody else out there. We really held that one, and now it's a nice upside move here for Ford as that's continuing. We just got a 15, which was the high of the day. So that's so far so good. Oh, man, it looks like SI. We'll try it. We'll try to put... We have enough to do this, but I don't want to be completely wrong all the time. So let's just put some more shares in and around 10 here, see if we can get something, and then hopefully we do pull back. And if not, SI will be our most negative name today if this fails right now. Tesla we've lost on. SI, though, is our worst trade because it just didn't hold that 6. Let's see where SI goes now. Hopefully we can get a little bit of revenge. Short at 96. Honestly, if we can get something back into here, would be pretty good into the 60s for SI. I know, sounds crazy, but that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and still looking for this BBIO starting to really slow down. It didn't get those 17s. At this point, it's weak enough here, trending to the downside, that I'm going to back off that 17. I liked the long previously, but when it bounces from that, it just rejected VWAP in 18 even. I think the long is probably off 16 or just breaking out above VWAP. Something along those lines makes more sense to me. But Alibaba, look over, Coinbase is not there yet. Okay, so that one's still okay. 68.5 it's at. That 70 level does look pretty good. But Alibaba's getting to that 90 level. So it tried to break 90 previously. This is a huge move up. Pinduoduo is doing the same thing as well. About to get filled. No, I just missed by 10 cents on NVIDIA for that short. That's fine. NVIDIA's strong. It's going to get there. I think it'll come back and pick me up in front of that 240 for the short again. But wow, Alibaba. It's now carrying through that 91. I always give it that little bit of a count. Is it holding the break? Is it holding the break? It looks like it's holding the bid. And let's go for it. So I'm now into it. I just wanted to make sure it didn't immediately snap back in. Why do I like it? It's got room to what I think is the next level on the upside is about $93, the 200 period moving average. And then when it was here last time, it wicked right to 21, resistance at 21 for a few days. I didn't like 90.50, but above that level, there's a big gap to be filled to the upside. Suddenly 90.50 becomes that out. So if it pulls back, I still have the cover of that 90.50 area on this name. And here comes NVIDIA. So I knew NVIDIA was probably going to give us at least one chance at this level. It looks like it's going to be two. That 240 certainly incoming. It's already worked once. At some point, it's going to break this. But I'm going to short it until it does. Brendan, give us a small cap recap, bud.
Hey guys, yeah, lots moving in small cap land once again today. A lot of the AI related names back to the upside as we were talking there. If you missed it again, that Kerrisdale Capital with a short report on AI itself, C3 AI. But here we go, day highs right now for C3 AI back to the upside, dragging a lot of the other ones along with it, including Big Bear, BBAI actually up more right now than C3 AI. So a nice look for BBAI, SOUN, not really playing along today. Downside so far, but trying to get back to the upside. There's this KALA earnings name today, better than expected earnings for them. They also had a couple of positive analyst moves. My chart has frozen, but you can tell on the daily chart there, we did gap to the upside. TCRR, also another one that popped up this morning on this note. Adaptimmune, they're buying this Adaptimmune company from the UK. So TCRR taking out ADAP, but TCRR up nicely on that note as well. This one as well, BBIO, one-year high, positive dwarfism therapy data for them for that bridge bio, guys. Back over to you.
Take it to the bridge.
Yes, sir. There goes Tesla breaking 196 right now, so that's a good long for you. There, as it looks like it wants to continue to go. I still can't believe we're out of NVIDIA. Is that just making new highs right now? And that's what sometimes happens, man. You're going to get stopped out, and we did on that NVIDIA, which sucks as it just continues to make a move higher. SI did pull back. We did make back a decent amount of our money, but we didn't get out. So we're going to have to wait to see if we're able to get anything out right now on SI. We're still waiting for the 60s, but we are bouncing a little bit off 80 right now. So we've been getting out of some Ford. So let's put another bid down here. If we're able to get something out of SI, maybe we'll just do that if it does fall back in again. But yeah, Tesla's back up to the upside. So that'll be our worst stock. And Google's still rocking. That's $1 in the money now as well. Yeah, I guess AMD, Intel. I mean, we sort of knew this was going to be a green day. We only wrote down longs on here. And it's just stupid that we don't have some better longs, to be honest with you. But right now, another one's coming in for Apple, possibly, looking at 155 again right now and bouncing off that top wick of 155.20 one more time. This could be a short against there. I just don't know if we want to short the market right now.
Yeah. Well, see, I agree. I don't think you want to short the market. Because above that 12.4 and approaching 1%, I think that's kind of like it's a difficult bet up there because I'm not seeing a big level. But NVIDIA, once again, that 240, it's so strong here. So this time, when it gives the fill at 239.5, like that first initial scalp trade, I mean, it just doesn't even, like, it just bounces off it in a matter of seconds. Like, this is a strong stock at this particular point. Like, I almost feel like it's a given that we're going to see a break at this level, but it hasn't really happened just yet. You're still holding up. I keep looking over because I still have BABA, looking to see if it holds that 90.50 on the backside. And if I get 239, I'll take another leg out. Just going to be a little bit more aggressive this time, taking some wins over there in NVIDIA because I feel like it's going to take that top on us. This Kala, I totally forgot about that because I was watching BBIO. Wow, that was pretty solid. If you go back, 19 bottom, still gapping above. It does need to clear 22. Just be careful with the spread on this thing. Like, it's not the average $20 stock. And there it is, NVIDIA on the break to the upside. It is now taking out the top. It felt stronger this time. So I'm now out of the short. I'm in to the long. This is a big level. If NVIDIA wants to continue from here and the market wants a 2% day, then NVIDIA is going to do some NVIDIA things. It was good the first time, that short, but eventually you got to pay yourself out, and the trend is to the upside on NVIDIA.
Yeah, man. Big time upside move there for NVIDIA today, and it just keeps on going. And here goes Apple right now as well. Above that 155. I guess Apple wants to keep going now, too. Oh, man. What's Apple up now? 2 and a bit? Wow, Apple just continuing to motor, man. That's 155.10 is what we really did like. I almost feel like we just got to go long now and just wait for this thing to come through. Apple, wow. I don't know, man. Ford is going back up to the upside right now. Tesla continues to march as well. Again, if we just held our longs, we'd be fine, but we just started to go short again. 197 maybe. But again, Tesla just back and forth. So, we're down on it, but I feel like we could short it against 197. We've been shorting, and I know it's been wrong. And I think we have Danielle Shea on later on today since it's Monday. And I'm just going to go short here. We'll try it again against 197. Give this up to maybe 197.50, which was some of those ticks. But if it wants to work, it wants to work. That's 198 to 200. That's 197.50 right there. So we'll go short now again and wait for 197.50 on Tesla. Hopefully it can come in. Ford, okay, that's a nice out. We've already talked about that. And then SI holding strong right now, up today, but just keeps bouncing off 81, 82. Where am I? I thought I'm at 84. So we just bounced off 85. So a little bit more downside. We'll get an 84 here on SI, hopefully soon. And then we'll let this one fall back into the 60s. That's a level that we're looking at. But short Tesla into that 197.50 area, I guess. And then we'll see if that breaks, then fine. But I can still see Tesla being a little weak. But the market's up 1% again. So fighting the trend has never been anyone's friend.
No, it really isn't. That's why, I got the reversal on NVIDIA, but I didn't get a full fill. So I look back, I'm like, no, I didn't even get all my bid at that 240. I canceled and then went back in front of the 240. I just scalped it to 241, and I'm going to look to buy the dip if in fact there is one. I'm just checking back in on Coin. So Coin didn't get to 70, so I don't know if I like that short unless it gets to that 70 level. Tesla continues to churn. It's now through VWAP. But Tesla, it's still lagging, man. If we get to 197.5, I got to seriously consider if it can't take this out, it could just be take the out, get out of there, look for the next trade, which I think is the right way to go about it. Intel's flat on the day, and the market's up 1%. So I know someone, I forget who was in the chat, telling me, Neil, you missed an opportunity to short Intel. I mean, I feel like that happens from time to time, and it just wasn't on my radar because NVIDIA had the bigger level, and NVIDIA I just liked a lot better at its levels. But you did not get through Friday's high with any gusto on Intel. If we do not get through the top here and the market reverses, it becomes a name that's sort of low-hanging fruit to short off that top. So if we get back to the high and the market gets resistance, I'd rather be shorting a name that is weak. Intel is still weak if it doesn't clear out today's high. So I want to put that one in the bucket of something I can still look for the shorts in. NVIDIA, I'd rather be buying that dip. And just to go back to Snapchat, never got into this long. That'll be the story of the day on Snap. It doesn't quite break the 12 to get into the 12 to 1240 range where I thought the shorts would be like money fill short above 12. It hasn't done so, so 12 still the resistance level for now on Snapchat. If it breaks out from there, it's still got some room till it gets to resistance on the daily.
All right, we're 50 cents in the money on Tesla, but we need this stock to go a little lower than that. I feel like the missed trade here, it's 10:30, so lots of opportunities still to get back in. But Meta, that 185 there, I mean, we knew this was going to be a strong name. It's kind of like Apple. Again, it just came right. I mean, I've been buying dips into the closes of the past days on names that I think are strong. So that was, that was missed. I mean, it came in a couple times, Meta. Obviously, off the open, it was pretty weak down here to 185 and now starting to pick up again. But, when you look at the market, I mean, the market is still rallying to the upside. So Meta's kind of coiling up now. So I feel like a 189 break and this thing could go again. The only problem is it was also coiling up down here. So I still feel like if you take a 189 break, you're probably not going to get out until you break back down below like 187, 187.50. That does a 189 break have day's high written on it for 190. I don't know. I don't know if the risk to reward is in Meta right now. So we'll wait on Meta a little bit. Tesla did dump back right into the 50 period again off another short. We've just been shorting on the way up and lost. We did good here and then lost that last one, then gave it 50 cents, and now we're much more in the money. Well, now we're 50 cents in the money. So right back there, we could take this. I still feel like a 195.50, something like that, down into here. That little bottom is 195.90, so I'm at 195.80, right where this top is, right there, to get a piece out if Tesla wants to continue to fall. We'll take $1. I mean, take a 50-cent hit, take $1 on the win. Let's see if it wants to pull back down. In a weak market, I like this name downside, obviously. So let's just continue that. Weak against the market today, Tesla, and weak in my blotter as we're down on it. SI, man, it just went down again to 85, and I'm like sitting here at 84 waiting for this thing, and now it's popped up another 10 cents against me. So I'm still gonna wait. I'm just gonna be stubborn. It just keeps on bouncing off 85. Doesn't really make any sense why, but you don't have to ask questions, you just have to trade it. So we're gonna go short one more time and try to appreciate this off of 620, but right now SI definitely not giving that break lower that I'd hoped for right there. That's what we were waiting for. Didn't come through on SI. So, all right. Did we get ready to throw to Brendo yet? I didn't.
We will in a second, but I just scalped the break on NVIDIA, and it's a holding above 241. This is insane on NVIDIA. Like, it rejects a monster level again, and then it gives you the short, but now this long, getting back into it's going to be tricky up at these highs, especially with the market kind of slowing down a little bit, but you almost have to join that trend somewhere. Look, just a couple of names out there for you before I thought we're going to Brennan. Call slowed down, not really seeing a heck of a lot there. That BBIO, which is the other small cap I'm tracking, it just bounced off 17 again. I guess this is the trend. I just canceled it. I'm like, let's go somewhere else. And then this is still the trade-off 17. It's just not doing much. The volume absolutely tapering off. So I might just have to give up on this one, doing something for me. And then Tesla, always have to zoom back in because that wick, trying to hold VWAP, doesn't get to 197, which, I'm looking for the last out up in this range, 97 to 97.5. If it does not hold this next push to the upside, I'm just going to have to trail out. It's lower high again. So we made decisions, I think, at the right times. It's just not enough follow through here. So if it gets back, cannot hold 195.80, I'll trail out for about $1.25, something like that. And if the next push to the upside breaks the high, great. If it fails 197, I have a chance to maybe get out sort of trailing just underneath that. So 3 ways I could get out here. Fail break at 97, we'll get out this range, or we get out as it takes out the top. Otherwise, just going to put the trail in right now underneath this last support at 195.75.
All right, we're able to get out of some of our Tesla there, so that was a good trade for us to be able to get out of it at least anyways, right there for Tesla. So just hit down there at 195.80, so that was an out, and here it goes, man, blasting right back up to the upside. So it's like we can't catch a win here on this. Well, we did. We caught one win, and then it came right back to the upside again. So it's a good thing we talked about that level right there, 195.80, because that's what we just took. So that was a good out there for us. But yeah, still losing on the next 2/3. We only got over a third of it there on Tesla. So we'll still be there. And we got an average in on SI, but I don't know if this average is any good or not. We just got a 10. Remember, we're going to 20 here on SI. This name could really get blown out. So now that we're averaged in, if it comes back below 6, I mean, we could start to take a little bit out. I'm still waiting for that to break right there, 584 on Silvergate. But all right, now we're set up and ready to go. Let's go over to Brendan. Only a half hour left in our show.
Hey guys, yeah, equity's kind of chopping around here back to the upside. Crypto, a little bit of a bounce as well underway, but still more to come this week ahead of Fed Chair Powell again testifying both tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. All eyes on that testimony. All eyes then a little bit further down the road on Friday, we'll get non-farm payrolls as well. But the Silvergate crisis, as this note points to, continuing here. We had that big move to the downside to end last week on both, this is Ethereum, but on both Bitcoin and Ethereum. We're still kind of chopping around within the bottom end of the range here for both. That's ETH. There's Bitcoin as well. We're below these support levels around 22.5, trying to get back to 22.5 actually as we speak right now. But red across the board, 22.437. 1569, both just into negative territory, 1 to 2% otherwise, top to bottom here for crypto markets, guys.
So just sort of looking at both coin and Silvergate here, because you just talked about crypto. Silvergate, sort of coin got to 69, kind of pulling back in there, and I never really got any of the money fills above 6 in Silvergate, because once it got above there, I was looking back toward, you know, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll get 630, we'll get 630 into 665, but it hasn't happened. So this is the next consolidation down. That's the $6 off the high at 620. So that's an entry. It's not exactly where I wanted it, but at the end of the day, it's telling you lower high here. And then the same thing in Coinbase, but Coinbase is already going. That's the problem. Coinbase is already going. And I don't know if we can, I don't want to chase Coinbase, but I can get SI at a reasonable price. Whereas Coinbase, like look at this thing, 68. It's already down entirely too far. There's a bidder on Coinbase now, so I'm going to take anything I can between 590 or maybe even 585 and that $6 level. As what just came out, Tesla, yeah, I said I have the trailing stop. Trailing stop just hit on Tesla, so Tesla back into the downside. Make some back, not all, because it couldn't carry through to that 198 level, but Tesla definitely giving it to you off of that over under 195. Now it's starting to reverse a little bit here. Still have some Alibaba that's trying to break out, and NVIDIA just came back and tapped that 240.
Tap that.
So, okay, well, I didn't get everything the first time, but I just was able to get some on the way back in on NVIDIA. Just snapped right back into the half, so I'll take some out, rinse and repeat, because the market is trying to get to what I think is a little bit of a high. But NVIDIA, the long off that break. Once it broke that resistance, work in the longs, because you got to go with the trend here.
The boy's back. Bang for everybody out there. Let's go. Finally, SI is failing, and we are back into the money now on our SI. We can do the money dance here as SI fading out pretty good. We said we'd wait for some 75, 76s, but it just faded out, man. We got a great fill down there. Let's see if SI wants to make that move back down again. So this one is cash money. And finally, right now, Tesla finally starting to go back to the downside here today. Wow, way too many executions on this name. But I said we don't normally trade it that well, and I don't think we did again. So there it is, Tesla. Good trade, whatever, this last one. But, I mean, if you just keep on shorting, eventually one of them's going to work. I mean, I don't want to hold out too much for Tesla here, but I don't have any bids until I was going to say until 195. That's coming out right now to the downside. Let's cancel that. Maybe we do have Tesla here at a good little level up there. I mean, You know, we already got some out at the bottom of the day here. If we can retest that, that'd be pretty sweet. So 194.60. I mean, that's coming in right now. So let's just put a bid down there right at that bottom of the day here for Tesla. See if we can catch that right down here, 194.60. Off of that, again, we just kept bumping up. I mean, going short in front of VWAP and the 50 period, that's something that I'm just going to do every time because that's what I do. But unfortunately, we did step out and up and out of that. So now we're going to wait for Tesla. Hopefully it can come back in. You just saw where my bid was, 194.60 right there. We already have that fill, but we're going to see if we can get it again. That's actually 194.20 fill down there for Tesla. SI, I mean, all right, I'll take it. I don't want to get out too much, but I'll bid 83 here, see if we can get that as it's starting to just go a little bit. It was a nice move down. I still wait for a little bit lower on SI. Let's cancel our 76, see if we can get that 83 fill now. I don't know why I bid 83, just because that was where we bid it. But we are resisting this 75, and now we're making a move back up. So we can adjust our stop. We're out of actually half of what we had there because it did put us back to a positive state when it was down here at 75. If it continues to make a move, then we'll get some more out. But I think we'll just rest now. We've been going short on this. We got, well, not smoked, but we lost 20 cents early on our first position. Now we're trying to make more back. Because we got this fill, we actually put on the same amount of shares, which is what I mean. So we were short at 6, back down to 75, was 25 cents in the money, and we lost 25 cents. So we got back to sort of a flat position there, but not able to really capitalize on that SI trade. So Google still high side as well. This is at the day's high, so that's a great trade. And then we were able to take advantage of Ford. Look at this move on Ford, Momo, and everybody else out there. It went right up to 18, and we got some more out. So far, so good on some of these reloads here.
Yeah, and look, obviously you see us staying in the pocket with the names that we're covering. That's what we try to do here. Like, you can't trade everything, but you can focus on the names that are moving. So I want to get, Michelle mentioned AMC trying to break out. It is trying to break out 675. I'll get to Snapchat in a quick second because I just got into that one short. But AMC trying to break this 675. $7, big level from last week. Pivot, it's an obvious pivot level. You can see it had support on here right at the end of the month and then rejected 7 even on the first. So I think 7 is the big level on AMC, which is why I don't like a 675 break. Not into overhead resistance at 7 even. If it did, if you like that break, fair enough. I don't like the risk to reward in that particular situation. So $7, definitely a bigger level. If you have the shorts or the longs at 650, much better than having them up here, at least from my understanding of it. So Snapchat broke 12, got to 1207, and then came back down. So that's that wick top I'm looking for. It's in the resistance area on the daily as well. So if it starts holding the high, then I want to work into a short, try to get an average price of about $12. Look for the old VWAP retracement trade. 12 short to 10 gives you good risk to reward in VWAP, even if you're scalping along the way, which is definitely what I'm going to like here. Bob is still chilling out a little bit, kind of holding that 91, not really doing much, but I'm looking for that next channel up because 93 is what I see on the daily. I can't get C3. I'm going to cancel my C3AI bid. It's still trending to the upside. This might be a 30 break, but I'd rather be playing the dip here. And the next time it dips, 29 was that big breakout price. So I'm looking for the dip into the 29 even. I just got into SI, have not added to it. And yes, Coinbase is also on one. I see you asking that one. Vincent Bowden. I have not seen that name in the chat, but Coinbase is worth talking about. I had it once. I had it twice. I had an accidental long, which would have been good. I didn't sell it. I got out of the short. So that's really, I bought it back, I suppose. But you know what I mean. Now all of a sudden 69 instead of 70 feels like it's a top. It's already a double top, and it's putting in another level here. I don't necessarily want to short this unless it gives me the over-under because I'm already in Silvergate. So I'm going to stick with Silvergate. Normally I'd probably short this, but I feel like you're already short Silvergate. There's no point being in both. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch already. Wow.
Sir.
Hey guys, we're just reading a note here on Meta as well. Just mixnews.com reporting Meta may launch a Quest 2 Game Pass for VR apps. So heads up on Meta. Positive anyways on the day. Positive board to show you here as well, led by, in fact, the tech group here, top left. It's the entire thing basically in positive territory, but semiconductors, as we saw, yeah, huge move for Enphase once again today. SEDG being dragged along with it as well for solar, having a nice day. AMAT and Micron back to the upside, but everything in positive territory. There's Apple 2.6% to the upside. Consumer discretionary names were actually negative to start. You can see in the durable goods and retail groups, there is some red still, but consumer services lifting everything back to the upside. So that's all basically the travel names, including the cruise lines. NCLH leading 3.6%, RCL here, Domino's to the upside, 4% kind of a day for Domino's. DXCM down on positive news for ALGN. So both have the same product, ALGN basically getting the nod. Financials back to the upside today. If you remember back on Friday, they were pretty red at the end of the session, but the only thing that was kind of offsetting. Netflix up here as well, I wanted to mention 2.2%, real estate and utilities. So outside of a few red areas, guys, pretty green market so far, 0.67 right now for the S&P.
It is. You got to pick your spots. So, I mean, Bob has taken forever to finally break the top, so I don't want to celebrate that one just yet because it hasn't really broken that far. But I'm just noting another name in the space that's going, because obviously every one of these is going. Pinterest did go. And someone in the chat was like, yo, why aren't you looking at Pinterest? Or they said another opportunity on Pinterest. Yeah, it broke to 50. It broke this channel, 25.6. It's like, I was fixated on Meta this morning, probably a little bit to my chagrin. I could have just stuck with it, but Snapchat, Pinterest, both making moves. Just note this stock. I mean, every time it gets to resistance level, it tends to respect it. So watch out for this 27.50. I know it's blown through before, but let's see what happens there. I wouldn't chase this one. And its velocity is not there, man. Like the velocity on that stock, it's like watching Jamie Moyer or something like that. Like it's very slowly grinding to the upside. If you don't know who that is, he pitched till he was 50 and he threw about as hard as I do, which credit to him because quite frankly, it's impressive to do that in the major leagues. Alibaba, I was just about to say it's finally breaking through the top and goes another 10 cents up to slap like 25 cents in the money or whatever, and then it's already starting to pull back. So it's just consolidating at this point, but it is above all the major resistance until it gets to the 200 period on the daily here. So I think it stalls out at 93, but there's plenty of room for this to get to 93 if it wants to go. Some people actually like Jamie Moyer. Fair enough. He played a long time. I'll give it to him. But he literally threw
He's
about...
Hall of Famer, no?
He's not in the Hall of Fame.
No, but I think he will. No?
He had this... Nah, he won't make
No?
it. He had the same fast...
longevity.
Well, he did pitch a long time, but I don't think he got to like 250 wins or 300 or anything like that.
No.
He didn't strike out a bunch of guys. But he's the poster child for like slow and steady can win the race. There's lots of ways to be successful. That guy found a way. It's like that. It's like the dude who just kind of just grinds and grinds. He's never, you're never the best, but you're just back there day in, day out, just kind of doing your thing, man. Yeah. And I have to respect that. Like he was definitely a grinder, and you got to respect the grinder. As a trader, you respect the grinder. I don't want to throw any shade on Jamie Moyer. It's just what popped into my head when I said the stock wasn't moving that fast on Pinterest.
Yep. No disrespect to any Jamie Moyer fans out there.
He probably made a shit ton of money too, a bunch of money.
Not probably. Yeah, he definitely would have made a lot of money. I mean, any professional athlete. I mean,
played 20 years.
So there you go. Okay, just real quick, guys, real quick. SI not doing anything, so it's going to be quick, and that's it. We tried. I mean, I even put a bid at 190, or sorry, 590 there, and never got filled. So hopefully it comes back in and starts to fill us up a little bit there.
Oh my God!
On SI, and we can able to make a little bit of money, hopefully on that fill. But who knows? We did already get something out there. Tesla all the way back. We could have got some out again at 195.30. We didn't. We talked about that. Now here it comes. We're going to give it to this 197.50 area. Again, hopefully it doesn't break, but if it does, it does, man. And yeah, talk about going long today. I mean, this is the one trade here that, I gotta do better. Maybe I'll put something on Twitter looking for some help here. How do I hold these? We had the good take long today on Google, and it is still working upside as it continues to go. So I gotta do a better job for sure of holding on to the better names for myself. So Google continues to work, and one name that we've held on pretty good, but it's because we really didn't have much of a choice. That's Ford. I mean, Ford just kind of back and forth here today.
Holy shit.
Not giving me much of a choice, but I do like Ford one more time today. So nice move upside. And then SI finally just cracked 90. That fill just popped in, so I was wondering what just popped in, but it's SI just filled me. So hopefully that can come down. It'll be a good day, but not a great day here to end. Pretty lackluster. I mean, Tesla filling would have been nice. SI to the downside can definitely get us a lot of money here. Ford's been good. Google's been good. Other than that, it's just been Tesla and SI for the two red names today. So maybe we get, wow, okay. We were waiting for above 197 there. We missed the reload short on Tesla.
So a couple of things here. One, shout out to the playmaker who's back.
Oh,
I
good.
see you there. Glad to hear you're doing fine. And yeah, you mentioned GNS there, so I don't mind. We'll go to some GNS for the playmaker. Health is everything, brother, so we're glad to hear you're back. This is another stock that's a bit on one. I want to get to NVIDIA in a second, but this higher low that's being put in, I like the fact that it's $4, first off. I like the fact that it's holding the 50 period. It's got a couple of good green days in a row. Just try to remember what happened to this stock in the last couple of weeks, like 7-2, and that was a pretty strong channel to the downside. So it really, really needs to hold above this 4. Nice little trend to the upside on this one. So I respect it, but it has put it did put a wick high already if you look at that higher time frame at the top. So it needs to hold $4 to be sure. NVIDIA, oh my goodness. NVIDIA, wow, NVIDIA. That 240 should have given it a little bit more respect. I actually got wicked out here on a bad wick. I tried to immediately jump back into the trade once I realized I had gotten wicked out on a bad stop, but I did not catch it, and then it was off to the race. I elected not to chase. Could have chased anything and everything you wanted in NVIDIA and it would have been free money. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, but it certainly would have worked. The next dip, I still like 240 as a level. If we get that, we get it, but I'm going to go for 241 just to join the trend. Anything above 240, that was the big level on the daily. It was a 15 minutes, so I want to respect that as NVIDIA's off to the races. Up 1% after the fade at the open. This is a super strong stock right now.
I still, oh man, oh, that sucks. Yeah, there's been a couple, I mean, nothing sucks. There's a couple missteps here today, obviously, in the market, as there always tends to be. That NVIDIA out for me is going to be not great, man. I mean, we talked about that and where we got filled on NVIDIA and everything. Sometimes you do get those bottom wicks, and that's okay if that does happen, of course, to you and happens to all of us one more time. All right, so I'm not doing too much, man. Tesla, again, just hovering around. We're going to get ready to go. I mean, we could talk about it right now. I was going to say we have money talks coming up, but here's the DXY today. Another thing that I like to look at, been pretty weak into the day, which is why the NASDAQ is continuing to go up. So the DXY making a nice little move. This is the dollar index. So, you know, it's still not breaking 104, which is fine. That would create, I think, a huge move if we finally broke that. But for right now, that's the DXY right now coming through, and something that I look at. So watch out for a little bit of strength there. We would like, if you're short the market, you'd like the dollar to get a little stronger right now. So if that happens, we'll watch out. I mean, that's just what I'm watching for, just to give me some reasons, because often the only real indicator that I look at is the market itself. So I watch out for the NASDAQ, see what that's doing. But the dollar's been another one, so I can almost overlay them right here on top of each other, and you'd see NASDAQ weakness means dollar strength, dollar strength, and vice versa. Okay, it looks like we are getting a fill now, maybe anyways, here on SI. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. We got an 85 fill, so not we may be, we did. So there's a nice out for us on SI. Hopefully it can fall back in, and we're waiting for that. So my next bid is here in the 60s, right where the 50 period is. Let's see if SI can retrace all the way back down. We lost 25 cents early. We're now in the money 20 cents and looking to take some profit on this name. So SI right now working to the downside. It's going to be a good short. Tesla's 30 cents in the money. Google's $1.50 in the money long. So we're doing pretty good here, but not great. I mean, we'd always like to make more. But Google, wow, what a monster to the upside that Google was, man. Good job. Yeah, and the VIX hovering around 20, I believe, hamster. So yeah, the market's strange. I don't know. It's been such a nice run up. It's like when everyone gets so bearish, like, oh, what are they going to do? The rates are still going up. And that tends to be when you get some of these rallies. So we're going to wait to see the NASDAQ up another one. And it was a strong week and even stronger today. So, wow, NASDAQ, big moves. I don't think we were expecting that.
No, it was definitely a strong move, and I didn't think it would be that strong that early, especially with some stocks that have resistance levels. I thought maybe you'd have more dips. Intel didn't quite get to the pre-market highs, that's the level I wanted to short here, and it is making a lower high as we speak. I might try to take it in front of 2650, so the next pop is probably shortable for me. I haven't taken anything out on SI. As a matter of fact, I've been trying to add to it. Same thing with Snap at this high. So Snapchat does the over-under. I just added a little bit here as it keeps trying to break that 12 and not following through. I'm going to add one more time because it did another break, lower high, and a wick. So I'm going to try and get more shares. This time I want some fills above that 12 level. If it breaks 12.10, I'm going to be out of it. And then one last one before we go to Money Talks. Meta, Meta just got up and went to 189, wick high on a failed break at 189, and now a double top at 189. That's a shortable level. As the market's starting to slow down, it feels like it should be in the Meta short. It seems like a crazy thing given I opened up and it's up 1.5% to the upside, but it's weaker than Snapchat and Pinterest. So I'm going to look for the short off 189 as we go to Money Talks with Brennan.
A little bit of weakness creeping back into the U.S. dollar ahead of what's to come the remainder of this week. If you missed it, Tuesday, Wednesday, we get Fed Chair Powell testifying in front of a House committee over the next couple of days. So there's going to be non-stop headlines coming across throughout the next few sessions. Then coming up on Friday, jobs data in focus. February, non-farm payrolls to come. Friday morning at 8:30. So down right now, ever so slightly. We're right back to the bottom end of the range here. It's just been a chop fest the past couple of days for the DXY. 0.25% downside. The euro higher, about 0.5%, 106.8 today. A little bit of negativity for both the CAD and the pound. Same story. Back and forth we go. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both higher on the day. Australia, New Zealand downside. So everybody kind of sitting on hands, I feel, guys, until we get a little bit more clarity maybe over the next couple of days from Fed Chair Powell.
Yeah, SI is going back up to the upside. Neil's just talking about Coinbase going to $70, but we haven't asked for likes and we only have 1.4K. So that's what happens when we don't ask. We're going to ask right now. I have no idea why my thing never updates here. Like, it still says people are waiting right now, but hit the like button, please. 1.4K. Lots of people watching. If we can get this up to 2,000 before Neil and I leave, that'd be greatly appreciated. So thank you to everybody, man. We've been putting on some decent spots here, I think, so far today. That SI just went all the way back. I'm still waiting, man. I'm going to wait for 620 to break. I don't want to get any more in. We're either in this name now for the downside. We've already made some money back, but SI is a red name for us, looking to make a little bit of that back. And honestly, Google just keeps on topping out up here, and I think that this is something that we just need to get out. 95.50, it keeps on. 95.25 maybe. That's where this 50 period is, if we're going to watch it. And I said to myself, when am I going to get out of this? That's probably what I should do, man, is when I first get in, let's wait to let some of these moves sort of take place. And we're very impatient with Google. But we've been pretty patient with Tesla over this last little bump. We should have reloaded the 197. I was waiting at 197.15. We talked about that. That went to 197.10. Well, maybe we'll get a little more aggressive next time, but maybe it just continues to make a move down. No bids yet for me on Tesla unless we take out that low of the day, 194.50. So that's where I'm at here for Tesla.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just watching Coinbase because, SI trying to push back up a little bit, but Coinbase 69, 1, 2, now 3 times it's testing 69. I keep thinking it's going to 70, and it does not make the break of this level. So this is showing you the consolidation. Sometimes you can be patient, but it's telling me where the level is right now. And if we get any kind of a push, either an over under, even just right now, getting a piece in here. It didn't want to do both, but it's showing me where it wants to go and where it kind of doesn't want to go. NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA. It's getting a little bit top heavy here, so I'm going to cancel this bid. If it pulls back, I think it might go all the way to the 240 level if the market does pull back, so I want to hold out for that. And Baba got real close there, actually, to stopping out. So I've been holding for the next leg up in Alibaba, not really looking to scalp it, but I'm giving it to 90.50 on that reversal. So got the consolidation long, giving it back to that 90.50. It just dipped off that price. And I still think it's got a little bit of room if it wants to make that next consolidation up and then make the move into 93. But if that doesn't go, it's the last long I have on after getting out of NVIDIA, obviously a little bit early. Tesla, I think, was the right call to get out of that long. But Baba could be coming out if it doesn't hold that 90.50 area. And there it is. Wow. I just said I should be trying to short Meta in front of 189. I'm like, okay, I'll wait. 70 cents away. I just got the fill. So that actually came a little bit faster than I expected. So 189, if it breaks that, the next level would be the high of the day. I'm not holding it to the high of the day here on Meta.
Yeah, Meta keeps on working. Okay, not much talk about this. Azul stock up 60% today. I'm seeing everyone talk about that. Wow, right into again, right here, 720, 730. Great move up for AZUL one more time today. This is an ADR, so I don't know what's up with it, but nice move to the upside. 740 coming in again for AZUL. Only 26 million shares, but probably more than the float. Looking at a 1 minute chart, dip down. It's been hitting these 50 periods and just continuing to go up. So right now, AZUL back to 660 right there. That top and the 50 period, that's a good little level there for AZUL. Okay, Tesla's still working. SI still working. Google, honestly, 95.25. We'll probably get out of that one. And that's about it. That's it for me. Not really doing too much. Only 4 minutes left. Are there any names you guys? So TRKA, we can look at that. Oh, Azul has earnings today. Okay, good to know. TRKA there. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Again, a nice move. Sub-dollar name. Straight to the upside. Short this if you dare, I guess, is what it's trying to tell you. Because you're breaking right now. You're right at this level, 70. So, like, to me, if you're going to go short, you're right at a level 70 where we've gapped in. Huge bottom at 10 cents, man. Like, what a wicked smiley face back up to the upside right there. Down here, 10, 12 cents. Now right back to 70. So I'd say if you've, rode this to the highs right now, this is a good spot. You might want to think about potentially getting out of some of that Azul as it comes right into 70 cents again there. So that's good. SI falling back. We didn't reload the short at 6. I don't have any bids until 65, so that's something that we're going to look at for Azul, or for SI, as that potentially comes back in right now.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like everything sets up at a short level. We'll see if that ends up being true. Dan Emmons in the chat. Shout out to Dan Emmons for calling that pivot last week on the NQ. He just said 12.469. I'm short the NQ. Well, you know what? I can't say. Well, I mean, look at the position board. I guess I don't really disagree with the shorts at these levels. A lot of stock obviously lining up at this range, including Coinbase, SI. Snapchat, I think, is the strongest of any of the names that I'm short. I think is the strongest. Of course, it's the strongest of any of the names currently short because it's up 12.5%, but it's showing you the level here. I'm now kind of all in, and if it breaks the high, I'm looking at that 12.10. Coinbase, I wanted some fills over. It doesn't give it to you. See, that's the thing. When it's good, you don't get the fills, man. I was trying to get some more fills at 69. Didn't want to give it to me, but I'm a fool if I don't take anything out at 68. If it gets down to 68, I'll try to take a leg out, then short inside of this range on Coinbase. This is now the 4th time I'm shorting Coin. I was able to only scalp once out before it stopped out. Let's hope we have a little bit better of an opportunity here off these levels. Ringing the register on Coinbase. But it's always better when you can find a level. Like it made me the level here at 69. I felt like it made one here that was worthwhile. But the one in the middle, it's like the short in the middle, that's the one that sometimes is no good. Like allow it to give you a bit of a turn, act on said turn, and then go to the next. So great moves in the market. With only about a minute to go, it's interesting. 64% think that this week is going to be a green week. Well, I felt like it would be higher given the fact that we are screaming and up 1% to start the week. You'd think there'd be a few more bulls out there, but now the test is we start coming back in. Where is the dip? If we start holding some higher lows on some of these big names, maybe not this one, but I think Meta is an example of that to the long. If this holds its consolidation up and breaks 190, well, that goes a long way. Similar thing in NVIDIA as well. So let's see what happens. I'm short Meta. I'm out just above the 189. I don't want to be holding this to that high of the day. If it breaks 190, I think this stock could go parabolic.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Meta could easily, that was one of the plays. I think a lot of you guys are looking at that as a parabolic play. AMD and NVIDIA both starting to go as well, back to highs. And we're going to get ready to throw it over to Memes and Movers here on the Midday show. And that's going, there's a lot moving. They're going to look at those Azules and AMAM and all that kind of stuff for everybody else as we go. But, right now, if you're looking for some big wins right now, we're spinning some around here again today. Ford has been a good one, man, for the long. Google's been a great one for the long. NVIDIA's been a great one for the long again as well. It's just too bad that we didn't hold it, but still a great name. SI, I still think has a lot of potential here now into 11 o'clock. Let's wait to see. I'm holding out until 60s or that breaks the top, and then 60s is a piece, and then we wait for lower. I want to be short this name, and then I've just canceled everything on this bad boy right now. So I think that I'm pretty confident on Tesla, although we didn't trade it that well. We had some good longs back and forth. I just look to see. We're still down at 1%. Market's up. If the market fades, I still think Tesla takes on the bottom, and I actually canceled this bid. So let's see if we can still be in Tesla when we get back in the afternoon. I still think downside move coming for Tesla today. it just hasn't happened yet. If the market flushes, then for sure, but you're just battling. Like, imagine the market barcodes. I just think Tesla inches down and starts to creep a little bit lower there. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Google, we have our out. We talked about where we're going to get out on the 50 period as this continues to make a march. So that's 30. So we'll look to get out there. And other than that, man, SI, Tesla, Ford, we have 5% left. So Ford was really nice up there, so that was a good trade. But it's 11:01. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls today and everybody that was watching. Thanks to all our new viewers as well. I don't know where we got to on the like button, but I'm sure, Neil, they'll hit it for these guys. So without any further ado, thanks, Brendan, for all the news today as well. Fahad and Pratt on the switch. And let's throw it over to the midday show with the big guys. It's Luca and Sharif. Let's go.
What is up, beautiful people? Happy Monday. Great to be back. This is the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. Let's get it started. All right, I got Scott H. already alerting me in the chat that MM is moving, but little does he know that I've been eyeing this one all day. Let's go to MM here. You'll know that this is a multi-day runner. This has been going, I want to say, the better part of 7 days. Let's bring in the side chart here. The small cap crapper chart. That's what we'll call that. So here we go. We zoom in. On the daily, let's get some levels first and foremost. Look how many green days we have in a row, kind of getting off that 150 after having that big day back in January. We come back to life in mid-February. It's green day after green day, and looks like we're pumping towards that $9 level. You see that I have that earmarked here on my chart. A lot of action took place back, I want to say, December 2021 and January 2022. A lot of action in and around that area. So the most obvious level of resistance for me, now that we're above that 450 area, now that we're above the 200 period, is that $9 level. And then you obviously have different resistance zones in increments of about $1, sometimes 50 cents. I want to say the next better level here is that 1050, so maybe another $1.50. You can see the top of this consolidation range is around that 1050 area. So MM definitely on watch. Let's have a look at what it's doing right now from the 15-minute perspective. So we're basically at almost day's highs. 863 is a day's high. It's been one green candle after another on the 15 minutes. Go a bit more micro. Let's see what the 3 looks like. So it's been bull flag after bull flag, and now we're either setting up for a new bull flag or we've topped out, at least for the moment. We just earmarked that $9 level as a possible area of resistance. So we came close to it. 863. It's on exact science. We don't have to get all the way up there. You know, we could reject a little bit before there. And you know, this is a multi-day runner, so it may break 9 tomorrow, the day after that, right? Because this has been going. So anyway, a very high angled, you know, I want to say trend line. Have a look at how that's like a 20-something. It says 20 degrees, but that's not obviously 20 degrees. That's a lot more than that. Anyway, make a long story short, it's high angled. So the more aggressive the uptrend, you know, the more likelihood that the retracement is going to be equally as aggressive. So I've got my eye for a possible short on this one. But keep in mind, you know, you're going to retrace on these ascents. So base them off key levels. Here's what I mean by that. Look at the top of this peak over here. About 810 to 820 is kind of the, you know, you want to say former area of resistance, current area of support. So if it breaks that level, you know, then you should probably punch out of your position, work your way in maybe, getting in at the $0.25, and then maybe working down into the 15s or 10s in and around that area. And then, you know, if it breaks through the key level of support, then punch out and look for a new setup on that, because, you know, this one can go south on you in a hurry. It's worth noting what the flow does on this one, because it's been a bit since we've traded it. So it's a bit larger, 270 million shares. So it's not really going to get too parabolic too quickly. But yeah, it's a former runner. It's a multi-day runner. So do with that what you will. Now, SI just made another big move here. It's worth noting, now up 6% on the day. Look at this. This looks good. This is a 3-minute chart here. Big move up, consolidation sideways. Now we're testing those highs of days again. 618. I haven't been watching this one all morning like I have with some of these other ones, AZUL and MM and Meta. But, you know, I've had it on the side chart. I've been watching what it's doing. It's been strong on the day. I saw someone earlier in the chat say, and I kind of chuckled to myself a little bit. He's like, I'm buying the bottom in SI. I'm like, oh my goodness, everything's going south on this company. You want to buy the bottom. But obviously a trade to be had here as we are up 6.25% on the day. So that looks good. Let's have a look quickly at AZUL, because that's the other trade that I've been kind of keeping my eye on. Nice couple of moves up. You want to call these bull-like continuations, whatever. 706 is the high, but we're kind of finding a base near that former area of resistance, current area of support. You want to say around that 660 to 650 level ish. So we're finding a bit of a bottom around there. So maybe if you want to build your position now, there's not a bad time. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to enter a quarter position here. It's a 50 period on the 1 minute, but I don't put as much stock into that as I do these previous levels. So I'm looking to add a little bit more, maybe into the 650s if it makes its way down there, or if it starts moving to the upside. Right now, I'm looking to build my position into this eventually for the test of 7. And, you know, I think, what did I say it was? It was 706 is the high. So that's what I'm looking at from that perspective. Obviously, the big cappers, they're all moving. It's been a good day, you know, for the exception of Tesla. It's been kind of slower, lagging behind the rest, technically 0.63% to the downside, but it's just reclaimed VWAP, so who knows where it goes. The market's pumping to the high side. We're almost up 28 points, 0.7% to the high side on the ES March contract. We're soon going to switch over, eh? It's March 17th is the expiration of this contract. So
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody is having a great day, had a great weekend, and enjoying the show as always. Man, that snow, for anybody in Toronto that knows, I know they were talking about on the morning show there. Yeah, it took me an hour and a half to shovel my neighbor's driveway yesterday. I let it turn into slush, because why not? And yeah, it was a good, you know, deadlifting session. I was just telling Sharif. And trying to go to the gym after that and do a push, or push day, I should say. But yeah, no go. Was in there for like 10 minutes. I was like, let me just get out of here right now. Yeah, guys, traded a few things this morning. I'll share a couple of my trades as I look for levels, but I just want to say Apple is strong today. You know, market obviously up today. Apple feels like the strongest of the bunch, up 3%, and had quite a few trades at the top of my list today. And yeah, I'm definitely looking for longs on Apple. You know, I'll share kind of my morning logic on this. So, you know, watched it go all the way up, all the way back down. You know, we spoke about this. I speak about this kind of, not phenomena, but like basically in the morning, you know, you see it showing its hand, it goes back down, basically trying the long in and around the pre-market low. So essentially playing off of this level, flushing very, very quickly into that 153.50 and essentially smashing the longs here and then adding to that winner, and then scaling it out just above VWAP because it was really struggling with 154.50, and then holding a little bit, getting the rest out over here, and my final out, best out, was 155 on that portion. Then essentially flipped short and long for scalps in and around this region. So not really getting anywhere with this. This short, you know, paid, this long paid, this got chopped up, then again. So, you know, Apple now is moving into 156.
Oh, baby.
Kind of sad on this because I'm not long this name right now, but Sharif's got something going.
Yeah, man, we're working with this meta long here. We got right on that dip at 188.20. It just flew up into the 90s. So do we take a little bit of profit here? Yeah, we got to ring the profit bell a little bit here, Luca. This one is going to pump. I'm sitting at 189s, and, you know, it's been flirting with that range. 189 has been a top on this kind of consolidation pattern, Luca, that we've been doing since basically 10:15 or so. I want to say we got into this consolidation range about 180, I want to say 188, maybe 188 and a quarter to the downside, then 189 to the high side. We've been doing that dance up and down. So I've been building my position in the lower end of there after trying to take the breakout initially. But that 189 won't break, and I'm sitting, my profit takers are through the break of 189, and then I'm sitting at 189 and a quarter. And that range isn't breaking. The market's kind of consolidating sideways as well, which is, you know, not helping the matter. But Meta, strong on the day, 1.87%, Luca, as a result of some good TikTok tailwinds.
Oh, yeah, and I know every time we talk Meta, you're super excited because
I'm pumped, baby.
Loaded the boat in the personal down
baby.
Below, man. Where are we going from there? I don't know, but I think 200's coming into play. On Meta. Do I have a trade on Meta? Oh, I do have one trade on Meta. I actually tried the same setup on Meta that I did on Apple, but I think I was kind of a little bit early. But even if I wasn't, I still would have lost. So I'm not exactly you know, sad about the way that it played itself out. Nice morning move, dip down into this kind of general area, 187.50. I was like, let me try a long here, let it go. That was the right idea because no way I was holding this all the way back down. But yeah, now kind of, you know, doing its little dance, chopping around. Maybe we get a 90 test at some point. I know you're long Meta right now. That's a nice long in front of VWAP. The fact that it's not selling off below that 188 is pretty clean. So, yeah, congratulations to the longs on that one. 189 breaking to the upside now. Maybe we get a test of 190 sometime soon. You know, guys, I see somebody saying TRK. You guys are saying TRKA. Let's look at this one. TRKA, yeah, 70-cent stock. Where did this thing start? 50 cents. Moving to the upside, volume coming into play. Not very different than this time, man. This time kind of moved its way up, volume spike, and then died very quickly. Volume kind of seems like it's still there, but yeah, dipping a little bit. I just feel like if this wants to hold, maybe you're going to get another test of the 50 period on this, and especially because high day was in and around this kind of area, lining up with the 50, maybe it wants to dip to this general area and then hold, and then you got the VWAP there as kind of protection if there is any VWAP buyers. I'm probably not going to be trading this one just because I tend to stay away from, you know, 50 cent, 70 cent stocks. But I would say on the daily perspective, just kind of technical levels here, 1 is always going to be a level when it comes to stocks like this. When it's kind of, you know, starting at 50, going into 1, that's a 100% move. It's, you know, very clean. So I would say you're going to get resistance 80 cents into 1, and then, yeah, maybe even just like right over here, like give or take, but it's a wider area. Like it's already kind of through this area. So I would say next, you know, watch that 80 cent into $1 for the resistance on that one. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be trading it, but yeah, best of luck to people who trade it.
Yeah, all right. So taking profits through this 189, we are here on Meta. Here's my profit zone. Let's take another little piece out there as we kind of consolidate sideways. So I de-risk here. So the majority of my trade, I still have, I took an oversized position initially, right? Because I got in long here and I added here, adding on here. So getting the bottom end range. So it's quite a large position. So taking some size here is the appropriate thing to do and kind of to bring my position back in to that 100% position, not that 200 oversized, right? As we can sell 189 now, former area of resistance, currently acting as support for the moment. Do we stay above 189s and look to test 189.66, technically the high of the day on our friend Meta, up 2%, $3 and some odd cents. So we're moving nice here. I'm wondering if I should de-risk a little bit more. My cost basis after taking profits is 37. So 188.37s as we retrace now into the 90s. Want to see how well 189 here is defended. You know, it can break below it, but you want to see it be reclaimed, you know, or you want to see buyers stepping in just a little bit below 189, maybe in the high 80s or so to kind of propel it back up. You want to, that's if you're looking for a long, right? So that's the idea here. Let's see if we can have continued strength into this name, and then maybe we'll take some out on the test of the $0.50. You know, if we're going to test the high of days at 66s, you assume, you know, we're probably going to get some resistance at the $0.50 area. So I'll probably have some resting orders hanging out maybe in the mid 40s or low 40s, in and around there to take advantage of that test. So that's the situation on Meta. The situation on AZUL does not look as good. Now, I took a quarter position through that 670 area. The whole idea was for this area here, this 650 area, 660 area, to act as a area of support. Former area of resistance, it's the peak on this bad boy here. That was the whole idea. Looks like it's not panning out. Now this resting order, I've had that from before. This was based on, let me tell you one sec real quick, of VWAP. So where is this hanging? It's hanging in the 30s. VWAP on my chart here is at the $0.25. So I said, you know, I'm going to front run it by 10 pennies. This is a VWAP retracement order. I might knock this down a couple of pennies here. I feel like I'm, you know, unnecessarily getting a higher price. If it's going to be a VWAP retracement, it's going to come at least into the high 20s, low 30s. I don't need to hang out in the high 30s. So I think I may retrace this one, but down on this one with a quarter position, so not much of an L. Meta's moving back to the high side, guys. Here we go again. We're going to test. We're going to make a new 3-minute candle high. So the break will have to be through that $0.25, 23s. So if we see prints above that, that'll be a new high. Here we go. High. There we go. Now we get that new print. So looking for some continuation on this one, but you know, 66s and the $0.50 are kind of what I'm looking for there, Luca.
Yeah, guys, coin is making a move to 70 here, so I'm not really too sure what to think. That was don't mind these arrows. That was not supposed to happen there. But essentially, coin up 7.8%. Maybe going to get a test of that 70. I do wonder, you know, where if we get the 70 test on this thing. There's not really a lot of. I'm looking at the book. It's kind of like lackluster, you know, moving around, dancing. I think 70 probably gets tested. But something that's interesting is this right here. So look at this close on this day. So I'm talking about February 15th. It, had the run up. It didn't actually break 70 that day. It didn't actually break 70 that day, and then, okay, why is it doing that? There we go. Okay, it didn't break 70 that day, and then the next day, like, had the gap up and flush. So we haven't been above that level since, and I'm just wondering, do we actually run into resistance? So this was the run up on the daily. Trading action, kind of trading, doing volume in and around 80. As you guys can see, this was a big volume day, breaking through 70. The next day did a bunch of volume as well, kind of held for a little bit, and then flushed all the way back through. So we're getting that, we got that first test here, and it failed. We're getting that second test again. So I kind of feel like if we run into 70, we're going to hit short-term quick resistance in and around that level. I feel like if we break 70, like, I don't want to be short above 70 just because the overhead, I mean, this thing obviously up 7.8%. But again, it can continue. Started from 64, can easily get to 74, I feel like. So, yeah, I don't want to be short this thing above 70, but I kind of want to apply an over-under logic if we get there. So, yeah, that was not, I didn't want to short this here. I wanted to, like, short this closer to 70. So, yeah, let's see if that comes to fruition, if this thing wants to pop just a little bit more. It's kind of giving me a similar vibe to what happened last time, where it had, like, 50 cents in front of the level, then kind of popped and then dropped. So I'm going for the scalp trade. We'll see if that one wants to hold. If not, then I'll just kind of let it go from there.
All right. On AI, very simple trade. VWAP and Friday's close hold. That's what it was. It was a 28.50 hold. I get the dip at 60s, and I take out some here into the 80s, and it's still hanging out in the 80s. And in fact, I'll de-risk a little bit more here. So I'll take another baby out there. So how much am I holding right now? 57% of the position. Nice little bounce, very easily defendable name. It's a name that's been strong, very strong recently. So this one, not such a bad trade. It had been kind of trending down for, I want to say, since about 1040 or so, after making its high almost at 30. 29.98 is the high on AI. Let's take another little bit out there as it continues to pump through the high 80s. Now I'm holding 43% of the name. So good trade on AI. Very simple trade to defend yesterday's close, and that's what I do. I just wanted to tell you guys, so when I sit down and I have like my 6 stocks here on the side that I'm watching, in addition, one second. In addition to the big 6 that I'm already watching, like the big cap names, I always highlight the high of the previous day and the close of the previous day, and obviously a pre-market high if there is one. So those are the levels that I always highlight, and if there's any retracements into those levels, chances are I'll probably try to take a dip off them. So that's kind of the move on there. There we go, into the 90s on AI. That's like a 40 penny winner. Nice little move there. Very simple trade to go through. And we'll take another piece here as we kind of look for that 29 break. Some resistance coming in at 29 to be expected, I guess. Now, what am I holding? A third of my original position. So I guess maybe I'll hold a little bit now that my cost base it's still at 67. So, really hasn't changed much. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to have to see the price action. So I'd really like a reclaim of 29 and then to use 29 as kind of a support level. But I think Luca over here has got a nice trade on. So
yeah, guys. So yeah, coin, basically this is what I was looking for. So like a quick move into the 70 and then a flush back down. So that's exactly how I wanted to trade it. It's unfortunate that I'm still short this name, 69.79. I wanted a little bit more, but it just didn't kind of get up there. But it's all good, man. So now I'm looking for 69 cover. If we can flush into 69, and because we popped like this, kind of resistance, and then move up, I kind of want to play a 69 bounce. Now, this is going to be a super tight trade, and I'm not really sure how I'm going to structure it specifically, but I feel like the 50 period with this kind of resistance and then broke, tested the first time, I feel like reject 70, come back down. Anybody who shorts 70 is covering into this kind of general area, and I feel like at the same time, if you want this long, buying the dips here for like a quick move back up. So yeah, it's a tight range. Again, it's only 1 point. It's looking at coin, it's whiplashing in and around I would say 20 cents. So yeah, I'm approaching this with my size as my risk, as opposed to I'm going to be able to risk like 20 cents, 15 cents very easily because it's just going to dance around. So yeah, I'm waiting for the cover on the short. Not sure why the blotter's not updating here, but it will update soon. Anyways, I'm waiting for the 69, cover the short, flip long for the move back up. That's my coin logic. And somebody was asking, I think it was Jay Williams. I just want to say, what's up, Jay Williams? Over under is essentially 70. Like, I think it's going to go up, but I don't think it's going to stay there. I think it's going to go up and instantly go back down. So basically, this didn't break 70. I was willing to watch it like in and around closer to 70, but see how it went up and then down and then closed and then went lower? So when I say over under, I mean this type of thing where it's like up down. I think Neil says up down, I say over under. It's basically over under, over under, over under. And so like when I loosely talk about over unders, I'm essentially referring to like, if it goes up, I don't want to be short. If it comes back down, I want to be short. If it goes back up, I don't want to be short. If it comes back down, I want to be short. I might try it a few times, and that's how I'm going to structure the risk. But then I change it in real time. It just really depends on the feel. So for example, even now covering, okay, there's my fill on the short. So I'm now covering that short, and now I'm looking to flip long if we can flush through the 69. So I'm essentially waiting for 69 to break. I want it to break, dip into this region, I'll pick up some longs, and then I think we're going to bounce back over 69, and then those will be my scalp long covers. Just a product of rejecting 70, flushing back down, little liquidity vacuum. Do buyers step in at the 50 period is the main question I'm asking myself, while at the same time looking at this bottoming area. So this is that's 68. This is like a wider area, like it could easily go to 68, but I just feel like this was very quick into 69. So I'm going for like the long bounce, and I'm not holding this for a break of 70 or anything. This is like going to be a scalp trade. We'll see if it actually wants to fill me. If for whatever reason we go up right now, then it is what it is, and I just like I have to let that one go. So it's a very specific trade. I see Quan Tran. What's going on, Quan? Hopefully you had a great weekend.
Yeah,
can you explain what holding the bid means? So essentially, to me, holding the bid essentially means the bid is holding. Yeah. So for example, is the bid going to hold at 69 area on coin? Yeah. Are there people reloading? Do you see it in the tape? If it holds and then we start to go back up, then we're going up. So the bid has held, right? So that's kind of my just general take. I feel
agree.
like, that's kind of the logic on that one.
All right, AI guys, this was a good kind of unplanned, but planned at the same time because I drew trend lines. So I'll consider that planning. Nice, again, taking it off Friday's close at $28.50, riding it through $29. It does break 29. We're hanging out above 29. So I'm holding still a third of the position, looking to scalp out some possibly into the 20s, long at 67s. So like with Meta, which I'll get to in a second, if this comes back into my entry point, I'll get out of it because I am holding a key level. There we go. Now pumping into the teens, I like this trade. Now Meta, I just told you I got out of it after scalping out through the 189 break here into the 189.25. It comes back into my entry. This is where I was long, 27s. I get out for the remaining, I want to say like about 30% of the position, in and around that area for a break-even trade. Now it's looking to print south, and I'm looking for a new long possibly on Meta, maybe at that 188 level. VWAP on my chart here is like 187.90, so they're kind of close in and around that area. So we'll see what our friend Meta is doing at that level. It's probably good to note here that the futures kind of topped out at 40.82.5, kind of a bit of a topping tail candle. I don't like these candles, especially when they're followed subsequently by a big red candle. I kind of feel like, we reach a bit of a top, but we'll see. No decisions yet. We're quite strong on the market, up 25 points, 0.62% right now, and continuing up a very strong day Friday. So going to be very
there's the move.
hesitant to kind of call tops today because we have been so relatively strong. But for the moment, Meta is continuing to retrace. Happy that I'm out of this position, closer into that 188 again. So this is going to be an interesting area to add. I'm keeping my eye on this area for buying opportunity, 187.90, 188. Now it's kind of one of those ones where like I say to myself, oh, you're giving yourself a zone, 187.90 to 188, but do you really want 188 to break here, or do you want 188 to be held? And the way that I look at it, if it was a small capper, I'd really like for that whole dollar level to hold. But that's really not the case with these big cappers, because there's just so much volatility. The whole dollar level is kind of insignificant unless it's, a really previously, tested level that hasn't broken. You guys know what I mean. But if it's just been broken intraday several times, it's of much less importance. It's the buying area, I want to say, that's important there. So that's why I kind of give myself a range on these big cappers because they are just so thickly traded. Like I'm trading Meta. This is Meta right now. Meta has done 60 million shares already, and we're at 1130. So, you know, it's no Tesla or anything like that, having done, what's Tesla done? 55 million shares, but 16 still a good amount, equaling it with like that of Amazon, even though it's like double the price. So, Meta holding for now at that VWAP level. It looks like it dipped off the bottom 90s and pumped up back into the above 188, but you want to see a sustained hold here. I don't know if I'm going to add quite yet. We'll talk about that a little bit and other stuff when we come back from Brenda, who's up at the big desk with the leaderboard.
Hey guys, early look for you on what's doing the most volume so far today. A ton of it right across the board. Little penny stocks leading the way so far. But before that, 10,432 listings in the U.S. on this board today. 3.76 billion total in volume traded right now. 4,800 higher, 4,500 downside. So basically a wash, flat session, 1114, basically unchanged as far as gainers versus decliners. I mean, 170 versus 74, new highs versus new lows currently. TRKA, top of the board right now, 144 million shares traded. There's Mullen right behind it, 126 million as well. Zila here as it was back on Friday. TQs and SQs back on this board as they are pretty much every single day, along with that nat gas leveraged ETF Boyle, 54 million shares so far. Yeah, Snap up on this potential TikTok bill, it would appear. Huge day for Snapchat, though, 13% still. It's this TOROV. Might be a Pink Sheets name there. Heads up on that. No volume on that, but up big time. But yeah, big day for Snapchat so far, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, guys, so the coin bounce is no good. So I'm letting go of this final position here. Still long, but essentially looking how I'm managing risk. So covering the short, taking the long bounce, getting some out for the winner, getting some out, so I'm risking essentially off 68.80 after the bounce, right? That was the low of the move. Oof. We get there, so I cover some of it, but I want to hold in case it's a little bit of a bamboozlement down and then back up and then pop. So holding the last smaller piece for the bigger risk. So essentially, bounce play, taking some off, that's the winner. That's the break even. That's a loss on the lighter piece. So I'm not holding the full size all the way to the bottom there. It doesn't actually kill me. So again, you know, as a trader, you got to sort of manage risk and move on. So the short was good. The long bounce play was not. Now I'm sort of waiting on coin. Might put it on ice, but I'm essentially waiting to see how 68 holds because it was sort of, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then pop to 70. If we continue this downtrend, like if we go straight all the way down, I will try like a very similar logic at 68. But because, you know, you had 50 period over here, I was basically long bounce play at 50 period. Will be a little bit of a different trade in terms of how I structure it and where I go from there. But yeah, let's put that on the back burner for now. Tried it. Overall, not super successful, but definitely, you know, nothing to really cry about. Apple breaks 156 and now at 50 period and testing. Hasn't been below 50 period on the 1 minute since this morning where the longs were really good. So I kind of want to play off the 155. But it really depends how we get there. You know, a lot of the times time is more important than price. And so what I mean by that is, you know, you could take that approach in many different ways. But essentially, if we get there very quickly, like if we flush right now in this 1 minute, which I don't think is going to happen, but if this 1 minute candle in the next 50 seconds flushes to 155, then I kind of want a long off of 155 because I think there's an opportunity that it like rips back up. But then at the same time, if we get there like very, very slowly, it'll just be like a different trade altogether. So the current range that I'm looking at, which kind of feels like the, you know, short-term range is here. So below 155.20, going into 155, using 155 as like that level of it probably rips there, prints the level, does a little dance, and then pops. So that's what I'm going for. That's my logic on that one. Someone's saying, Luca, look at 10-year market reversal. Look, Luca, look, 10Y market reversal.
Oh yeah, the 10-year yield.
The 10-year, yeah. What a bounce of 10-year.
Oh okay. Yeah, because I think it was red on the day to start. It was curling down. It might have popped back up.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't know. Sometimes, sorry guys. Yeah. Oh, US 10-year. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You know, I got to gather my thoughts if we're gonna kind of flip to that. Sorry, I'm just in kind of scalp mode right now. So yeah, a little bit of a hat that I have on. And yeah, we're going to see what we find around here. We could talk about that a little bit later. You know, it's hard to kind of flip-flop in my own brain. It's actually multitasking. I want to prioritize my trading right now versus conversation. Okay, guys, Tesla, 195, interesting. 195 interesting because dipped below there, couldn't break the previous low, and then pop. I thought 197 was going to be the level, and I thought 197 was going to be that level where we like rip back up. So I tried the long and I lost in it. I tried it again, took a little bit out, held some, added back, offed it all. So I was wrong on that level, but I feel like 195 to like 196 feels like the better like kind of area. It's sort of dipping into this area. It looks like it wants to go up, and the overall market's up. So I mean, I don't know what Tesla's going to do here, but yeah, that 195 is not really breaking. So 195 and a quarter is pretty interesting on this one. I'm going to watch Tesla. I'm not really, maybe I'm just going to chill with it and kind of wait to see what it wants to actually do here. But yeah, I kind of feel like if we get a dip into 195, where's that low? That low's like 194.50. So it could maybe that could be like a good look. I mean, it's more like 194.47. But that's kind of an interesting area. If the short is not going to be good, I mean, it's down 1%. It's not really selling off. It's kind of choppy. So I feel like if we get down here, it might do some, dip and pop action. So I kind of want a long, like, as close to the bottom as possible. Maybe 194.80 for then a move back up. We'll see if that one comes to fruition. Again, I'm not going to throw an order out and get smoked, but I'm going to just keep that in mind in case we do get there. I kind of like that idea. But I more so like the Apple idea into 155. So I'm chilling right now. I'm waiting. I don't want to short it, even though I think it's going to go down. I don't want to short it. We're just going to see where that one wants to go. And yeah, Rama saying Kala at the low of the day, guys. Let's have a look, man. Kala, I just feel like, yeah, Kala, it's, 4.5 million shares traded. This, I mean, as long if it holds this 19,
had an
maybe.
upgrade today. That's why someone
Like,
upgraded it.
I mean, look at Friday, man. Like it was steamrolling to the upside, and it could not break 19, and so anybody who's short from Friday is underwater, and this thing is not breaking 19. So this is, I mean, talk about wanting to see something specific for the longs. It tapped 19 on Friday, and it tapped it this way, but just in the other on the other side. So I think if 19 holds, yeah, maybe it can continue to go to the upside. But for the time being, we're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for the European close.
Hey guys, a mostly positive start for European markets to kick off the brand new week here. Just waiting for a few final prints to come through. But overall, we are looking at upside action outside of the UK there, Swiss, and the Stock 600 actually did just dip back into the red at the end of the day. It was positive for most of it. But Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and Sweden end the session all to the upside, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. So, guys, I'm nursing 3 trades at the moment. I've got a long on AI that I'm thinking about getting out, long 67s. We scalped through 29.10s, but, now it's holding below 29, and it's printing consecutively lower lows, coming to test that 200 period on the 1-minute chart. Again, I'm long 67, so I'm thinking, let this one come to your entry. Give it as far back as you can give it. I'm holding on it, 13% left of this trade, so I really want to let this one kind of run and kind of develop for the Friday close, VWAP, hold whatever level you want to indicate off there. There we go. Now back into 29.10s, 29.15s. Really happy I didn't punch out of this one. I want to see continuation on AI. Let's break through the quarters, and then maybe we'll look at getting some out there. The trade on AZUL, though, I may have to cut this one soon, very soon. It's holding VWAP for the moment, but all I'm seeing is much lower lows. I initially got in a quarter position here at the $6 or 68 cent level area, and then I got in a full position at $6.35. We're at 6.29 right now, so I'm in a 125% position. If this one really traces south below VWAP and doesn't respect that level, that's it. I'm going to cut this trade. But AI is absolutely pumping to the high side here. Let's take a piece out. There we go. We get a break through 30s. Wow, this one's really going. Really holding that well. Very happy with this trade. We'll drop the cash on this one. And now we are holding 3% of the trade. Let's let that one ride. Okay, now back to meta here. I got in a quarter position at VWAP for that VWAP hold. It's not holding VWAP. So if this breaks through the $0.50, I'm out. I got long 87s. If it breaks through 50s, that's it. I won't give it any more than that. It's been up on the name. It's not holding my levels, and at some point I have to cut it. So a breakthrough 50s right now. It's kind of in this low 60s area. Give me a bit of a buffer. But if it doesn't get going, I'm going to cut it, and I don't care because, you know, I'm not going to average into this one and do the dance of the stressful dance of continuing to average in and, you know, not knowing if it's going to retrace. I'd rather not go through that. There we go. So I'm out of that trade. That gives back a bit on Meta. It was positive. We're very positive still on it. What am I saying? But we do end up giving back a bit here. So that sucks. AZUL, that's it. Gotta break this one. Out of that, that brings me down a little bit. I'm negative now on AZUL. That trade doesn't work out. No VWAP hold, at least for the moment. If it sets up again and wants to retrace through that 650, that'll be all right. But for the moment, got to cut that trade. So we're still holding AI. That's the only trade we got on left, Luca.
Guys, shout out to Ian in the back over there in full focus this morning, guys. Look at this. This is the way that Ian traded NVIDIA. Shout out to the legend back there. I don't know if he's there, if he hears me. Holy. But shout out to you. Look at this, man. Long recycle. Love that, man. Love that recycle right there. Long off the bottom, cover, long, cover, long, cover, and nice little trail there, getting out at what looks like 242, 50-ish, give or take. What a long, man. What a long, beautiful cover. Insane the way that he managed that one. You know, shout out to him for that. Trading it way better than I traded it, way better. I just wanted to share that. You know, there is opportunities across the board. This is the way that I traded NVIDIA. I tried the long through 240. I had small size just because anytime something happens in the first minute, you know, it's going to be a crapshoot. It's going to print a whole bunch of levels. So I did risk 50 cents on it. I was okay to lose that 50 cents. Then tried a little. It kind of dipped down, held this general area, went back, tried again the long. You know, same size, like small, taking the L. And I'm okay with these L's for specific reasons because, look, long, get myself out, flush, right? So I was correct to get myself out over there. Long, get myself out, flush to the lows. As soon as we went to the lows, I focused on something else. And then as soon as we kind of showed that 237 was that level, we sort of did that final stop out right over here, ripped back, and then I added, took some VWAP, and then kind of cover, I think just ahead of 239. So for me, even though I wanted kind of the long through 240, obviously because I did it in the morning, I kind of I was going short, I was going to flip long, but this was very quick, man. This was very quick and very, very small size. So super small size in front of 240, exploded to the upside. I said, okay, no problem. I'm going to add to this. If we get to 241, we probably get back down and basically taking more size 241 short and then covering everything. So this was essentially flat, right? So, taking the L over here, getting it back, getting some back over here, and then basically taking a paper cut over here. Essentially down on the name on NVIDIA. I could have just looked at Ian and said, hey, bro, what do I do here? Because this thing, he traded it like an absolute legend. But yeah, man, NVIDIA now sort of looks okay for a VWAP bounce. So that's what I'm trying next. Let's see if 240 can get tested, and long and see where that one wants to go. So yeah, bidding NVIDIA, bidding Tesla, bidding coin, waiting to see if these fills come through. Gonna be very, very patient. I'm in no trades right now. Usually it shows no positions, but I guess it's showing nothing there. But yeah, guys, I'm in no positions at the moment. I'm just basically chilling, waiting. I did have a Tesla bid, and Tesla kind of came close to it. But that's the thing, man. 95, 195.20. And reverse back to the upside. I was hoping that we'd actually get a break of 195 there, but I guess not. So yeah, I'm chilling. Feel free, guys, in the chat to let me know if you're trading anything, if you want me to look at anything. I know people saying Lucid, BLPH. Let's look with BLPH first. Or maybe I'll let Sharif look at this one because I know he's all over those small caps.
I didn't touch this one today, and now I'm looking at it. I can't look at everything, man. All of a sudden, we get like a big mover. But you got to worry a little bit about this one, Luca. It's only done 1.64 million shares on the day. Yeah, it's up 66%, but it's thinly traded. Let's bring in the trade ideas thing here. There we go. BLPH showing up as number one. Let's go charts. We'll have to wait for those charts to load, but it's nearest to the high of day. Again, like I said, only 1.65 million shares, but done 500,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. So the volume starting to trickle into this one, and maybe we should probably give it a bit more respect. Not sure why the charts are not loading here, but we'll deal with that after. We'll bring in the other scanner. Let's go. Here is the scanner on this or here is the chart on this bad boy. Where is the volume? How come this one's not showing me volume, silly boy? All right, let's go volume, and then we'll go small. There we go. All right, so now we have the volume. Yeah, the volume coming in the last 5 minutes.
314 the high, but what is the spread on this guy here? I feel like it's wide just based on how it's trading. Yeah, for a $3 stock, it's 5 pennies spread. Yeah, 2 pennies now. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be taking anything on this. I'm kind of already watching AZUL, watching AI, also watching SI for a possible balance. I also like NVIDIA right here. Let's bring in that one real quick. The reason I like NVIDIA is it's a VWAP retracement on a decent name. I don't want to say a strong name, but you guys just saw the chart there that Ian traded. So looks like VWAP not a level it's going to respect at the moment. It was kind of like at that 240 level. We've really decidedly broken through that. 239.50 is now pumping down to the downside. Another level that I'm going to be looking for on NVIDIA is Friday's close, and that comes to us vis-a-vis that $239 area. It's below 239. It's 238.90 or 88 or something like that. But the general vicinity is at 239 area. I'll be looking for buys like I did with AI right at that closing area. You saw Sean do that today. I think he wanted to do that with Meta. Actually, you heard him talk about that, buying that level of support there. So I'll be looking to do that on NVIDIA should it make its way down there. Technically, only 0.36 up on the day, but chips, man, they've been strong. You heard Brendel make the case this morning about buying the related things to the AI industry. So, not necessarily buying like the Microsofts directly or the C3 AIs directly, but their suppliers or whoever stands to benefit from them the most. He gave the example of the pick and the axe with respect to the gold rush. It was like, the axe pickers and some of the other tool makers who really benefited off that. So take that philosophy and kind of try to extrapolate how you apply that to the current market, right? So looking at possible moves here on NVIDIA, I'll be definitely putting, let me actually put an alert so that if it does come near to that level, I'm going to put it at 239, 239.15. There we go. And I'll activate that. So if it comes nearer to 239, I definitely want to defend that level. What's going on over there, Luca? Yeah, no, NVIDIA, so we got the flush into VWAP here. So I'm basically taking the two longs that I want. This is the VWAP long. We flushed all the way down to about 239.50. And then, so this is like a big kind of volume spike, right, into VWAP. And now I'm long, but I want to be more long. Because I think if we go back up, we're going to fly all the way back up. So yeah, let's see how VWAP reacts here. If I can't get the last portion of my position long, then I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. But let's just see how this thing wants to react in and around VWAP. You never really know how a VWAP bounce is going to look. Sometimes it dips and then reclaims. Sometimes it dips all the way through, kind of stays below, and then goes back up anyways. So yeah, let's see that 240. I just feel like there was a lot of stops at 240. And so very, very light on the position in front of 240, adding a little bit more below. And then, let's watch and see how it looks. If we go back up and start to rip, I mean, we could see probably 241 again. It just giving me that feel. A VWAP bounce play on a name that's up 40 beeps is going to be different than a VWAP bounce play on a name that's up 6%, right? So, it was below VWAP, kind of, bouncing off the 240 initially. Now, this is the first kind of VWAP test to see, is the long going to be good? Is it abort the short? The long can't be wrong. We're going to test that 240 right now, probably. Not really any size there or anything. It just kind of went through there. I'm assuming that, this is just kind of residual size trying to get out that was playing along there. But yeah, let's see how it looks. If we rip back up and reclaim, I think 240.50, then yeah, long will be good. But yeah, again, know the time of day that you're in, understand the type of trade that you're in. This is one that sort of flushed. I think it was stop order based. Now we kind of quickly go back up. Maybe we go sideways and then we make a decision whether up or down. So yeah, I'm going with the long because 240 is a super significant level on the daily, and it bounced it ripped through the first time, then bounced. Now we're getting that VWAP 240 battle over here. So yeah, let's see what happens next. If we dip down here, I'm going to consider adding to this. Essentially going to build, work the position, build it, and then see if we can get back up over there. Renato saying, I am short AMD, you're long NVIDIA. Yeah, I know, but keep in mind also, different traders, looking for different things. I just feel like, it is, even though they move in tandem together, playing off of the 240 level specifically is a little bit different than the AMD short that you probably have going there. So yeah, let's see what happens here.
Got it back into Meta for a key level hold. Here it is. Let's just look at it real quick. Former area of resistance, and then
new area of support. Here it is. So we have a lot of trouble breaking through that after the bell. A lot of rejections off that 187.25, and then eventually we break it. We retrace right back to that 187.25 again. I punched long at 40s. You know, I didn't get the best entry, but you know, ends up being a very profitable trade, making up for that L that we just had. Take that long 187.40, scalp into the 70s, and then it retraced on me, so I got out a little bit in the mid 50s here, but that was probably a wrong decision, as it's now retraced into the 80s, and it's doing a VWAP retracement at least. Let's see if this becomes a level of resistance for Meta here, 188-ish, which is just happens to be where VWAP goes. So we do the dance with Meta, and you know, sometimes we get bottom wick, sometimes we don't. We'll just have to, you know, do the best we can there. But the future is holding a bit of a level as well. If we're going to trade some of these big cappers, we got to look at the future. This 40.72, 40.71-ish level, a bit of a bottom here brewing on the 3-minute chart. Not really I don't want to say this is an important level. I mean, you heard Arun talk about that 460-ish level today, 40.60-ish level. We kind of danced with that a little bit. We broke it 64 is retraced, and we consolidated, you know, in the low 60s here until we got that eventual breakout. Looks like a bit of a double top that may be brewing here in the retracement to the 50 period. So we'll see how the futures end up going, but you know, I'm not gonna be overzealous and taking any shorts today because of the relative strength that we've had lately in the market, retracing or going back, retracing. I can't get trading out of my head. Going back to Friday when we kind of had that engulfing. Time for retracing right there. You know, what's it called? I wanted to talk about this engulfing candle that we had on the SPX real quick. Michael Noss talked about this. He talked about it in the morning before the bell, and look at this. So we had that red day going back to March 1st, and then we had that engulfing candle day where the entire body and wick high side and low side was engulfed by the subsequent green day. We ended up having a fantastic day after that. I mean, look at that. That's almost a gap. And looks like we're getting continuation today. You know, not quite as vigorous as the last 2 days. Thursday and Friday were super strong. But this is the SPX, not the ES. Looks like it's got a high of, I want to say 40.80? No, 40.78 today. So making higher highs and higher lows. So that bears, you know, noting, especially as we take some of these big cappers long, Luca.
Yeah, man, I'm adding to this in NVIDIA long and long Coinbase as well. So initially long off of the scalp play, bounce off 68, getting that 25-cent win, can't complain. Long again to see, does this general level hold? So first time taking it, bounce play. Second time taking it, willing to see if this 68 level holds. You got VWAP there as well. So yeah, we're going to see if VWAP wants to hold. And yeah, NVIDIA, I'm just trying to get a little bit more to see, but I definitely got to make sure that I watch this order. Sharif, you got something?
I'm probably going to start getting in NVIDIA very soon. It's funny that you should say that because I just talked about wanting to get in at 29. I said 239, 29. Come on, man, wake up. 239, guys, and I actually have the alert. Where'd I have alert? Set up at 239.15, and we're like 20 pennies away from that. So I'm liking this level. I'm going to probably start punching in real soon on NVIDIA for that defend, but the market not really cooperating, sadly, at the moment, right, as it's continuing to print lower lows, and now we're into that 40.70 area. I don't really see an area of support on the ES here, at least intraday, until, to be fair, I want to say that 40.66 area, maybe 40.65. There's a VWAP area here, and then there's the top of the consolidation range here. 40.66 might be an interesting area to take a dip trade off. So hopefully, if I'm going to go long on NVIDIA, we don't get too aggressive to the downside here on the ES. Look at that. So it just dipped right in. What was the low of that candle? 25s. Okay, so dip to 25s. I have my alert set at 15. Not ready to punch in quite yet on NVIDIA, but I may miss this. This is FOMO at its finest right here. I'm going to get to, what's it called? MM in a sec, guys, but I just have to look at NVIDIA here. There we go. Let's go quickly. Hurry up. There we go. Okay, so looks like it's holding right now, this general area. You know what? Let's punch in a quarter position and build our position onto this. There we go. We get filled. And the fill is obviously not that great. We get 68s. But we'll see what we do around here. Obviously, we're going to be averaging into this if it makes its way down to 239, 238.90. So that's the plan. So
if you're gonna do something similar to that, make sure to scale accordingly. Like, don't be punching in half positions, full positions at these levels, because these levels are, you know, they're general vicinity areas, and they may fail. There's nothing to guarantee that they run. All right, quickly, I got to get back to AI here because this one's retracing near my entry. Looks like we got all the way up into that 29.50 area, but since then, we've now retraced back into 29. Ideally, you want to see a strict hold of 29 here and a bounce back up. We may not get that. Thankfully, I have 67s as my in, so I can give it a bit of a buffer away from 29, but 29 is a strict level, may not hold here, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. Man, AZUL has been nothing but one big flow of red candles on the 3-minute chart here, going back to 1036. Sorry, I'm jumping around, but I secured shorts on this one earlier, which was super cheap, by the way. And I didn't punch in short. I said, look, you're not going to take anything above VWAP. You're going to wait for that setup, which is that high of day, flush, consolidation, and then you take the next one. It didn't present me with that because now it's been kind of going down, 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 stepping down, and not really setting up in the way that I want, right? So
I gotta stop.
I haven't been punching into this one. How are you? So I'm going to get out of my AI trade here now that it's decisively broke below 29. So we take the last little bit for a 20 penny winner. Back to NVIDIA. Our longs are 68s. We're still hanging out in the 60s. I don't want to jump the gun on this one. It's going to need me to give it a buffer. It's a big boy, so trade it carefully, guys. BLPH, someone saying, yeah, I know, I see this guy. It's flying. We talked about this one earlier being thinly traded, not so much anymore, down 4.5 million shares now in the last 5 minutes. It's done 1.5 million shares, pumping to the high side. Wow, that was a 20 penny move from 60s into 87s. Let's bring that chart in over here. Yeah, so, you know, you can't trade them all, baby. You're going to trade this, or that. So it looks fantastic. Obviously, let's, you know, I'd be punching in at some of these retracements here, especially, you know, if this gave me a 1-minute retracement, I would have probably got into that. But here come the $4 area. You know, that whole dollar has to be respected. Let's look at the daily. The daily is just one ugly move down, and really there's no levels to discern other than, you know, the whole dollars and the half dollars, because look at all these wicks. You can't even tell where the majority of the price action took place. So the daily is kind of hard to read. So just use caution, use whole dollar, half dollar. At least that's how I would see it, Luca. Yeah, guys. Yeah, let me know what you're trading in the chat. Let me know how you're feeling right now. How I'm feeling is I sort of NVIDIA's tough to trade at these levels when I'm multitasking. So I told myself, okay, try it one more time and then see if it wants to go. But I feel like now we're actually going to go. Let's see if it rips through the offers and continues. 240.10 was the level in the morning. So it broke 240 and then went to 240.10 reversed. So yeah, 240 is whatever. That's the general vicinity. But I feel like as soon as we go 240.10 and above, we're going straight to the 50 period. So let's see if that happens in the next 2 seconds here. Basically 240.08. Yeah, I am long this thing again, but basically waiting to see if it wants to break this level. Yeah, as much as I want to add to it, because I feel like we easily go back to 242 today. I feel like I just roll with what I got. Okay, there we go. So breaks 240.10 and goes. Yeah, the long is not wrong, man. You just had to trade it good and structure that. How'd you do on that one? Nice. I took that level that I wanted, which was the low of day level we punched in. I told you at 68, but I was willing to average into the 239 area because that's the level, guys. But it breaks, didn't require me to add more. So we'll get out at 240, got out a little bit more at the $0.25 level. Let's ride this one like Luca just said right now. That 50 period, at least on my 1-minute chart, the 50 period comes to that 240.40 level. So another 15 pennies or so. I'm still holding 10% of the position. So let this one ride. I mean, I don't have to worry as much anymore. We've gotten a little bit farther from my entry there, but now we're seeing some 30 prints. If we see some 40 prints, I'm Gonzino on this one. Here come the 40s. We're high 30s at the moment. You know what? Let's just hang out at the 40 so I don't have to keep looking at this. And what's life without whimsy? So I will get out
42s, why not? Let's just put some 42s here. Let's see what happens there, Luca.
You're taking 42s, I'm taking 41s. This guy's jumping in front of me. Wow, this guy's eating my lunch on live television, baby. Yeah, man, live. Hey, you gotta be careful with how you say it, man. Or you can just be like me and tell everybody what you're doing before you do it. And Miss Phil's. Yeah, guys, basically taking some out in this general vicinity. I'm joking about the 41s. It's like I already kind of took that out. I was taking that out as he was talking. But yeah, man, the thing is this, right? I was risking off the low, 239.44. It breaks, I get out, I get back in, it stops me out again, and then it goes. And then I go with like, you know, I wanted more, but I just couldn't get it, and then we popped. It was just kind of bamboozling. The thing with digital warfare is you got to understand that if you do throw stops, they come and eat your lunch. So it's like, I got to find that healthy balance between not throwing a stop, but also not getting a slip of like 35 cents, 40 cents when I don't want it below VWAP. If people are long here and it fails, as soon as we go 239, I feel like that's like the flush zone. So it's far away from 237, which is like my next long target. Essentially, this showing me that the under VWAP wants to hold, giving the pop back. So yeah, getting a little bit out over here. Still trying to stick to the trade of what I feel like is the right idea. And then as we get to the 50 period, I feel like we're gonna magnet into this level. As soon as we trade 50 period, let's see if I can get 240.80s. You know, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive on that one. 240.80s. And then, yeah, high a day if we could get that. But essentially, there's a thing with NVIDIA today. There's like an investor.
Well, the whole chips.
No, but isn't there like an investor talk? Is there an investor talk on NVIDIA today?
Maybe Brenda will let us know. But I mean, I know the chips are moving in general.
Yeah, no. There might be like an
There's
investor.
a thing. There's another headwind though.
Investor
you know that
presentation at 12:10.
NVIDIA wants to sell all these chips to some Chinese company.
Yeah.
And obviously the Americans are going to hear about that. The government, and you know what they're doing. There's a whole export ban. So that looks like it might be coming to fruition again. There was already an export ban on the 3 nanometer chips. Fact check me on that, chat, if I'm wrong with respect to the nanometer. But there's already an existing ban. They're looking to expand that ban. Not sure exactly the technical stuff though.
Yeah, man. It's no. I think there's like an investor presentation at 12:10.
Okay.
So yeah, that's basically 10 minutes away, 13 minutes away. So if that's something to consider, just watch your NVIDIA positions. Somebody was saying that from this morning. So yeah, again, it's like, you know, if it was over here, that was the thing. I knew it was coming. I was like, something's around the corner, and I can't be like, you know, getting smoked on this. So yeah, that was not too bad. But yeah, let's see if this one wants to continue now. I think I could get 240.80, so I'm going to be chilling and waiting for that one. Let's go back to coin to see how I traded this, how it looks on the chart. So the bounce play was good, and then the general long was not wrong to cover that. We bounced back up and then kind of flushed lower. So yeah, let's see if it defends VWAP here. You know, still up 4.8%. Nice little strong up move. Pretty good. I feel like the VWAP long can't be wrong here. I mean, it could be wrong. It definitely could be wrong. But yeah, let's go with this one. Let's see if I can get a fill here in front of VWAP. And this is going to be discretionary. I want to see it like trigger VWAP and bounce and then run all the way 68. So let's see if I can get 75 cents out of that long. That would be awesome. And then yeah, NVIDIA, I might reload in front of 240 depending on how it looks. This is like right now. So like, let's see how 240 holds for like right now. Well, I mean, there's no size or anything. It's kind of wide range, so it easily could break, but just this area, right? Let's see how the VWAP area holds. We already traded below. We bounced back. Does the area hold, and then do we rip back? Did I miss my chance? I might have just missed my chance for that. If that's the case, no problem, because I am long, but...
I got out.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, look at that, man. It trades all the way down to 240.01 on this wick down, and then pop. So essentially, when you're looking at these general areas, like you have multiple... you have lots of time to like make an idea and trade around this area. So like you could do it, you know, getting run over the way that I did, kind of building the long, taking some off, adding it back if you're like able to get that. I personally didn't get that, which is fine. I'm going for 240.80 now. Wow, that was clean, man. And you know what? You don't go to 240.80 unless you go back to 240 first. So yeah, that was like not a that was too fast for me, man.
Oh baby.
Yeah, now we're ripping. So let's go, baby. 84 cents in the money. That's pretty good for me. So yeah, let's see if it wants to continue. Maybe you get a little bit of a reserve at 240.41 right now on the bid. If that breaks, then you know it's a smaller reserve. But yeah, there is a buyer here. So anybody buying here thinks, you know, where do they think we're going? Yeah, let's see if we can actually go back. Again, 240.80 is my 50-period cover that I want above because I think we moon there like quickly, and then that could, you know, reverse very quickly. And then yeah, potentially high a day, but cognizant of the fact that if for whatever reason, whatever they're talking about, you know, I should probably have a stop order I should probably have a stop order in, but I don't. So I'm not going to have a stop order in. I'm just going to chill with that one.
No stop loss or no SL gang. You see those memes?
Yeah, no stop.
So
oh, come on,
dumb.
coin. Are you kidding me? Down to 67.39? Wow, I just had deja vu. 67.39, and where am I bidding? Oh, come on, man.
38.
Okay, I'm canceling that. I'm gonna revisit that one. But that was nasty, man. That was nasty right off my order there.
All right, guys, no trades on for me at the moment. The last trade here, that 239.67 long on NVIDIA, and the last piece we get out at 40. So a nice, almost 80 penny winner, guys. We'll talk more about that and more when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Positive day to start off the brand new week outside of a little bit of weakness in small cap land today. The Russell 2000 specifically still down 0.6%, but otherwise nice look right across this entire board. The S&P, the Dow 0.65, 0.37 to the upside right now. Both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. It's the big ones leading right now, 1.2 versus basically 1%. Even here in Toronto, just ticking back to green on the session. We were discussing a number of things if you joined us in the pre-market, including Chinese ADRs. We're showing a little bit of weakness on some growth data that came in a little bit disappointing. But overall, nice bounce back for most of those. Tesla and Apple back on watch as well, with that GS, Goldman Sachs, initiating at a buy rating for Goldman Sachs. I just saw this as well. There was an analyst that came out and said this. If you remember this morning, we were talking about Boeing with that software issue for the 787 Dreamliner. An analyst just came out and said, shouldn't be a big deal. They'll have a fix for it this week, more or less. So back to the upside, a little bit of a volume spike there for Boeing, guys. Back over to you.
Guys, I do upgrades and downgrades every morning. So that chart that Brendo shows you in the morning show, I do that every morning. And I've been doing it for a few months, and I have never put Apple on there. It's just like the most, I don't want to say that most obvious long, but I feel like it's the most obvious stock that, most rating agencies will have long. So it doesn't really appear as a buy. So when I saw it as a buy today, I was like, whoa, interesting. Okay, it was just a little bit taking back for me. I want to talk about MM for a second here before I get into BLPH, because MM now is consolidating, but concerning a little bit because I'm seeing a succession of lower highs. But the positive side to that is it's holding 9. 9 was a level that I earmarked here on my side chart for being a level of resistance. Ironically enough, it's acting as a level of support right now because 9 got taken and now it's acting as the floor. So I want to see what this one does. I mean, do we consolidate above 9 and kind of bull trap everybody and then it flushes back into what, 8, 750? Or is this an actual legitimate support level which we can kind of like build off and launch to the high side? It's up 41% today. MM has done 15.3 million shares, slowing down a bit because in the last 5 minutes we've done about 250,000 shares. So, I know it's a $9 stock. Probably should do a bit more, but to be expected to slow down, especially in a consolidation range, right, where the volume is going to tend to trend a little bit to the south side. So unsure how to approach this, whether to take a long off 9 here, maybe give it to about, I want to say 8 3/4, or is this kind of like a bull trap where we hang out above 9 for a little bit and then we really flush south and there's no holding back. So I don't want to make a decision on this one yet. I'll keep my eye on it. BLPH is the other one I want to talk about. Someone said BLPH is basically setting up to bounce. I mean, yes, it could very well be. It's holding VWAP. VWAP on my chart is that 344 level. Ideally, you want to see it hold that $half level. It doesn't hold, so keep an eye for VWAP here. But if this flushes, this could be a perfect small cap crapper, flat bottom break setup where you get that big move to make a high a day, and then you have a big retracement, a hold above, and a consolidate above VWAP where it moves sideways for a period of time, and then you get that boom, that big flush to the south side, a decisive break below VWAP, and then it starts consolidating again, and that's where I get in.
on that second consolidation period below VWAP once it's shown you. Now that it's shortable, having lost VWAP to the downside, that's what I'm looking for on this one, guys. If it sets up, great. If it doesn't, I won't touch it. But that's kind of the recurring setup that I have on some of these. So BLPH, keep an eye on that one. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. That's jokes. It's worth mentioning. Its float, 9.2 million shares for I can't even say that. Bellerophon Therapeutics. Bellerophon. I can't even say that. It's holding a view up for now, guys. But you know, if this breaks, head south, I'm gonna be all over this. Like, you know what? Yeah, guys. Speaking of Apple, I know you were talking about Apple before. It's kind of, you know, headed back to that high a day there, and didn't actually give the dip that I wanted to see on this thing. You know, I was trying to get VWAP bounce over here. It just kind of dipped into you know, 155.35. So, you know, a little bit high for my liking. I kind of wanted it, you know, closer if we flushed down, but we didn't, right? It's just kind of holding trend very, very nicely. So, you know, back towards 156. Not going to have a trade on it. And, okay, so here's NVIDIA now flushing back below VWAP. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what to think on this one. I'm gonna see. Yeah, I'll just hold what I have here. I was thinking of adding to it, but I was like, you know what? I'll just get back to it. We'll just go from there. Let's look at AMD though, like versus NVIDIA. If AMD has anything going for it, a little bit of kind of W pattern, you know, long for the win over here, vroop, vroop, and high. 83.50. I feel like 83.50 is a level. Kind of topped in and around 83.30 and then back down. You know, this is my resistance zone for now. Just kind of looking at this very quickly. Yeah, looking at this, it's now going back down here. Yeah, I don't know what to think, man. I don't know what to think with this NVIDIA either. Now we're going back down. I don't want to be like too like in, you know, if that 1210 is something's going on there. I don't know. I need to like regather my thoughts on this one. Maybe I'll just kind of throw a safety stop. I kind of hate using stops, but then at the same time, if I don't use stops, I look back at my positions and I get destroyed. So like, what's the point of that, right? So yeah, let's like maybe just throw out a safety stop just in case. So now I can actually chill. Someone's saying, so like, will Meta change its name now? No, man, I don't think so. But let's look back at Meta to see if there's anything here.
Why would they change their name?
It's kind of sideways. Yeah, I know. No, I don't know why somebody asked that. I think I'm going to cancel my Tesla bid here. It just like 95, it did test. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of slow now. Guys, there's a good rule of thumb. So as a trader, you know, so just, you know, as a human being, you can only make so many decisions in a day, so many decisions that are effective, okay? So if you're a trader and you're trading all morning and you make like 100 decisions and you whatever, you're flat or you're up on the day, you're down on the day, whatever it is what it is, just realize that you can only make so many decisions before you start to kind of dwindle, right? So the utility of your decisions is just going to go down. The effectiveness of those decisions are going to go down. So, you know, recognize that in yourself and do yourself a favor. And, you know, if you made money and you feel kind of tired, walk away. So for myself right now, like doing this in the afternoon after making quite a bit of decisions, quite a lot of trades this morning, I have to size down. I have to make less decisions, right? So I can try to make more decisions. But as you guys can see, I call like 195 into 195.80. I don't even take the long. I don't even see it. I got to cancel that bid now just because if we do get back there, I don't want to like lose on that when it was good and I wasn't involved. If we get back there and it's bad, I didn't capture like the win there. So yeah, pro day trader saying drink water, it helps. Yeah, I need to drink more water for sure. Maybe I'll go get some now. But yeah, no, I'm feeling it. And okay, CDIO from last week. I wanted to talk about this one very quickly. Let's look at this on the daily. It finally failed that 8 level. This thing's back down at 550. And look at this, man. All the way from 2, all the way up, trading at 8, and then giving you that kind of reversal on Friday, and now down at 550. Just to show how this looks on the intraday. On intraday here, it's yeah. Let's have a look here. Let's just pull this up. Pull up the 10-minute if this wants to load. No, okay. Yeah, but it's obviously, you know, it's not really that much volume traded today, but I just want to talk about this because when you're looking for a first red day on a setup, sometimes it doesn't happen the way that you think, right? Sometimes you're battling it when it's the hot chick and it's very challenging because algo's involved. If you had the short today, I can almost promise that it was a lot less stressful and it looks less stressful, just down, riding the 50 period, down 550 now. But yeah, that 8 battle was real. That was the over-under level that we were talking about. You know, 8 into that 850, didn't really spend a lot of time. So talk about talk about over-under there. And then finally tapping that one last time and back to the downside. The fade is good there. The fade is good. We're now breaking those lows and 550. I feel like if you're short 8, the best retracement is you're going for that's like 50% going into 4 there. So if anybody's looking at this name, the levels that I see here is essentially 4, 5, and this general area here that it's now below. So 585. It was support. It tried to bounce, couldn't, failed. Feels like we're gonna get to 5 today. I think it's probably paid for shorts. I'm not gonna trade this thing, but I just wanted to pull it up very quickly and talk about it.
All right, keeping my eye on BLPH as we still, hover and flirt with that VWAP level. Kind of broke below it, immediately reclaimed it. But, just this pattern over here is very bearish. So I'm quite optimistic that I'll get my setup on this one, which is that decisive break of VWAP with a big, 1 or 3 3 or 1 minute candle. And, ideally it breaks VWAP by quite a bit. In this case, you want it like 15 pennies, 12 and a half pennies, something in that range where it's a decisive red candle and a close below that, not a retracement back into VWAP. Not getting that set up quite yet, which leads me to believe, this could be a possible VWAP hold here. We're getting some red. There we go. Now it's kind of materializing as I'm talking about it. We're getting that decisive break below. Now we want to see a little bit more. There we go. Nice. Now I'm not going to get in on this initial move, right? And that's what I was trying to tell you guys, right? Now, this is the first step in the entire setup materializing and setting up for me to take. We get that decisive break. Now we want to consolidate, ideally, below VWAP, right? And if we do consolidate there, then I may, start averaging in. I'll take some potential breaks of the low, and then if it retraces to VWAP or the area of resistance, I'll add at that area as the consolidation level is established to the high side and the low side. So that's my thinking on this one. I want it to set up cleanly. So far, it's still not clean. It's not far enough away from VWAP. There we go. Now we're getting some more selling. It's got to come into that, I want to say, $0.25 area, around that, 5 more pennies or so. That's a nice little move. That'll give it the break. The breakdown will have happened at 53s. It drops 25 pennies for $3, $4 stock. That's plenty. And then we'll look for that consolidation. So that's a setup. That's what I'm keeping my eye on. Again, it's worth noting that one of the main reasons I'm looking for this particular setup on this stock is because of this huge move to that $4 level, the clear rejection, and the V-shaped, we call this the Christmas tree retracement, where it's a very clear red-green V-shape, upside down V, obviously. And that's what I'm looking for here, guys. So that's the move. Keep my eye on that one, and allow that to set up. Also, looking at AZUL, it's kind of slowed down here. Where did I have AZUL? I think I had it where NVIDIA. So switch this. Yes. Okay. So AZUL, had that huge move down. I got shorts on this one. I was ready to kind of take it short, but it didn't set up in the way that I was just describing on BLPH, which is what I was looking for on AZUL. I didn't get it. I got one, beautiful move down, but that's not what I was looking for, so I didn't take the trade. In fact, you'll recall, I tried to take a long off VWAP here. Didn't work for me and ended up being a loser. So AZUL, it looks like, I had the right idea, just the wrong execution on that one. So continuing to watch BLPH, continuing to watch AM, as well as AZUL, and my most fondest hope is that BLPH sets up in the flat bottom breaks like I like.
Damien asking, how's your studies coming along?
Good, man. I didn't study this weekend, but I studied a couple of days last week.
Nice.
On the weekdays. About halfway through, almost.
Nice.
It's about 800 pages, so.
A light 800 pages.
Yeah, and it's all it's heavy reading after a bit. Once you get into Elliott wave theory and these pointed figure charts and stuff, it's just it's icky.
Icky, yeah. No, I feel you on that one, man. I'm not a fan of. When I was studying CFA, it's I would study, I would take a break, and then I would open the book and I would just instantly close it and be like, I don't want to read this right now.
I'm not feeling this right now. Yeah.
I don't want to read this right now.
No, sometimes it's tough, dude.
Yeah, hopefully that one's a little bit better of a read than CFA there, guys. Tesla off 195 again. Look at that, man. Tesla off 195. dip and rip, not breaking 195. I put my order back because I'm watching it, but now we kind of go back, so I'm going to cancel that one. Not looking to take that again. I mean, if it gets there, it gets there, but I'm not going to, I just don't want to be multitasking at the time. Market's pushing to high a day again. That 40.80 going back to the upside here, so let's see how that one reacts. I added a little bit to NVIDIA here, as you guys can see, kind of breaking back above VWAP. This, to me, is a little bit of a higher low. Higher low, yep. So, you know, dipping into, letting it create the higher low, popping, dipping, getting that 240 fill. And, yeah, now let's see where we go. I just feel like before I was going 240.80s, because that was a 50 period, I thought I could get it here. I just missed it. The high of that move was like 50. So at this point now, like, let's just wait and see what happens next. No offers out, just going to be real chill with it and see where it goes. And then, Complex saying, want to see a real trade, not silly NVIDIA, question mark. Yeah, sure, man. Feel free to, you know, post it if you can, or somehow on Twitter, or tag, I guess, Sean on that, and maybe he'll have a look. And yeah, man, I don't even know what else to look at here. I'm kind of all over the place. I'm focused on NVIDIA because 240 is the level. And then if we finally get the move back up, this is going to be probably like a $2 move back to the upside. If it comes to fruition, if we start going, that's kind of what I'm eyeing there. So I'm going to see if that one wants to work. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. All good, man. D-Loaf saying, how many levels of CFA do I have? Do you do? So there's, for anybody that doesn't know, there's basically 3 levels to the CFA. Chartered Financial Analyst. It's all-encompassing for you know, analytics. Level 1 just kind of very briefly covers everything. Level 2 dives into the details. It's people argue it's the more challenging level. I wrote level 2 and failed. So yeah, level 1 passed, level 2 failed, and yeah, I'm just deciding now if I want to continue with that one. Level 3 really tests your knowledge of the overall kind of material, and then you have to show that you know what you're talking about with the written test there. Yeah, so, you know, CFA all-encompassing, lots of fun, but quite boring at the same time, too, to read there. So NVIDIA 240, let's see if this level holds and dips to the upside, but we'll see with that one. If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe. Oh, man,
Hot
yeah,
mic,
hot mic,
baby,
I'm
hot
exhausted,
mic. Yeah,
man.
proudly told
I'm
us
so
that they
tired.
don't mute the mic when those go on. So, guys, I'm short now. BLPH. Fahad loving that back there, man. He's all sorts of happy. Shout out to Fahad though, man, for that tournament, man. Big. I won't call it a dub, but it was big. This guy's been doing charity after charity after charity. So good on this guy. All right, BLPH short. 26s. Now we're into 16s. You know, this one, I kind of front ran it. Let's just call a spade a spade. I front ran it. It didn't give me the consolidation range, but it just looked so primed for a retracement. So I'm like, come on, dude, get into it. So to be fair, I'm only in a quarter position. I had another dip trade. This is a dip trade? No, it's kind of like an ascent trade. Another trade to get in more at 40s. Obviously, it's not going to make its way there, at least for now. Now back into 12s. So already well in the money on this one. Do we cover a little bit here? Let's take a little bit right there. We cover a little bit through that short. Let's look for a test of 3s, though. That's the idea here. We want to retrace into 3s. And, you know, well, if we get a hold off 3, great. We do have a consolidation range showing that 3 may be a level here. Have a look. Consolidation here, you know, broke 3, but then retrace below it until you get the decisive break with the volume supported. As my guy to the left always likes to say, volume is a tell, and in that case, certainly it was. And then we got a big wick up and big wick down. So, not 100% convinced on this trade just yet, but I'm going to continue to keep my eye on it.
I want to say just very quickly, somebody in the chat was like, I lost all my money. What do I do? Just go back to work, man. Go back to work, make more money, and then go from there. It's very simple, actually. I think, you know, the current day and age, nobody wants to work. Just go to work, man. Go to work, make some money, and, you know, go from there. That's it. You always get another shot when you give yourself the opportunity to make more money. That's what I'll say there. So, guys, anyways, Tesla 195, probably getting a test here. I mean, I still like, it's like now I like it less. And I said to myself, don't do it, but I'm going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it here. I'm just going to wait and see how 195 reacts. I don't want the long in front of 195 because it's going to break. There's probably going to be a better price to be had here. But yeah, essentially playing off of this low. Like it held, it dipped, it ripped. It's not giving like the crazy range that it could, right? It's just kind of like it started the day at 199 and just faded off of like the 200. Let's see if it can dip below 195 and then reclaim it there. If we go back up right now, like that's fine. That's fine. It's going without me, and I'm still long NVIDIA there. So yeah, NVIDIA pushing to the upside. I just feel like now. So again, I kind of like was fighting, and I had like a different idea going into this trade. Covered some here, wanted to cover some, didn't add to it. Now I kind of feel like, you know, just I want to tell myself like, yeah, Luca, hold for 242, because like NVIDIA could easily be at 245. And the day is young. It's 12:20 in the afternoon. This thing, I mean, how many times do we see kind of the lower, the morning action making it look like the short is good, ripping to the highs, dipping, holding VWAP, and then just trending back into the highs. And I mean, if you look at this on Friday, like look at Friday's action. This thing, you know, below VWAP made it look like the short was good, held, did nothing, and then for whatever reason at 11:45, this thing goes from 232 to 238.50. Like very robotically, everyone's done with it, and then it goes up. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna try that right now. Let's see if this can very robotically, just like that's it. Start a little bit later, 1 hour later than last week. But yeah, let's see if this thing can go all the way to at least the high a day, if not 245 there. So yeah, pretty. I'm gonna hold on to it. I want to add to it. I do want to add to it, but I don't know if I'm gonna get the opportunity to. So yeah, I'll just be able to I'll just look for more trades. Tesla back to that 195, so giving you the first kind of little bounce of 20-30 cents there. Back down here, probably going to take the level. There is some size at 195.01 and 195 evens, but not enough to not break the level or be that substantial. So yeah, let's see where that wants to go.
Have you looked at Apple?
Yeah, what's going on with Apple?
Man.
Yeah, that one's just like it's too high for me to trade this now.
3.5%. I know. Someone's saying, have you looked at the gap on the daily? And you know what? They don't show up on my charts because I actually want the pre-market action. But if I shut off the pre-market price action, it will show me the gap. But yeah, I'm sure. Goldman upgrade today, like I was saying. You know, I've been doing the upgrades and downgrades for a while now. I've never put Apple on the upgrades list, so it was kind of like taken back. But then again, you know, so many people. I think it was like 30-something. Mid-30s, 34, 35 out of like 41 rating agencies already have a minimum of buy rating on Apple, if not outperform or overweight. So, you know, it's kind of like exhausted in terms of upgrades. But Goldman today coming in with an upgrade saying that they see some high side to that. So obviously riding that coattails. 156.30, guys, is the HOD, high of day on our friend Apple there.
All right,
so what's the daily chart look like? Yeah, well, have a look at this. Someone was just talking about the gap. Yeah, sure. Obviously, there's no gap because this includes the pre-market action, but if I shut it off, like I was saying. A key top, though. I mean, you don't need to be an expert chart reader to see that we have a possible flat top brewing at that 157.50. Let's just give it to maybe 160, but the better level is 157.50. A lot of tops. Look at the top there in October, another top there, that was early Feb, and then we topped out there again in September. So this is a good level. Like, this is one of those levels where, you know, they taught us early on the trading floor here. These are key level breaks, whether to the high side or the low side. That haven't been broken in a while. And, you know, usually those are good. And the trick there is to size up and, you know, take like 15, 20 pennies, but to take like a lot of size through that whole dollar key level break. That's the idea there. So if that comes to fruition today, I mean, there's really no reason why it shouldn't. We saw Meta move up like a ridiculous 7%, 8% on Friday. So Apple on, you know, similar news could do the same thing. And we're halfway through there. 3.3% to the high side. Again, I'm going to put this horizontal trend line on here so I can remind myself that this is a key level. In fact, I'm going to add an alert, but I want to add an alert earlier so that I can kind of sniff this one coming. Let's put it at 157. So that'll give us like 50 pennies worth of room. We'll activate that bad boy. So if that comes to fruition today, I'm gonna be all over that, guys. And that's like, you know, one of those ABC trades they teach you here on the floor initially. All right, back to BLPH. You know, still kind of getting that consolidation sideways. Let's look for some more downward momentum. I'm definitely looking for a break of that 310 to confirm continuation to the south. If we do get a retracement into VWAP, I've got a resting order there hanging out at 40s to get filled. So keeping my eye on that coin. And I have saying why Amazon is making new highs today. I couldn't tell you. I don't think there's any specific catalyst on Amazon. I'll have a look at my blotter here real quick. Napoli owner Serie A. No, okay, that has nothing to do with it. Amazon's biggest competitive advantage. Looking here. I don't see anything specific to Amazon, but the market's up 0.6%, 0.67%. So Amazon could just be a sympathy play to the overall market, as most of the big cappers are green today, for the exception of Tesla. So not really too surprised about that, to be honest with you. So don't really see anything specific on Amazon, but that likely just a move off the general market, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Snap, I just noticed it's not on my blotter anymore. I was saying it before under my breath. I got the fill, man. I was basically short above 12, playing off of this kind of top-ish range here. Yes, please. Yeah, man, it is not like, this is like a, okay, let me just I'm like, oh my God, okay. Let me draw the line here. So the line, 1207 and 1208. So it just basically gets there and reverses. Okay, I'm not in NVIDIA anymore. What the heck's going on? Okay, whatever. 1207 is the kind of top. Then it kind of popped, dipped back below, and then dipped. So it is up on the day, but I was basically playing off of that logic and then covering the bottom of that. So look at this, man. It's basically ranging, but it's not giving a lot of the range. It's not even filling like 1190. So yeah, I don't know. It's in like a very, very tight range. Probably not going to trade it again, but that was a good look. Okay, I got stopped out of both of those. Okay, that's super frustrating, man. So yeah, Tesla, I basically took the long, 3 entries, pretty good, ripped back to the north side. I was like, okay, but I'm not managing these effects. Like, the moves are too fast, and I'm just not like, normally I'll be like out some there, but I guess I missed that. What's going on here? Yeah, Mondays, man, all good. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's just the stop out for me there. That's pretty frustrating. Okay, whatever. And NVIDIA, same kind of thing, but NVIDIA dipping down. You know what? I'm done. I'm not trading. I'm chilling. Let me know, guys, what you're looking at. I'll look at those. You got to know when to kind of step away. Middle of the day, like I'm trying these levels, but like I'm not trading them well because I'm just not like focused, and I just keep getting stopped out because I just feel like these moves are gonna like rip against me $1. So it's just something that I need to. Yeah, top tick trading, because I'm the tick. I'm the bottom tick. Like, what is this? This is making me so, it's making me so nervous, man. This is real trading, and honestly, it's making me very, very nervous right now, so I'm chilling. I'm taking a step back. It's 12:30 now, it's chilling. I'm down on the day, but I'm not like down, but I'm just frustrated that like, I feel like I'm not gonna be wrong, but I'm just like, yeah, man, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Sometimes it's frustrating. There was good trades in the morning, and I still kind of feel like this NVIDIA level might work. But the thing that I feel is like, I feel like because it's not up on the day, because it didn't specifically bounce the first time, like I'm still in the long, I'm still kind of adding to it. I just don't know where to risk off, right? So like, I just feel like I don't know where to risk off. Like if I risk off this low, it's just gonna break that low. Like if I put the stop order, and it's literally just gonna run the stop and then go back up anyway. So I try to like be cheeky and put it a little bit higher, stops out, goes back up anyway. So yeah, it is kind of like, it's man, digital warfare. Like you throw a stop out, they just run your stop. You don't throw a stop, you run the risk of it being at 238.40 and like real quick if you're not paying attention. So yeah, man, Sharif's bringing me a spro. Yeah, no worries about that. But essentially, I'm chilling. You try when it makes sense. But essentially, know when to stop, right? Know when to stop. I feel like if I continue, I'm just gonna frustrate myself and lose like more there. And this is the thing. Even like a perfect example right here. Like look at it. And this is why this is why I explain this, because guys, you might be in the same boat. I see people saying like, yeah, Luke, I feel the same way. Like, oh, that happened to me. Yeah, take it easy. It's like, so for example, like the long is good, right? And then I'm like, okay, like this looks good to like actually give the bounce. And look at the day. Right? It's like it dips through 195. I follow my plan. I add to it. It slams back up. It goes 40 cents in the money from my position. I throw the stop out. It just goes down, stops me out, and then it goes back up anyways. So like it's like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? How do you run all the way down? But I get it. It does that every single time. So the solution to this, guys, is watch your positions. Don't use stops, because if you use stops, like I mean, this is like 195.20. And then it goes all the way down 195, like low, breaks the low, and then like doesn't continue to sell off. So it's like there's just no like liquidity there, and it could just like go stop you out and then go back. Like obviously that's just a product of the game of trading. So I just feel like this is a value add to people who trade. If you guys are trading and you're trying to learn, I love this channel because it's educational as well. Somebody actually, I think it was Drive Through. First of all, that's a pretty cool name. But Drive Through was like, oh, you lost all your money. You're no longer needed here. They got all your money. Go back to work and come back to lose more. Like, that's not the case. Like, I'm losing too. Like, I lost. I'm trading live. And it's very, very difficult to manage both. So when I see comments like that come through, it frustrates me because it's just not. I mean, like it's not the case, right? I'm trying to actually provide value, and it is what it is. And I actually lose because I'm not focused, because I wouldn't have a stop order, or I would have managed it a little bit better. So yeah, that's not an accurate comment. My comment of going back to work to make money is like, look, listen. You should not be using trading, if you're getting into trading, as money. Like, don't just get into trading and say to yourself, well, now that I'm a trader, I'm going to start making money. Like, it's so difficult to become consistent, and so you have to work on that. You got to work on that. You got to build your playbook, and so don't associate your money with your trading money. Your trading money should be money that you're willing to lose. You're most likely going to lose everything the first time around. If you make money, it's probably going to be detrimental to your success, because unless you did it the proper way, you're going to get, it's just, you're building on the bad habits, right? So just make sure you build on good habits, and yeah, like just, I think, there's all types of tools to kind of educate yourself and get better. But yeah, if you need money, just go get money, right? Trading, the market's very, very difficult. It takes time to get consistent. And then, somebody saying misery loves company, exactly. Misery loves company. Choose to smile, and that's what I'm doing here. So I'm basically taking a chill pill, gonna drink this espresso. Oh, and protein.
And the protein,
Let's go.
baby. Oh yeah,
buddy.
that's. I've been making those more. They're super quick to make too. All right, quickly here, BLPH. We retrace into VWAP. So as advertised, I do add to the short right there. Very short leash on this short. So if it really starts getting going, reclaiming VWAP, I'm out. They're both quarter positions, and I already scalped out on the way down here into 310. So this is just playing a key level of resistance. I'm sitting here at 29s to get filled, to take a piece out. Should we make it down there, I'd like to de-risk and just kind of get in the green on that one. So we're sitting here at 31s. I'm looking to get filled a bit at 29s and then maybe back down to test 3. So that's my look there. I have to keep my eye on it, as this could really get going to the high side if it gets some momentum. It didn't really aggressively break VWAP, and I kind of front ran it, I'm not gonna lie. So got to be careful on this one. And the thing is about this one that I don't like, very spready for a $3 stock. I don't want to see 3-penny spreads on $3 stocks, especially ones that have done 11.8 million shares on the day. There should be more liquidity in around those areas. And as a result, when it came back into 29s here, I didn't get filled. It was a bit of an area of illiquidity. So possible dangerous trade on at the moment here. So I got to keep my eye on it. Don't want this to go against me. I'm holding 40% of a full position at the moment. So that should put some context to it. Now, as we kind of stay a little bit below VWAP here, we're straddling VWAP from the sell side. So I want to see what this one does. Now, what are some other plays? Meta is moving here. That dip buy at 187.25 was absolute money, as it held to the T, and now is breaking through 188 and making a new high for the range. Here is the trade on Meta. I just got to keep my eyes on BLPH, that's why. Here's the trade on Meta, that 187.25 holds, and now we're 188.25, and 189.66 is the high of days. So we'll have to keep an eye, see if Meta is going to get relatively strong again, as these futures are not doing much at the moment. BLPH taking VWAP here, but then finding immediate area of selling. I don't think this is a good trade for me. As a result, I'm going to get out. Just as I say that, it flushes. I hadn't punched the out button yet, but let's see what this one does. I don't think it's a good trade. I think it's one of those ones that's going to be relatively strong, and it's looking to reclaim VWAP and kind of bear trap a lot of people with this VWAP break to the sell side here. So I've seen this setup before, where some of these, high of day retracers, these Christmas tree retracers, let's call them that, they bamboozle you a little bit into thinking that the flat bottom break setup is coming, only to kind of reclaim VWAP to the north side, and when you've already sized in, and then you get pooped on. So
I'm going to say very quickly, shout out to the stock trader for Super Chat. Thank you so much. And I see no message, but then you're saying, look, I bought a Super Chat and forgot to type my message. Please tell Luke I have a message for him, but not another $1. That's fine, man.
But not another $1.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't see a message. Like, was there another message? Feel free to write it. I'm kind of periodically looking at the chat.
There we go.
Todd Edwards. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guys, hit the like button. We got 2K likes, 4,900 people watching right now.
That's not acceptable.
It's Monday, and I posted on my Instagram, thank God it's Monday.
TGIM.
Because, man, I love trading. Even when it's not working, I still kind of love the opportunity to be a trader. It's, it is the dream still. So it can be frustrating, and even you got to put work. Even in your dreams, sometimes you got to work a little bit.
Oh yeah. Do you ever run in your dreams, Luca?
Do you ever run?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's pathetic, right?
Running is like you don't get anywhere.
Yeah, you don't, and you can't fight. You can't do anything. You can't fight. You can't run. I feel like I feel like I'm.
When you try to punch something in your dreams, it feels like a pillow. Maybe it's because you are punching the pillow.
And you're punching in slow motion. Maybe because you are punching the pillow.
Yeah.
No. Anybody else have that issue, guys? Anyway, I take a piece out here on BLPH as we do break that 29, so that ad ends up being money, and we scalp out, still holding a 30% position. My average now, my adjusted cost basis is $3.36, so about 10 pennies in the money on this one. Want to let it run, right? Don't want to paper hand this trade. There's potential here. We have a $3. You got to assume we're gonna encounter support at $3, but we got a flat bottom break brewing if we can reject this VWAP decisively. So far, not decisively. In fact, if I look at this objectively, I see a series of higher lows. And I don't like seeing that, right? Because that just shows relative strength. It's retracing. What you want to see is a series of lower lows and then maybe an anomaly somewhere in the middle there where it retraces to a higher level, a bull trap where it gets everybody stuck and then it retraces back down. But you don't want to see consecutively higher lows. It shows a trend is developing. So that makes me a little bit nervous. Thankfully, scalped out of it. Gonna stick to my guns. If it decisively breaks VWAP, I'll punch out of that. As a result, I've already taken profit twice here at 10s. And again, through the break of 30. But yeah, this one looks like it wants to go to the high side. 85% up on the day. It's probably on a lot of people's scanners as number one, the number one gapper. And probably people are punching short. I know that it's punching long. I know it's hard to short on IBKR. There's no shorts available. I know that it didn't cost me that much to get here, but still, it's not easy to short. It's a pay for short type setup. So fewer people could be entering the shorts here. Quickly on some of these big cappers to look. We're getting some interesting areas on some of these big cappers. I like Microsoft the best of the bunch at the moment. We got that VWAP retracement. Microsoft had a decent day. We kind of hung out around that 255, 256 area pre-market. Then it was one steady state up to 260. We get an obvious level of resistance here at 260. Now we're getting a VWAP retracement. Interesting area for a stock that was strong on the day, up still 1.25%. So this might be an interesting area here on Microsoft if the futures can find a bit of a bottom and start trending to the high side. Back to BLPH, probably need to get out of this one now as we continue to make higher lows and lower highs. That $0.50 break's coming in soon. This could be a bamboozlement session, right? Where, it's a bull trap where people like me who are not in a position are looking at the same thing, saying, okay, we're printing higher lows, higher highs. Let's get in long. It's up 85% only to watch it flush. So I need to see a decisive break of that VWAP, a reclaim of that VWAP, probably through the $0.50 level, then I'll punch out. That'll be a 14 penny loser for me if I do get out at the $0.50. So far, no $0.50 test yet, and we're still technically, straddling VWAP from the downside. So it doesn't look good, but is not very, very bad either. now, sorry guys, I should have been looking at this. Held 9. Remember we had this discussion earlier whether this was going to be a bull trap, holding above 9 only to flush. No, this was the real deal. We broke above 9. 9 was an obvious level of support, and now we're pumping to the high side. It looks like we almost tested 10 there. 997 on that move up on What a last, I want to say, 4 or 5 days it has been for multiple green candles on the daily chart on Luca.
Yeah, Jaylee, thank you for that message there.
Gotta get
and somebody said, what he was asking is where from Naples am I from? So yeah, it is the from Campania. I don't want to go into too many details there, but yeah, Campania, Naples. Great food from the region, man. Great food. Okay, so let's see here what else is moving, if there's anything else that I can take a look at. I basically took another Tesla long. This is like small size to the point that I don't care, but like let's see if it wants to go. So same idea, not even close to the amount of size. I'm just going to see if this wants to go. I mean, the low was like 94.50-ish area, so it's actually breaking this now. I'm going to give this down to like 94, I think. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not from Italy, guys. I'm from Canada, but my background is Italian. That's kind of where I'm from, right? So yeah, in case because somebody's now saying, well, why leave Italy? Yeah, no. I've been to Italy on vacation, but I'm not.
Oh.
I wasn't born in Italy. Thank you for the super chat so much. Somebody's saying GSAT question mark. We could have a look here. GSAT. Is this on the Amex? Yes, it is. Okay, so Amex GSAT. Oh, this thing's pretty light. 1.6 million shares traded. Dollar stock, nothing too spectacular. Barcoding, not doing anything special. This is the daily. It's been in this range for quite a long time.
Eek.
And not really doing anything. I think I see nothing here really. Maybe it like holds like this low of like 115, 113. It was up at 2 before. But I just feel like, yeah, it's not really doing anything. I just expect this to do really nothing until it starts to show that it wants to do volume. Yeah, Canadian of Italian descent, exactly. I'm extremely Italian, like my culture. I kind of grew up Italian household, so yeah, I do kind of all the Italian traditions and everything. But yeah, I'm not from Italy there, in case anybody's wondering. Okay, yeah, what else do we got here? I know Renato was saying Amazon double top from before. Let's have a look to see where this is.
I feel like it's kind of like futile to ask you, but have you done a DNA test? 23andMe, I know you would never submit your DNA to anybody. That's just, I know you too well for that.
No,
anyway, yeah. I don't want to do it either, to be honest with you, but I really want to know like exactly what my heritage is, right? My cousin did it.
Yeah.
He got 97 or 98% Coptic Egyptian, which is Christian Egyptian, right? Which is funny because they're able to actually tell. Because it's not just religious things, it's actually like a subculture where you only it's like Jewish people, they only marry, well, it's not all Jewish people, but they tend to marry a lot from within their own culture. Same thing with my culture, right?
Well,
so the DNA pool would be the same, is what I'm trying to say, and they were able to identify that.
The thing is with, so that's actually, it's like I've never done it, but some of my family members have, and the results that came back were kind of interesting.
Oh yeah?
So it's not gonna, the percentage of Italian blood or whatever it is,
right.
Italian DNA would be low because everything is based off going back to like Roman times.
Right, yeah.
And everybody kind of immigrated in, so it's like you're gonna get
from anywhere.
yeah, like Italians.
The
You're
Roman
gonna get
Empire was huge.
Yeah, like what part of my I can't remember who it was in my family, but they got like Moroccan DNA.
Well, yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, so it's like from all over there. So
Mediterranean,
Yeah, no, I never did it. I'll probably never do it, but yeah, it's definitely interesting, that's for sure. Somebody's saying I did a DNA test on my dog. He is not Italian. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't mean to offend anybody, guys. When I make like these generalizations, I'm just talking about myself here. I'm trying to make like a comparator. I know all, you don't always marry from within your ethnic group, obviously. That goes without saying. Otherwise, there'd be no, all right, so where are we here on MA? I'm still in this long. I'm trying to defend this kind of 9 1/4 level. We're not getting to it quite yet. I've averaged in a couple of times. Maybe I'll let that one develop. We've got a couple of super chats, though, that I got to get to here. Pico de Gallo. Okay, thank you for that, Bradley. GSAT. Let's have a look at GSAT. Let's pop in with the GSAT, with the trade ideas chart over here. Let's pop in, duplicate the floating window. GSAT not doing much today, man. The notional range is like super poopy. I'm talking about like 118 to the downside and 127 to the high side. So all of 9 penny range. Intraday, I'd have nothing to do with this chart, but let's have a look at the daily time frame. Maybe there's a swing to be had. And to be quite honest, what do you see here when you look at this chart? I don't see anything good. I see a very consolidating chart with very, very tight ranges from 3. This is going back years now. 2 years, 3 to the high side, and essentially 1 to the low side. And no discernible patterns that I can see, except maybe this double top that brewed here, and then you had an eventual sell-off. So maybe if you wanted to short this, maybe into $1. $1 obviously being a level of support going back to, I want to say, where is that? December of last year. May, excuse me, of last year, where we kind of got those May bottoms. This kind of participated in that. So not much that I can help with on GSAT. It's kind of a tough stock to trade intraday. D-Loaf, I was joking, okay?
We had another super chat here I want to get to real quick. The stock trader sending $1 super chat. Thank you very much for that. No attached message though at me, and let me know if you want me to look at anything specific. But yeah, there was no message attached to that. So we'll have a look here. All right, AM now kind of retracing back into that $0.25. It's kind of doing like a Christmas tree retracement a little bit, but we saw the bamboozlement on the Christmas tree retracement on BLPH where it was bought up almost immediately. And now that's why I had to end up getting out of that. Now we're above VWAP. So I'm looking for a hold of $9 here on MM. Let's see how that develops. We had a really good consolidation area here in front of 9. So I do expect 9 to be a level that is protected. Now we're coming back into that 9.25, but again, I do like that 9 for protection, so I'll be looking for that. AI, how many times did we take this off Friday's close? That 28.50, that's given way now. That 28.50 held for a couple of dips into that area. Initially you had down here, which is where we got long. This is my best position on the day where we scalped for almost a couple of bucks. You had another retest of that 28.50 again and another movement up, but most notably, you had a lower high, kind of signaling that a possible trend change was coming out of a bit of a wedge shape, starting to brew here with lower high, lower high, lower high, and same low. So that bottom was going to come down sometime, and it's come down now, and there it goes. Looks like we're going to test 28s today, possibly. I don't know. We'll see. The market printing downward now. Everything moving to the downside in terms of big cappers. Let's bring in the big cap chart. We got Meta retracing back into that key level of 187.20. Is this a rinse and repeat level on Meta? The futures have to cooperate. We're concurrently at VWAP on the ES March contract, so this could be an interesting bounce. Amazon likewise is retracing to VWAP. This could be an interesting bounce as well. Microsoft, we talked this one up, but it's been disappointing since then now because it's broken decisively below VWAP here. So we may have to look for more price action levels than indicator levels for a possible area of support. Microsoft doing its thing to the downside. Quickly back to MM. Oh, I only got a partial fill on that dip. That's poopy. So we'll have to see what that one does. What are you huffing and puffing over there about, Luca?
No, I'm just like noticing that it's you take. No, I'm not gonna go there. Anyways, guys, yeah, Tesla's going down because whatever, it's just going down. It broke the lows. Market's kind of breaking the lows. You know what? Somebody made me laugh. They're like, Luca, the bag holder. Yeah, man. Literally, it's like if I take like small size, I don't even notice, and then it's like going down. I'm like, hey, no, this is like. This Amazon long is not right. It is not correct, and now we're below VWAP. Not even a bounce there at VWAP, so I'm not really too sure. Yeah, maybe I just kind of like, I don't know. I'm gonna, yeah, you know what? Let me just get out of this too.
Wow, the market.
Yeah, we're just like going down like through VWAP here, so no bounce. That's a loss, but yeah, man, it's just I thought like for whatever reason it was like holding. I like look back, we're here. I'm like, oh, we're here now. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Like I'm not really too worried. It's just very frustrating because yeah, it's just frustrating, you know. So yeah, it is what it is. I got like nothing else here on deck, so I'm not really too sure what I'm gonna do. But for sure, I will call levels if you guys have any questions and move on. It's all good. Someone's stock trader. I wrote a super chat, Luke. I forgot to send it, so I had to pay for 2 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your message. You're saying exactly what Luca was talking about, the brain freeze. I paid super chat for it. Can you read it, bro? Yeah, so let me get to this one that's
Wants to
in
look
order.
at PLTR.
Was that his question?
Yeah, that's from the stock trader you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, PLTR.
Okay, yeah, and super chat from Keel, $10. Thank you so much. Thumbs up for Trader TV. Green Day here. Probably wrap it up before I give it all back. Absolutely, man. Wrap it up. Make that money and run, man. Make that money. Don't give bots a chance to get it back. You know, come back with that same energy tomorrow when more volume and liquidity comes through, or at the end of the day, at least maybe get some end-of-day setups. And so your question was for PLTR. Sure, I could have a look here. I just feel like PLTR is in an area that's not really like, I wonder like, okay, let's have a look at it. So intraday, maybe 8 holds if we, well, 8's kind of far away actually. Yeah, not really, like nothing too obvious that I see, but let me pull over the daily just to see if there's this. So the banger trade was like the earnings trade. This thing went up, had the kind of sideways day, then next leg up, rejected the 10, right? Rejected 10, couldn't get above like 1030 on that day, faded and never printed a green day since until March 2nd, where it gave a little bit of a kind of, I mean, you know, call this like a dead cat bounce from this kind of data that came through. And yeah, move up into the 850 level and then sort of reject. But I just feel like this is not a super clean level. I almost want to say it's closer to like 865. I'm going off the high of these two candles. And then also on February 8th, it kind of topped there. On February 6th, it kind of topped up there. So I feel like when this thing gets over 865, it looks like it's potentially going to go. Then it failed. It couldn't get it, rejected. Earnings held, bounce, back down, right back through, test, reject. So if we get back up to that 865, I would anticipate some type of resistance, 865 into 9. And you're seeing that intraday with this kind of rally from Friday. It couldn't break 850. And then today it's just kind of like a little bit lower. So 845 was the top there. I would not expect this thing to go through 850 today. Where does it find some support? I don't know, maybe $8, around like 806 over here. It's kind of in this like low of day area. I wouldn't be taking a trade on this. I'm not going to trade it, but maybe if it keeps going down, it kind of bounces off at 8. And then, yeah, you got the overhead resistance there. So, yeah, best of luck if you are trading that. I'm not going to trade it, just kind of very, very, very slow. But, yeah, thank you for all the super chats, sending them through. I know you're saying, like, oh, I sent one, I sent another one. So, yeah, thank you so much for that one.
Sometimes it's tough to see, right? Like,
yeah, it comes through, and we miss stuff from time to time. And this is the thing, because I know you were saying, you were like talking, and you're like, oh, like I don't even know what you were saying, but yeah, guys, just a little insight into doing, doing a live trading YouTube show here.
Sometimes we have to concentrate. Sometimes I listen attentively to what he says because he's always got really good insight. Sometimes I don't hear it at all because I'm focusing on something else, and that's part of being on live. And doing a trade, but we're absolutely printing here on MM. What a nice dip trade. We defend that level at 9, that consolidation top. Look at it printing to the high side, baby. Let's take out more there. Oh, we just missed it. I'm too slow with the keys, man. My old fingers, my old man fingers, they're not what they used to be. Well, I couldn't get out there through the 980 break. Oh, looks like we didn't break quite 980, 978. There, but I've got another little piece hanging out at 71s to fill there. We're long 28s, guys, so 50 pennies in the money. We get the fill. We'll drop down the cash. That one comes down, so nice little trade on MM, rinsing and repeating that 9 level and that top consolidation area. Look, former area of resistance, current area of support. How many times do we say that in a day? It's a good... I like it. It's more predictable level. We did that on Meta today. We did that on BLPH and doing it again on MM. That's pumping again, baby. Let's take out a little bit more there. Again, what a trade. Now, this is a nice trade from the bottom there. Initially get in through that 950, retraces. We know what we're going to do. There we go on MM. Look at this, Luca. Just to the high side. Bang on MM. This is a nice trade. Look alongside. The chat is saying all sorts of naughty things about fingers in the chat there. I'm just going to ignore that. But I'll print on MM as this one flies to the high side. Guys, look at this. Through the 10 quarter, how many shares do I have? No, I gotta let this one go because I'm only holding a little bit. There we go. That's gonna be the last out. It's printing to the high side. Very happy with this trade. Look at this one. Move to the high side. Enter, dip. Kaboom.
Lambo, says nice. Tinas there. Yeah, thank you for the super chat as well. Sean Farmer Doge saying still owes the team sweater. Send that Addy to Bidney. I think you're talking to somebody else in the chat.
This is going to be the trade of the week.
And Akash, thank you for the super chat saying happy birthday. You can't miss this one. Yeah, not my birthday today.
Here we go.
But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat coming through there. Yeah, absolutely grateful as always. Thank you. And yeah, nice trade there.
Thank you.
I mean, look at this, man. When it just keeps going up, you're like, okay, let's go.
This is going to be trade of the week, baby.
Oh, baby.
I know, but look, looks like a paper-handed trade now, doesn't it? Look at this.
I mean, you trade
Why
the
do
levels,
I get out of these when there's no reason to get out? Tell me.
I don't know.
Why do I get out?
Where does the volume come from? You know, like it's like it doesn't make any sense. It's like nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, volume just like comes in out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness! Here comes 11, Neil.
1087 is going to be an up halt here if this halts. I don't think it will. It might just like be a fake halt here. 15 seconds, guys, before halt. Where is my thing here? Okay, best of luck to anybody trading this. Okay, there you go. So it is halted. 1087 halt, showing
No,
1087.
right here, yeah.
So yeah, maybe going to be a
1087.
flat open. 1087, that is an up halt. Nice move. Pretty sick.
yeah, it's
and
expensive,
yeah, man, from 920 to 1087 there. What a move, man. What a move.
Unreal.
The thing is, though, man, it's like, this is the thing. Look, it's literally, it
Unreal.
pops, it goes back down, it does nothing. It
Why
does
did it get
nothing.
out of that?
Then all of a sudden, it just like goes up, breaks the high, and then, you know, you're getting high a day. That's the volume. 10 level getting broken. Pretty solid trade on that one. So yeah, let's see where that one wants to open. It's probably going to be a 5-minute halt. So halted 12:54:05. So
Someone responded
we'll open
to-
12:59:05.
Someone, because you said where does volume come from, right? So someone said the volume fairy.
The volume fairy, yeah, man. It's you know what? This market is, you know, sometimes I'll pass by Greg's desk at the end of the day and I'll just be like, man, the volume is just not there, man. What, you know, and we'll just have discussions like, yeah, where's this volume gonna come from? And then the next day we come in and it's like volume is just insanely high, and it's like, where did it come from? Like, I don't understand. So yeah, just understand the days to chill and understand the days to smash.
The market's
you know,
super
understand your
resilient.
setups. Yeah, man, this market, it's, I mean,
resilient.
I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like I was like kind of giving a little bit of my thoughts and complaining a little bit about my positions. And a lot of people are like, I feel you, yeah. So it's like, you know, just be very patient. You know, we're going into a couple more rebalances. You know, January, February, March, you know, Q1 ending, you're going to get that rebalance that comes through. The market obviously making a move up, you know, 10, 12%, give or take. And there was somebody that tweeted the other day that I found pretty cool. They're saying like, you know, like, it's like, is cash the right position to be in as opposed to equities? I don't know. But if you take that approach, the only risk that you have is the market goes up another 20% from here, and you were just in cash, and you miss that, and then you get killed by inflation. So it's like you lose out 6% from
Can I say
inflation,
something
and
to
market
that?
goes up. Yeah, for sure, man.
I think that, okay, so here's my thinking. Tell me what you think about this. I'm like, okay, you know, before I got into the swing trade, I'm like, oh, look, I want to deploy cash, but I don't want to do it haphazardly. So once I see positive CPI prints, several in a row, where I feel comfortable that inflation has gotten under hold, and now we're going to start trending to the high side, then I should see a response in the market. The market should gradually start trending up. What ends up happening in reality is people want to front run all these news items. They don't want to be the person that buys after that positive CPI print came out and the market's already up 100, 150 points and they've missed that. So what I'm noticing is there's constant front running in anticipation that eventually inflation will ease up, or whatever economic indicator we're looking at. It's being front run consistently on the market. So if you wait for your formula to develop and say, I need to see this, this, and this before I get in, and if I don't see that, I'm not buying. Well, other people are not going to have as stringent as rules as you, and they're going to be punching in, trying to front run it, trying to get a better cost basis than you, and you know, and as such, you lose a few hundred points, whatever, a few tens of dollars if you're in these big cappers in market. So I see this consistently, to be honest with you, because I'm like always telling myself, no, follow the general rules, but other people don't. Quickly, I just want to mention BLPH. As soon as we got that halt on BLPH started going, you know what? So what I'm seeing on BLPH here is a succession of higher lows, excuse me, and I like it. Now we've reclaimed VWAP. We have a bit of a top brewing around this $3.60, $3.65 area. A bit of a kind of, I don't want to say compression pattern, but you know, a bit of a channel up. Do we break out of that channel and test highs? Clearly, $4 was a level, but we wicked up, I think, to 410, 409, and then immediately rejected off that into the Christmas tree retracement shape that you see here. This one looks good, but it bamboozled me a little bit. I had to take it for a bit of an L after, you know, being up on it with the short. This one's not a short candidate, guys, not yet. This one's upwardly bound, and it's upwardly inclined, I like to say. I think we most likely see it test a 4 at some point across in the day on BLPH, but keeping my eye on that. So where are we here on I see 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 5 minutes deep now. So we either have a 10-minute halt, or we have should open up momentarily. Keeping my eye on that one. We halted guys at 1087, so it should be interesting to see where we open up on our friend there. Now, with respect to Meta, I want to mention this real quick. Where's my Meta thing? Okay, it looks like I took it off. Oh yeah, BLPH probably. Let me just flip this real quick. Yeah, there's the Meta trade. We talked about that 187.25 being an obvious level of support.
That's come and gone. That's no longer a level. Now we've made newer lows, newer recent lows, I should say, going down as low as 186.50, hanging out, at the 186.66 as we get that VWAP retracement that we talked about here on the ES March contract. There it is. Now we're hanging out in the mid 60s, a former area of consolidation. We're basically at the top of that consolidation area. So we'll see if that one wants to act as an area of support, and maybe we can take some interesting longs, some dip longs on some of these big cappers here. Looks like Apple is setting up nicely for a possible VWAP hold should this market want to hold its own VWAP. This is the Apple trade right here. We have a VWAP retracement into 155. We're in and around 155 at the moment. Okay, AM is open. I'll talk about Apple in a second. Let's just get back to AM here, as the crazy stock is now back open for business, and 1086 is where there we go, now breaking through 11. 11 is the high. We haven't broken through 11, sorry, correction on that one. The spread, it's like 6 pennies, man. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this one. There we go, it breaks 11.10 now is the high. Yeah, I know, 11, yeah, so this one's moving. I mean, I don't have a daily level on this one. You got to go back a long time on the daily to find levels here. So this is going to be, just a short squeeze. I don't know what the short percentage is on this one. I'll have to look it up. But what a move here on Luca. Should have held that little piece for the dream. Not is the case though. 11.53 now, the high, and lots of tests coming into that level. Yeah, guys, this is going to the upside. So I just want to say, Trader in the back was like, yeah, I'm long, and he knows I'm not long, and he's like, have fun staying poor. So I don't know, man. Is this next stop 40? Let's see if that. I'm just kidding. I'm making it for good fun. Yeah, let's see where this thing wants to go. Let's look at daily levels to see if there's anything coming into play here. I usually don't get involved in these things unless I think that they have the potential to not stress me out a lot. But there's somebody chasing this up with some size, and they're crossing. I mean, this thing is at 11:30, right? It's at 11. Look at that move. It was at 11:25, and then the bid jumps to 11:60. So somebody is getting squeezed insane on this thing, and they're trying to get filled and punching 300 lots, 500 lots over and over and over again. They're getting the fill, but I feel like they continuously reload. I don't know how many shares whoever short this thing has to cover. Oh, but your size is always going to be a risk on something like this because, it's just going to dance around and do a whole lot of things. So, this person, I'm going to take the long. I'm probably get stopped out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, stopped out. It's this thing is, I don't know what to think, but if somebody's getting squeezed, I mean, who knows where it wants to stop. But again, look at this, man. Literally, I go, okay, well, stop on the size. If the size gets the fill, I get out. So I basically lose 10 cents, no problem. But again, if somebody's getting squeezed, we've seen these things go from 9 to 40. Not to say that's going to do it this time. I have no idea what happens next. But yeah, let's look at some daily levels to see where this thing can go to. It's pretty It's not I don't see anything. Maybe here. Well, that's close to 15K. The first one I would see is above 15. That makes sense to me. Maybe 18 to 20, I feel makes sense. That's a range up there. And then, yeah, maybe this general area. These are interesting.
It's 1 o'clock?
I don't know, yeah. 12 into 14. It's not I don't love the levels on this thing. I feel this, I like this one more, this range, but we're now above that. So the break of 10, now this thing maybe wants to just continue to the upside. These levels I'm going to just delete because they're not I don't love them. So I mean, there is kind of room to get to at least, I mean, it's probably low flow, right? So I don't know what happens next. I would say watch the halt level and watch this low for intraday if you're watching this right now. So obviously 10 didn't print back below 10, so 10 is going to be a level. Let me just draw, 10 here, and then this kind of halt level, which is more of an area. I would say it's that level to this. Yeah, so 1045 to 1087 is this kind of zone where it's not printing below 1045. And then this was quick over under, somebody getting squeezed, volume spike. I don't see any more action on the tape here, so maybe this thing wants to subside and go from there. But again, anything can happen next. Not really too sure where that's going to go. Maybe I take another stab at it, but again, size is your risk. For myself, it'll be small size, so even if I take an L on it, I would expect this thing could flush on you $2 against you. So, for myself, if I get into a trade, I just want to tell myself, this could be $2 against me. So what size do I take for a $2 worst case scenario? In this case, the stop triggered, so it wasn't bad. But yeah, where was that? Oh, that was actually 55, and my in was 80. So I was that was more than 10 cents. But yeah, it's like I expect $2. So if I get out like that, it's like whatever, no big deal. But yeah, I'll wait to see if there's any way that's better to just stay away from this thing. But again, small size is kind of my take on it. We'll see if it has the steam to continue to the upside.
Yeah, guys, not much that I'm looking at the moment, to be honest with you. Still eyeing BLPH because it's still, looking like a possible short candidate here. We made a higher low. We didn't quite get to $4, and now we're below VWAP again. If we do a lower low, it'll really get me interested. A lower low would definitely be below that 310. Ideally, you want to see a break of 3 and a break of the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. That's kind of the level that I use, and I like it. So above that 306, maybe a 305 area, a decisive close below that. But here's the chart on on BLPH, still eyeing that for a possible short, not giving up. Looks like we got a super chat. Greg Trail, thank you. $5 super chat. This one's directed to you, my guy. He says, Luca, do you think we're done from last week's pump and now we dump?
Like on the overall market?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't want to answer for you, but we got Jerome Powell on the Hill 2 days.
Yeah,
he says some good stuff, and then all of a sudden we're back at 4,200. There's just no knowing.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure nobody knows what's going to happen next, but I just feel like in the range of 4,200 to 3,800, it's not going to be easy trading. It's not going to be easy trading. It's going to be very, very challenging to trade, and the reason I say that is because these levels have been tested before. And when it's in the middle of the range, it looks like, oh, the long is good, and then the long is not good. The short is good, and then the short is not good. There's a difference between intraday scalping and like intraday swing trading, and then obviously swing trading. So there's going to be opportunities across the board in all types of styles that you want to trade. Whether it's and even small caps, as you guys saw, like that long was great. If you took 10 long, I mean, this thing went to 12. That's 2 points to the upside. But I just feel like there's no clean direction of what we're going to do. And so I'm just taking the broader approach and saying look, listen, it's very obvious. I feel like real traders would agree with me when they say in this range, chopping in and around, it's just not clean. It looks like the long is good. It's hard to get fills. If we jailbreak 4,200 to the upside and continue, then yes, we have a kind of direction. Maybe that lines up with inflation is cooling and the Fed says, look, we're seeing what we want to see from the labor market, from inflation. We're going to dial down our hawkish tone, and then by the way, Ukraine is not as bad as it looks, and things are clearing up on the geopolitical front. If all these things come through, and we're about to break out of 4,200 to the high side, yes, then investors get a little more confident in equities, and we break, and then we'll have some type of trend. The bottom is in type thing, and we move to the upside, and there's room to go. So in that type of trading environment, it would be very, very interesting. A lot of volume will come through. A lot of the upside levels will be tested, and it'll be a different trading environment than it is right now. The flip side to the short kind of scenario is inflation doesn't cool. It actually picks back up. And the Fed says, okay, listen, we were dialing it down. We were going to do 25 basis point hikes, 50 basis point hikes. But in fact, things aren't looking good. And we're going to actually have to go back to 75, if not see a 1%. 1% hike, and maybe rates go up to 8% as opposed to where they're at 5 right now, the overnight rate. So yeah, if those go to 8, that would be 8, 9, 10. Could you imagine? Where's the market trading in that type of environment?
People think it's unfathomable, but for a great majority of our history, of our economic recent history, we've been in the high single digits. That's been normal. The last 14 years have been an anomaly.
Yeah,
statistically speaking.
And the thing is too is obviously a lot of people kind of know this already, but essentially in the kind of environment since 2008, 2008 should have rocked the world. Mm-hmm. It should have been it should have been a 5-10 year recession.
If it had not been for the bailouts.
In my opinion. But the way that they approached it was, we're not going to allow this to happen
through QE.
Because but I'm saying so I'm kind of getting into why was that decision made? Well, they said, well, wait a second. Are we going to talk end of the world here? What's going on, right? So they made a game time decision to say, let's bail out the world, and this is the way that we're going to go and do it, right? So, the details are irrelevant in my kind of broad kind of analysis on this, is the long good, is the short good? But essentially, 2008 should have rocked the world, and it kind of did, but it didn't, in my opinion. There was a brief recession, but not really. It should have been a 5-10 year recession. We kind of put that off. Right? They put that off. They said, you know what? Let's make interest rates zero. Let's make money very cheap. That'll kickstart the economy. And then, we'll jump on the roids, but we'll jump off after the first cycle. And then they said, you know what? Whatever. Let's do a 10-year cycle. And so, like, where do you go
I love
after
the
that,
analogy.
man? Where do you go after that? So now it's been 10 years of taking steroids. Now they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to, like, dial it back down. They're never going back. Like, they're never going back. There's no way. So I just think, like, all things considered, it would be very, very difficult to go back without actually going into a recession that lasts like 20 years, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that would mean that rates stay extremely high for a long period of time.
Oh my
You know,
goodness.
there's just no jobs. Now factor in the technology and AI coming into play. There's just a lot of different things that you need to consider. So the bear case is not. It doesn't look good for life. Honestly, it's like if we go down, if inflation picks up, if we go into a recession, then things will be it'll be challenging, right? And I think a lot of people live outside their means across the world. Like people buy things that they can't afford, and like are people ready? Like are people ready to go back to saving, working really hard, living within your means? Not using cheap money, like all these things considered. So in my opinion, I think I would rather be long. Like all things considered, I would much rather be long because, yeah, we could go back up. There's definitely a case for the bull case, spark demand, go from there. The bear case, you would think like, oh, just short everything. Doesn't necessarily work like that all the time. And I know people in the chat are like, oh, Luca, like your remarks are tanking. Oh, I like that one. Your remarks are tanking the market.
The markets are
scaring
going
the kids.
down.
No, man, the main takeaway is this. Look, I would just say this. Make sure you guys live within your means, okay? Live within your means. If you make $100, don't go spend $110. That doesn't make any sense. Spend be very, budget accordingly. Budget is very, very important. And if you're somebody who's not living outside of your means and you have the income to support your lifestyle and you're very happy, the recession will not really affect you because you live within your means, right? So for myself, I definitely live within my means. I don't spend like crazy. I'm not a materialistic person. So this recession rolls around and I'll just be like, well, it just kind of sucks because, spend a little bit less, but living within my means is key. I will not be shocked. The people who will be shocked is the people who got used to cheap debt. So yeah, just keep that in mind. There's all different types. I was kind of giving both sides to the overall market. So the bull case, then the bear case is things get worse. Obviously going into like a long kind of dragged out recession, not so much hyperinflation, but like stagflation environment where things just get kind of dragged on. It just kind of sucks. Yet people have to live within their means. It's not really like, it's kind of exaggerated. People talk, like, oh, end of the world, blah, 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 but not necessarily the case. A lot of times people forget that things can just stay sideways for a very, very long period of time. And so nobody ever says, wait, is the market right where it needs to be, right? Like things come, like prices come to the 200 period on the daily, and they're kind of trading around this level. And it's like, well, maybe the price is exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
So it doesn't mean things are going to go down. It doesn't mean things are going to go up. It means that when they go up, they just go back to the 200. When they go down, they go back. So people don't factor this in. And this is definitely a real case scenario where prices like were down, then they ran up, right? Then they came back down and they just kind of stay where they are. And so if that's the case, for me, it's like a mean reversion environment. Find areas where you think fair value is for these names and, short the pops and long the bottoms and kind of get out in and around the middle, right? So, all things considered, I know people...
and I want to say something, too. I think that there is a political climate where, I don't want to say that the governments, the Western governments, are unwilling to allow populations to suffer through economic cycles. I mean, I don't have to tell you, all about the business cycle, and there's painful times during those business cycles, and that's just kind of one of the hallmarks of capitalism. I feel like the political willingness to allow those to develop naturally is becoming less and less. So you have artificial cash injections through quantitative easing and these type of programs that we never saw in the 80s, we never saw in the 70s or 60s.
Never.
These are kind of novel programs, relatively speaking.
Yep.
So, I mean, I couldn't agree more with what you said right there. I would rather be on the bull side rather than the bear side because,
I think so I was having this conversation with somebody else, and it's like, well, and not to kind of scare anyone, but it's like, if you bet on things to go down and like everything, it goes down, you make money, it'll just be a very crappy environment anyways. So it's like you made money, but nobody else
around
did.
you.
So you're gonna go out, but nobody's gonna be out.
That's very
Life
good
is gonna
point.
suck. So
That's
it's
a
like you
good
made
point.
money by yourself. Congratulations, But if you buy the dip and it doesn't keep on dipping,
You're
and it goes back to
celebrating
the
with-
upside. Guess what? You go out, you go to the restaurant, everybody's there, life is good. So I feel like it just
with that.
you bet on the future of economies. You bet on the future of like us as a people, us as humans, and I just feel like overall, like, you know, you have good days, you have bad days, and, you know, you have your kind of scenarios of what can play out and this and that. But I always want to bet on humans to kind of get through the tough times and continue, right? We need to help one another always, and yeah, I stand by those. So, you know, when I say choose to be happy, like smile, you know, if somebody's having a bad day, don't kind of like, you know, make them feel worse. And yeah, it's always good to be honest. Like, you know, this is just kind of my opinion when I talk about this stuff. Like, obviously, I'm just like one guy, right? Like, one opinion, like, doesn't really matter. Like, my opinion is literally irrelevant. But essentially, you know, help one another, kind of be a good person. And yeah, it's always good to work together and build. You know, think back to the early days, man. The early days, like people like building like economies together, making life for what it is. You know, make it better for the children of tomorrow. That I stand by that. So. Yeah, I would love to be a philanthropist one day. I mean, if I get there, you need a lot of money
man.
nowadays.
You never know,
so if
bro.
that can come to fruition, that would be awesome.
You'll
but
get good juju
yeah,
your way.
Definitely. You know, again, guys, just like one opinion. Everybody has opinions, and you know, people's
Prime
opinions
Minister
are valid.
Luca,
For sure.
someone John Mark saying, I like that. There
Imagine?
you go.
Yeah, somebody saying, "Yo, Luca, is this market exactly where it needs to be? Love you guys. You're all goats." Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat there. Is this market? The thing is I feel like for now, we're waiting for some type of catalyst. So going back to what I was saying, it's kind of in the middle of the range.
Short?
So when I say like it's going to be a little more challenging, it's just like, it just goes along the lines of like, if we're in the middle of this range and we're like directly in the middle, and then we're waiting for a catalyst, whether good or bad, it's like, yeah, it kind of is like right where it needs to be. Like we run up on the day, it can't really get above, it goes back down, it doesn't want to really, like, and I'm talking more of like daily levels when we kind of zoom out. It's like, I would have thought the break of 4,000, you know, I thought we would have been lower, all things considered, but we literally went 39.50, broke, ripped back up, and it's been green, 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 but then we kind of slowed down in front of like the 4,100. So it just kind of gave me the feel like as we get to like, it looks like things are going to be good and we're going to break out, we slow down, we reverse back. We don't really sell off hard, but we sort of dip back into the lows, and then it looks like, oh, we're going to break the lows and sell off. It kind of slows down and then reverses. So, you know, all things considered, yeah, I kind of feel like the market is awaiting another catalyst. A lot of these prices on the equity side of things have all been kind of touched before and, you know, through and back through. For example, Tesla 200, you know, it breaks above 200. And it's like, okay, maybe the long is good. 200 seems like it could be holding. And then, yeah, Tesla kind of, you know, turns back around and then rejects 200, goes back lower. You know, we're down 2.3% today. So, you know, the short is good. The short is good. We're going down. But then does this get back to like that 190, 188 area? And then does it like reverse again from there? So it just kind of like, it had the nice move up. This 100% move from 100 into 200. And now it's kind of like, you know, just barcoding. Are we going to go all the way back down? Are we going to go all the way up? Or are we just going to stay here awaiting the next kind of catalyst to come through? So all things considered, this is kind of the channel that it's in. And a lot of people say, okay, I bet on it to go down, I bet on it to go up. But maybe the money fills are betting on it to stay in the range because it's just been staying in this range for quite a long time. So yeah, the support, bottom end of the range, the resistance, top end of the range. It is wide, so 220 the top, 185 the bottom. What is that, like $35 give or take? And then 200 the middle. So yeah, 200 the middle, but obviously you're getting good opportunities, you know, every single day to play off these levels. But just make sure that, you know, you hit the win and you move on. Don't give it back because then, you know, you have to wait for like the next setup. 200's been good, right? In all these days, like 200 has provided ample opportunities, but not every single time. So you want to be very, very, you know, very patient. And when you see things, you want to hit them and then kind of, you know, nail and bail, baby. Make your money and run and chill for the rest of the day.
All right, guys, long Apple through 155s, trying to defend VWAP. We're at 155 and a quarter. We'll take another piece out there. Nice trade. This one's moving to the high side. So 30 pennies in the money, scalped out already a few pieces here. Looking for the stronger name to defend VWAP. That was the whole idea for this Apple trade. You know, get in initially here at 14s, average another quarter position at 10s, average another quarter position at 99s, and then another quarter positions at 80 and 89. Now we're going through into 30. I'm going to sit here. In fact, I'll just take a nice little baby out there. There we go, through 29. So this one's pumping to the high side. Happy with this trade. We're finding a bit of a bottom on the futures as we hold that 40-60 level. Apple holding VWAP, so there's some nice confluence in between those two. You heard Arun this morning talk about that 40-60 level as a possible area of resistance. Former area of resistance acts as current area of support. We've heard it a million times. And that's what this entire trade is predicated on, the VWAP hold and the 40-60 hold on the futures. How do I say that name again, Bradley? Pico de Gallo with a $2 super chat again. Thank you very much, my friend. AMC, preferred equity shares. Are you talking about the APE? Are preferred equity shares the APE one? Or is it AMC? Or is it the actual AMC?
Like APE is the
or preferred equity, right? Yeah, so APE, yeah, I'll have a look at that in a second. I'm just kind of nursing this Apple trade here as we hang out at the door of 30s. We still haven't broken 30 yet, but I want to take a piece out at 35, so I'll go ahead and sit here at profit taker at 35s. Some size showing in here at 30s. There we go. We get the 30 break into 31. 32 showing up now on the ASCO. Stair stepping up little by little. Here we are on Apple, over 30 pennies in the money, about 35 pennies in the money now. Let's let this one ride. I'll look at AMC in 1 second, guys, but we're close to another fill here. We're knocking on the door, 35 showing up on the ask, but not crossing, so not getting the fill quite yet, but something tells me we'll probably get that fill real soon. Let's have a look at our friend Ape over here. I haven't pulled up Ape in a while, truth be told. We'll take off in video. We'll have a look at Ape. Okay, Ape down 2.25% on the day. Notional values, Bupkis, 199 high and a 175 low. So you know you had that big move. It didn't go red to green, it just went red straight from the bell. And then you had a consolidation below Friday's close, which was at $1.82 exactly. We kind of, that was an obvious level of resistance after we broke it. A couple of tests here and then not to be tried again. 175 low again is the high. Sorry, again is the low on that one. Let's look at the daily. It doesn't look good. It's a Christmas tree retracement here after having, a decent January, getting to the top here at 336, not all-time highs, obviously, and then it's just been stair-stepping down incrementally. We're at an interesting area of support. There was this consolidation area here going back into the mid-January time slot before we broke out to the highs. So there may be some support at these levels. By these levels, I mean like the $1.50 to $2 area. That's kind of the range of this consolidation area. So keep your eye on that. I personally don't trade this stock almost ever, so I don't have a really good read on it, but I hope that helps. Intraday trades for this one, they're just not my cup of tea. So if you're going to trade this, I'd look for a swing trade. Back to Apple here. We've been knocking on the door of 35s for a while here. I don't even really see that much size showing up on the book on 35s, but we'll just take a piece out there using the hotkeys. We are now holding 36% of this position as we continue to move to the high side on my friend Apple. I don't want to say it's secular because the market's showing me some green candles here, but I'm seeing some anemic moves on the ES, whereas I'm seeing some decided upward moves on Apple. There we go. Now we're knocking on the door of 140. So all of a sudden we're about to be 45 pennies in the money on this. Some selling coming in there now back into the into the low 30s, but stair stepping up, looks good. Jay Lee wants me to have a look at LLAP. So I looked at LLAP briefly when you asked, and I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at here. Intraday, there's not much to be said on this. I don't have to tell you, a high of 246, a low of 232. It kind of looks very similar to the chart that I just looked on Ape. If you're asking more from a multi-day perspective, I really hope that that you're not buying in anticipation of a continuation. You really can't make that assumption with these small cappers. They may continue and they may not, right? It really it's your guess is as good as mine whether or not these are going to be legitimate moves or not. But you get a big day here, February 22nd, and then it's been one symphony of red candles. Granted, you have intraday swings, so from that time, from February 22nd till now, you've had some decent intraday swings that you could trade intraday, but it's been one red candle after another retracing the original move, right? So
So I think somebody was mentioning, so that green day that you're referring to on the daily.
22nd, yeah.
You know, they got someone's like, oh, they got a contract worth $2 billion, but their market cap's only $300 million. Like, is that not a good look? So the first thing I'll say
That's a good point.
Just because the contract is worth $2 billion, like if you want to do quick kind of valuation of this, you look at it and you say to yourself, well, look, is it over the period of like 10 years, right? 20 years? If that's the case, call it 200 million a year over 10 years, right? They're worth 300 million. How much of that do they actually take home? Maybe it's 30%, maybe it's 10%, right? If it's 10, that's 20 million. So 20 million a year over the next 10 years, that's great. $300 million stock. You know, it's kind of like, it's not exactly like, and I don't know the details of the deal, guys. Like, I'm just kind of looking at it quickly. I'm trying to find it, but I'm not too sure. But essentially, if you want to talk in terms of like technicals lining up with the deal, it's like, okay, it was at 2, right? It was at 2. You know, deal comes through. Market likes that, obviously. We go up, right? So we open the day at like 190. This thing runs as high as it looks like 380 before actually closing around 3, and then volume sort of dies off and it dips down. What I would say is this kind of you know, deal, right? Positive news, the market likes it, it goes up. It doesn't necessarily mean you just buy the highs and then hope that it like rips to the upside because, oh, you think they should be worth 750 million as opposed to 300 million of where they are right now. I would almost say, look where the move started, right? And so let's actually go all the way back here, and I'm going to use the 15 to see if it can actually bring it up on this chart. But essentially, let's go back and look where the move did start, right? And then where it actually kind of balances out and finds support. Okay, so that was probably pre-market move. So pre-market move, and this is the 22nd. Is that the 22nd? Yeah, okay, perfect. So pre-market move, it kind of runs up, and let me just zoom out here. This thing, you know, doing a lot of action in and up over here, and every time it pops, it just kind of drops back down. So if I didn't know anything about this deal, I would say that like the money shorts are like over 320 because it just can't stay above there. It's like on the day that it came out, it was like, it was up, it sort of dipped, then it's like pop, drop, can't stay above that 320. So that looks like an area where either people are taking profits or, you know, shorts involved and nobody's really continuously buying this thing. But, you know, from a fundamental standpoint, if you're somebody saying, oh, you know, I like the validity of it, and I mean, I'm sitting here calling the technicals, right? And I just say, like, look, it looks like 230 is like a technical level and maybe wants to hold. But obviously, this is hindsight. It could easily break, go down to 2, like anything's possible. But I would say as a rule of thumb, and this is strictly based on like the charts and what I'm looking at, it was down here before the deal came through. So I would imagine if it was actually valid, like, is it not going to find support at 2? Because that's kind of where it was topping out. It's kind of now above, dipping back below. If investors actually like this, do they pick it up anywhere like in this vicinity? You know, 220 into like 180. Now, I've seen these things before in terms of just kind of news comes out. It seems very positive. It goes up, and then it spends like the next 3 months doing nothing, going all the way down. But if there's somebody who's interested who wants to actually buy this name, they don't want to tip their hand, right? So they're not going to mention it. It's going to be very stealth. Maybe they're trying to buy it in and around this region. Then it starts to go up, and then me as a day trader, I'm like, oh, this thing's at 5. Like, let's trade it. So yeah, there's that. I'm not really too sure. Again, didn't look at the deal, but I just think like an alternative look at these things is if you think positive catalyst, if you like that, look where the move started. When it gets back there, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. If it gets back there, watch that area and watch to see, is there actually a buyer buying at this area where the move started, because that's where they liked it, before the news, and kind of after the news, they still want to like buy that, right? So I would kind of take that approach, but at the same time, I look at this and I like this thing was at 12, and like now it's back down. So yeah, I'm not buying this. I don't love the long on this thing. I would say levels is kind of like, 360 where it topped out and reversed. Based on the daily. So, as a day trader, I don't really care too much about the news. I more so want to like trade and scalp around intraday. Obviously, I day trade the world. We don't hold positions overnight. But looking back on that day, it's like, where is resistance going to come in? Well, this thing bounced 1, 2, 3, 4 times before actually falling off. So it's like 360 into 4 is like that resistance area, give or take. And that's where it kind of stopped and then went back down. So I would watch the 2 level, maybe 215, give or take. And I would watch the 4 level up top. Those are like the wide ranges. Volume's always the tell. There's just kind of no real volume coming in today. So again, I'm not trading this thing today. I don't think volume's going to just come out of nowhere for this thing to move. But obviously, if you think positive catalyst, it's a part of your playbook and you see something different, Continue to trade your own playbook and try to get better every single day. I know somebody was saying TRKA.
Yeah.
How are these guys not talking about TRKA? We talked about it. I specifically said, I'm like, oh, this thing is doing something, but I'm not dabbling. I just don't really like trading, 70-cent stocks and whatnot. That's just kind of my own style, but it did hold this general area and did hold above VWAP. I would say, and this is like it's not really, it doesn't show it specifically on the chart, but I would say usually when it comes to sub 50-cent stocks, when they get going, maybe you get resistance, and this is a big maybe here because it doesn't look super clean on the daily, but maybe you get resistance coming into 80 cents to $1. So if this thing continues to go to the upside, I mean, it's only up 40%, so it's not up like a significant amount from the previous close. However, if it runs into 80, 85, does it come into some type of resistance? Volume's always the tell, and as you guys can see, volume was kind of like there in the morning. It randomly came out of nowhere when it broke the highs again, held, right? So the interesting note is you got that kind of top-ish range, which is right here. It breaks it, and then it doesn't even come back and test it. Like it's like kind of super strong. It doesn't even test VWAP. It doesn't test the level. Just kind of holds, bounces, now making the high off to the races again. So yeah, I'm not really too sure how this thing's going to react. There is a little bit of sellers sitting at 75 cents. I would imagine every quarter increment, you're going to see some type of liquidity on the book. Again, I don't trade sub $1 stocks, so I'm not really too familiar with their price action. I don't have anything to kind of compare it off of. But I would imagine if you asked, Luca, how do you feel if you were to trade this? I mean, I would be buying it and holding for the moon. Like, that's what I would be trying to do. Yeah, get me in at 75 cents and then just go to $700 for me so I could retire. But yeah, that's not going to be the case. I feel like, making a high right now, taking the 75-cent mark. But let's see how this thing reacts. 80 cents into $1 if it does get there. Again, starting the move at 60. If it gets to $1, that is a significant move. Not really too sure the news on this one, but yeah, I would watch those general vicinities. And I mean, maybe there's a chance it blows right through $1 and keeps going. And if that's the case, I just want to say best of luck to the longs. Longs have been getting paid, and future longs, best of luck there. I'm not long. I'm not shorting this one. I'm just chilling. Renata, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you guys. Today is a good day. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully a great day on your P&L. I know you were saying you were short AMD from before. When I was talking about like my NVIDIA long that was like I was chilling with, and I assume when was that? Maybe 11. So hopefully you were short from 83 and like kind of rolled this all the way down into VWAP there. Nice 70-cent win. Yeah, congratulations. AMD, quite interesting after the news coming through. Let's just go back very quickly because the investor that takes the position, and this is literally like right after one of the Fed members who's not a voting member, but the guy comes out and says, yeah, blah, 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 more dovish, essentially is what he says. So the overall market goes up. AMD pulls back. Then you get the investor who's like, oh, yeah, I'm long AMD here. And this is, 140 on March 2nd. Yeah, March 2nd. And, this move from like 77, 80-ish all the way into 80, breaking 80, doing a little bit of a sideways action, and then ripping to the north side, and then same type of setup. So, the morning, very, very choppy, kind of holding the lows, and then off to the races. Same thing this morning, a little bit of chop action, holding the lows, off to the races. I feel like I have no idea where AMD goes next, but maybe 83.50 is going to have some type of resistance there. Let's just have a quick look. This was, yeah, it's more of like a wider range. It's tough to say. I would say maybe 86, 89, and then maybe 83.50. I kind of want to say 83.50. And it did reject right off that 83.50, going 83.30 and reverse. So yeah, let's see where this thing wants to go in the next few days. But I just feel like the start of the move is like, that is your tell, right? Like this thing, it had the move up, and then it didn't really trade below that level. So this is kind of that more short-term level, like right over here. So like 81 into 79.50. I just feel like I'm going to be watching that level for like this week. Do we get dips into that level? Can I get a long for like a long off 80 to like risk off 79 for then a bounce back to 81 and above? That would be my take for today. Yeah, 83.50, kind of that resistance zone. Not too sure where it's going to go next, but pretty much barcoding now. Yeah, 1:30 in the afternoon. Chill mode for sure until the end of the day to see if we get more volume that comes through.
All right, before I get to the super chats, Brendo writing in the group chat here that Roku is presenting at the Morgan Stanley Tech
Yes, Media and Telecom Conference. CEO just said that the platform has surpassed 70 million active accounts. You'll recall that this one had a positive earnings, I think going back 3 weeks or a month, on that exact headline, that it had a whole, a load of active users. So that's always important, especially for advertising dollars. So just wanted to put that out there. It's not really doing much on the news, to be honest. It actually kind of sold off at around 12:30 or so. It was around 67 bucks. Now it's at 67 3/4, but holding a very key level. Let's bring it in here, which is the close of Friday, kind of consolidating around there, but holding it from the high side. That's an important level. We played that today on a couple of stocks, most notably Meta, to the high side, and it's worked out. So far, not much of a move to the high side, but holding a key level if you're looking for a possible bounce back on that headline on Roku. Quickly, I want to just get to the super chats. You already mentioned Renata. So thank you, Renata, for that. Jose Mercado, you are correct. AM to 25. He's talking to you because I didn't say anything about AM to 25.
Did I say that? I don't even know.
Yes.
Man. Honestly. I think 40.
Aaron the Machine Gun Sneezer
that
back
was
here
somebody
is
else. I
like
was saying
40, baby.
Yeah, maybe I was talking. I don't even know. The thing is when I do this, where I look at the daily and I start saying levels and like where this thing's gonna go, I forget very quickly what I said because I'm not gonna trade it, so it's not gonna be something that I'm gonna remember. I need to prioritize what I need to remember because obviously there's a lot of information coming through. So yeah, I just kind of draw the lines and I say like, oh yeah, it's like 15.50. I don't think I said 25, but maybe that's the high. No, I don't think I said 25. But yeah, maybe 20. I mean, 25.
Not sure.
Why not, right? Like, best of luck if you guys yeah, best of luck if you guys are in this name. I kind of took my shot. Like, I knew it was towards the high, but it was specifically somebody was getting squeezed. That's what I kind of saw on the tape. I was like, okay, that guy either gets the fill or he doesn't, and it goes into another uphaul. So I'm sort of playing this game. It's like, okay, like I'll take the shot, but no way am I holding that up there because, yeah, as you guys can see, we're now back at 10. So those levels didn't hold, right? That 10.85 to 10.50 didn't hold. It broke right through and went lower. Now back down. I mean, this thing could easily be back at 9. And if everybody's bagged, if this was just a short squeeze over under 10, there's a good chance that it's just going to struggle with now this general area. So maybe now this is before support. Now resistance, 11 is like the jailbreak level in my opinion. If we break that again, we probably run for like 12, and then if we break the highs, obviously 12 breaks, maybe into another uphold. Again, I'm not going to be trading this thing. I'm just kind of watching it. Make sure you're very careful with this name, just kind of looking at it. Lots of tape teleportation, dancing around, spread is there. Volume is no longer there, so yeah, just make sure you watch that one.
Someone said BLPH halt. Here it comes. Oh, baby. This one's flying to the high side. There we go. Wow, BLPH. There it is. Through 512 the high. Let's see if it holds 5 or not. It's doing the dance. There are a lot of volume coming in. Over 500,000 shares coming in on that one green 1 minute candle there. Wow. So we're below 5 for now. I'm not punching in at these levels, man. It's just not going to happen. This was a nice bull flag continuation. 375 was the level on this one. Look how many rejections. I don't want to say, rejections. Bounces off 375. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then, you can make the case for this one 7 on the 1 minute chart. Still doing that dance around 5, up 175%. You'll recall we tried to short this one today, got out because it just looked too relatively strong. The move here was to look for that V-shaped recovery, that Christmas tree, that break below VWAP, the consolidation, and that continued down. Once it retraced VWAP and broke through it, that's when I was out. That's when I knew the setup was no longer valid. And thankfully that I did, because look at the relative strength on this one. Very, very strong BLPH. But I also want to talk about this Apple trade. This one, I wanted to get into this one. I thought 155 was an interesting defend here. It still could be. That's the thing. We really haven't decisively broke that 40-60 level on the ES March contract. We're below it right now. We're at 59s, but that's not really a decisive break. We could easily retrace above that. That's what I was kind of looking for, that confluence between the 155 level on Apple and the 40-60 level on the ES. It's broken. So far, it looks like maybe we'll have to wait for a new setup on this one, but Apple breaking VWAP now and making lower lows, so we'll have to watch that one. Jonathan R. $19.90 super chat. Out of curiosity, why does Goog seem to always trade higher than Google? Aren't they exactly the same equity of the company? Also, any thoughts on CEI? I actually don't know the answer to the Goog and Google dichotomy. But
so one of them's going to be Class A shares, the other is going to be Class C. So one of them will
voting
have
and one's
preferential.
not. But
yeah.
I'm assuming he's asking why the price action is different. I'm just assuming because
the price action.
Well, I mean, they're different stocks. They're going to have different price action, right?
Just
by virtue of the fact that one's voting and one's not.
So asking about the price action.
If you're getting in and you're making a decision not just for like a day trade, but for a long-term equity position, especially if you're big money, like hedge funds or sovereign wealth funds or whatever, in that kind of like group, you're making decisions on whether you can vote or not. I mean, whether your shares carry voting rights. So I'm assuming by virtue of their difference, they're going to trade differently. I'm assuming that's what it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Chat, fact check me on that if you have different opinions. CEI, I don't know too much about it. Let's have a look here. I just want to say that Roku quickly broke that flat bottom that we were talking about, that 65.50. That's no longer a thing. We're staring 65 in the face now on Roku. So that 70 million user news headline is kind of like a sell the news type event on that. Dan Emmons saying he's short NQ at 12,469. Now 100-point profit. Jeez. Good for you, Dan. That's a big move there on the futures. Shout out to Dan Emmons, always killing it and updating us with key levels in the chat. CEI is what I want to look at here. CEI, what is CEI? Camber Energy. Okay, so this one's a former runner. It's an oil and nat gas company. Let's have a look at the daily. Here we go. Let's bring this bad boy down. Let's go, bad boy. Let's maximize here. Okay, so CEI doing this was a IPO. Where did it start off at? Yeah, this was IPO back December 21st. I just want to make sure I'm not out to lunch on this. I'm going to check it on another platform here, CEI. Go to the daily, please, and thank you. And yes, I'm incorrect on that. There's no IPO here. That's just IBKR being poopy. So we'll have a look at trade ideas. This is the trade ideas chart, the daily. It goes back a ways. It goes back over $100. Now we are in the $1 area. So obviously, needless to say, not a very good daily chart. Wow, look at this. We go back. This got to be wrong. This is not split adjusted. It's at $15,000 a share. I'm pretty sure that's not accurate. Make a long story short, it's been one lower low, lower high after another. I don't want to say for the majority of the year. That goes back to, where did we go here? January 2022, so well over a year. It's been, the long-term trend has been to the downside. At moments where we've retraced, especially like right over here on a day like December 19th, when we reached the 50 period, we've rejected immediately off the 50 period. It's been actually a really good entry short on any strength. For the most recent times, we've been in a bit of a consolidation action because the notional amount has really become constricted. I want to say $2 to the high side and maybe like $1.50 to the downside. This is not for me. Obviously, having exposure to nat gas has not helped this stock at all. We talked a lot about Boyle, UNG, and the nat gas futures. Arun giving you guys insight into that this morning at 9 a.m. on the pre-market show. This isn't my cup of tea. I don't know enough about these commodities in order to trade them successfully, but what I do know is they seem to trend for a lot longer than equities do. So, before you jump on this long, look for some confirmation. And I'm going to say on this particular stock, you want a reclaim of the 50 period, no question, because you've been below it for like well over a year. And you know what? Look for confirmation. I'd say the 200 period, which is around $12. That's like, I don't know how many hundreds of percentage based on where we're at now. I'd have to do the math on that, but it's like several fold. So not looking good for me. What do you got, Luca?
Yeah, no, thank you for the super chat. Rama saying LUNR, folks, make it fly to the moon. Yeah, no, imagine I had that power. It's, fly, maybe AMC has a better chance than this thing. This thing, 600,000 shares traded, 25-cent spread. It looks pretty dunzos, but I actually whispered under my breath. I was like, did this actually go to 100? I guess it did. Guys, it's the daily for a little bit of a zoom out. Volume coming in on February 16th, so maybe it was like a SPAC on that day. So use the opening price and see if that even matters. That's 15-ish, give or take. 15 open, doing the volume on that day, having the next leg up, then reversing the whole move and just dead, right? So maybe you get a dead cat bounce that comes into play on this thing. It just red. Maybe eventually it bounces back, but again, not in the business of anticipating, more so like to participate in action. There's not really anything happening on it today. But yeah, look at those open prices on SPACs and just ask yourself, is this price valid, right? So it's 15 and this thing now is trading below 15. But now the real question is, does it really sell off and continue below 15? Or does it like bounce back above 15 and then bounce back to like 16, 17, and then make its way back to 20? Again, guys, you're seeing this. It's just not really doing anything. So, always appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. But when a chart looks like this, man, there's not much I can do or say. I would not be touching this with a 10-foot pole. It just doesn't look good for a day trade. Maybe I'm missing something, but yeah, I don't know. Mashworth saying, is it a grumpy Monday, guys? It is, I mean, it's Monday. It's Monday. There's definitely good trades in the morning. The boy Ian killed the NVIDIA trade off the bottom 237 there. I showed the chart this morning. Yeah, NVIDIA was good. Tesla was, I don't even remember now, honestly. Tesla was losers for me. Let's just take a quick look back. Top of my board is Apple. Pretty proud with how I traded that. Oh, we actually came back to VWAP.
Yeah.
I said I was done. I didn't even give a bounce. I don't even know.
I'm dancing with it right now.
Yeah, are you? Oh, you're long here. Yeah, I don't hate that long. And to be honest, what I'm seeing here, kind of fresh eyes on it. It's like holds VWAP, holds VWAP, holds VWAP, gives the pop, dips back, little bit of a stop out. Is this the stop out region for them to move back up and continuation? Not really too sure. Not too sure where that wants to go, but yeah, man, it's up 2.5%. I don't think it's going to sell off all the way back down to the bottom. But yeah, 153.50 held so nicely in the morning and kind of drifting all the way up, trading as high as 156. Now below VWAP. I don't know what to think. I'm probably not going to take a trade on it. But yeah, it does kind of feel like if we go back up, I mean, the market, it's dependent on the market, really.
Yeah, exactly.
This market is like a rejected VWAP. Now it's down.
Well, that's the
thing. I don't have a read on this market at all.
Where we are on the market, no, I think it's decent because this is the level that Arun called out this morning, this 40-60 level. We were straddling it from the high side. Now we've broken below it, and we can't seem to break it from the low side. So former support acting as resistance, again, that 40-60 level coming into play. And I think Apple is kind of basically the ES embodied, but on an equity side. Because look at this. What we're talking about with respect to 40-60 on the ES is being mimicked by VWAP here. We were straddling VWAP from the high side, and it was acting as a clear level of support. Now VWAP, we're below it, and now it's acting as a clear level of resistance. So the 40-60 and VWAP on Apple kind of one and the same, at least for the moment, I want to say, at least trading the same. So I'm long 98. So I'm 20 pennies out of the money. Now, obviously, my out, goes without saying, is going to be the break of this trough, which is 68. But I would like to add at these levels, but I just want to add sparingly here because I'm up on it and I don't want to give back money. So I'm going to add 10% positions rather than adding 0.25% positions in anticipation of an eventual dip of 154.70. I will not be adding below that, and I'm going to be adding small pieces so that I don't get chopped up. What I'm looking for, obviously, is a VWAP reclaim and a 155 reclaim. VWAP and 155 are basically at the same area right now. So this market still stair-stepping lower, one step at a time, and Apple kind of, happy to oblige with the trend of the market at the moment. So this long could spell trouble, but there's a definite out. So if I follow those rules, I should be good. 40.57 is the local low between these four 3-minute candles here on the ES March contract futures. So keeping my eye on that one, keeping my eyes glued for a possible dip. I said drip. Drip. I'm thinking about drip, baby. Let's hang out at the $0.75 dollar. I'm going to take another 10% add at that 75 level. Should we make our way down there? Popping up a bit now. My guy Sean, before he got up, said he's short Meta. So he is of the opinion that looks like we're going to head to the sell side, at least for the time being, on some of these futures.
Somebody asked a great question. So they were saying, why is it illegal to short CEI? Luca, why would it be illegal to short CEI? So to my understanding, maybe I'm there's old information. Maybe Neil can double check this. But the amount of shorts on a name can be only 150%, correct? Like the shorted float cannot exceed 150? In theory, yeah. So in theory, yeah, so, okay, guys, a lot of this is in theory stuff. And the reason it's in theory is because it is digital warfare, and this is the Wild West, okay? But essentially, a stock should only be able to be, the float can only be shorted 50% more than 100. So 150%, if the short float exceeds that amount, it is technically not possible, I guess. So I don't know if CEI short, maybe this is what you call naked shorting, which essentially you would think that it can only be 100%, but then it can be like loaned out multiple times. Think like fractional reserve banking, but like on share side of things. And so essentially, yeah, maybe the CEO is just not, or the directors of the company are like, no, like there shouldn't be more shorts than 100%. We're gonna combat it, or we're gonna fight this. And yeah, so I don't really know. I mean, again, I don't know. It's so much easier to sit here and just react to trades as opposed to pretend to give explanations as to why it should or shouldn't be. All I know is I'm just kind of reading the article saying that the CEO is going to take steps to combat illegal shorting. And maybe it has something to do with, you probably were talking about it the day of when it happened.
That's right? One of those headlines where they kept announcing investigations. That was like an AI headline or a share buyback headline. It became all the craze that small cap crappers use as a catalyst. Announced investigations into illegal shorting. Announcing, Brendo and I were talking about this on the morning show a few weeks back.
Like,
and that was like, whatever, man. I mean, let them investigate. And then like they'd say, oh, we've hired a former FBI agent to do our investigating into this. And then all of a sudden the stock would shoot up 50, 60%. It's small cap crapper world, baby. Nothing seems to surprise me anymore with respect to headlines.
It's so hard for me to sit here and like talk about this in real time when I don't know the information. But I almost want to say like reverse split. Okay, so they do a reverse split.
Exactly.
So
like
somebody
that.
is now short the reverse split. Right? So they are short so many shares, and they're going to cover it as like kind of whatever.
Exactly.
Like so maybe like something to do with that. Then it goes down, and so now like the shorts exceed the percentage of what it should be, in theory or whatever. And the CEO is not thrilled with the move down, nor is the rest of the directors, I imagine.
I want to make a comment quickly.
So yeah, I see why they would say that.
I'm not going to call out the person saying it in the chat, but don't make bold statements like load up on LLAP now and then say, trust me. If you have a case to be made for why you think you should be bullish or bearish on a particular stock, state your case, allow people to look at your case objectively to decide for themselves. But this trust me, bro stuff, it's not going to fly. So, especially with these small cap crappers, I don't want anyone in the chat punching along something that they don't understand, especially something as volatile as LLAP. We've seen how it's been. So, if you guys are going to make, statements with respect to why you feel something is bearish or bullish, present your case, allow the users and the other people in the chat, to kind of understand why you're saying that. Someone's saying he's joking. I think he's joking. All right, I don't know. I can't read every single line to know whether a joke was being set up. But if, in general, if you're going to make recommendations, please state your case rather than making bold statements. So
yeah, for sure. As we talk about, I'm sure a lot of people know, but to the new people in the chat, or if you're new to day trading or trading in general, just know that it's so much easier to lose everything than it is to triple up and then not lose everything after anyways. So small caps definitely move. I think, that's kind of my value add is when I sit here and I pull up a name and I look at it, I say, well, look, one look at AMAM, like this thing's going nuts. And even, I try my luck saying like, yeah, maybe it continues to the north side, but I understand looking at the tape, I'm like, man, my size is my risk. And this thing could easily move like 1-2 points against me. So like I can't, if I want to, if I want to lose $1,000, I'll take 1,000 shares. But I just say like, you know what? I've seen this before. I'll take small size. We'll see where it goes. If it goes, I'll hold. There's money to be made. But understand when your size is your risk, and then understand when you can actually control risk a little bit better. So for example, you look at a large cap on the day, there's ample amounts of liquidity. You could punch in and out very easily. So like if you're trading like an Apple, or in my case when I was trading NVIDIA and I'm like playing off of these lows and I'm like, I don't want this to like break down, I throw a stop and I get the fill, right? But on MM, if I have like that same kind of size, it's not going to react the same type of way. So for myself, kind of as a value add, I just want to say when it comes to low floats, it's safer to say your size is your risk and then use the general level that you see. So for example, 10, if you're getting long above 10, like this thing can flush to like 940. Like I've seen it before where it's just like absolutely disgusting. Like AI from last week on Friday, this thing did a death flush and still continued higher. Let's look at it. So today it tapped 30 and reversed. And you think this is bad. I mean, this actually gave you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes on a flush like that. Look at this Friday move. Friday was absolutely, this was crazy, man. And it doesn't look like anything because it continued up. But literally, this move right here, it went up and then down in 1 minute. And literally that move,
everybody was yelling when that happened.
And that move wasn't a minute. That was like 5 seconds. So this thing went from like 25.82 to 26.40 to 25 in 30 seconds.
Go to his chart.
So yeah, guys, that move right there, right here, up, down, and then hold. So the thing is if you're in this trade and you're watching this name, for me at least, my fills aren't going to show here, but essentially I was in this long. I got long. I kind of covered when it started to flush, and then it went there. So thank goodness that I got out. But when I'm trading a name like this, when I'm looking at the spread, even though the float is way higher than it is on AMAM, like it'll tell you the float of this thing is large, you kind of look at the tape, you feel it out, and you say to yourself, wow, I've seen this before, a little bit of tape teleportation action. I think any day trader that was watching this and saw that kind of flush happen was not necessarily super surprised. I mean, nobody wants to see a move like this go against them, but for myself, I wasn't like surprised, even though I probably yelled, wow, like I probably did. But I wasn't surprised, like I was out. And the reason I was out is because I had a stop order, and the reason I had a stop order is because I thought there could have been a swipe. So my kind of gut feeling, my intuition, was telling me like, be careful on this one, could see a swipe. Whereas, for example, let's say you're looking at like Ford, like, no, wait, this thing is not going to swipe, right? Like this thing, lots of liquidity. It's not randomly going to flush down to 1270. I'm giving you an extreme example, of course. But going back to this, man, and going back to pumping these names in the chat, just understand you want to wait for very, very key levels, and you want to understand that in certain situations, it's better to say that your size is your risk because of these swipe potentials. So yeah, hopefully that adds value to anybody new to trading. Again, trade your own book. Try to build something that you think you could repeat over and over again. Yeah, we're just here to call the levels and trade them live. Having a great time doing it. Sometimes frustrating. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe not. Right?
Shout out to Gattuso.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I didn't even know he was in La Liga. Oh, beautiful, perfect time to get into it. Where are my Gunners at? Arsenal still ahead, 5 points clear of City. Wow, what a game on Saturday. Down 2-0, then 2-2, and then in the 98th minute, Arsenal wins it. Wow, everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's all I could say from this weekend. My voice was gone for half a day. I lost my marbles on that one. Then my dad, my shout out to my dad. He's a Liverpool fan, and Liverpool just absolutely wiped the floor with United. 7-0. 7-0. Oh, that feels so good because I don't like Manchester United at all. That goes back a ways. I won't get into that story, but yeah, Manchester United definitely not my favorite team. Red Devils got absolutely pooped on by Liverpool, and that was the biggest victory ever between Liverpool and Manchester United. I know you don't care, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
I'm listening.
I'm listening. Anybody who follows soccer knows that's a Northeast derby. The Northeast derby is one of the most hotly contested derbies, like in addition to the North London derby. Liverpool, Manchester United, not fans of one another, and that was absolute, whooping on Manchester United. But it could not have been better than the Arsenal win. There's just no better way to win than that. Like, that's way better than a 5-0 or 4-0 win because there's so much more emotions involved. My God. So yeah, it was a good weekend, and it was I got a new TV at the place. So it was the first time I actually got to use it with like the surround sound and stuff like that for like a big game. So I was pumped.
Nice, awesome. Adventurous Angler, thank you for the super chat. For a beginner day trader, what resources could you recommend to learn strategies and techniques? Watch the show. Watch the show.
No question.
There's no better way than learning how to swim than just jumping in the water and seeing what happens there. You might die. You might lose everything, but that's why I trade with what you're willing to lose. Trade very actively, but trade very small. Try to do a lot of different things, see where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are. It's not going to work right away, so I would say give yourself time. You're looking for, strategies and techniques. I come on the show and I talk about bounce plays. I talk small caps. I talk kind of over-under plays, the things that I see in the market. It's always going to be changing, so it's not something that you can learn right now, and then that's it. You can do this for the next 3 years, like the same strat. Like, no, you have to adapt to the market that we're in. In this current market, I feel like, at least for the last 2 weeks, it was, make a high and then reverse from the high. So there's all these different things. I would say when it comes to strategy, that's on you to build. That's definitely on you to kind of build out your own playbook and strategy. But again, if you're watching over and over again, you'll see how we trade things, how things are being traded, the moves in the market, things that are moving. I'm not sitting here and saying that I trade it the best, but at the same time, sitting here calling levels, I try it, I lose, I try it, I win. I say, this one worked, this one didn't. I would say just, get the reps in, record your screen and try to do something that is very, very systematic to begin with. So maybe that means I am going to only trade this one particular setup over and over again, record every single time, watch it after the close, watch it the next morning before you start the day, and then try to do it again and again.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
That guy is going to be on in exactly 30 seconds or so because we only have 20 seconds left on the show, Luca. It's been an interesting show. We had a nice earlier move in the market, retraced a little bit now. Some of these big cappers have really been in play. I'd say Apple's relatively strong, as well as Google. Not so much Tesla and Amazon and Meta. Now Meta is kind of a little bit weak, but interesting inflection point here on the market. That 40-60 level came and went. We're below it now. So I wonder if we retrace into the afternoon or we find some renewed buying. In case you're just joining us, Fed Powell slated to speak tomorrow for 2 straight days on Congress, at Congress, Capitol Hill. So that should be very market moving and interesting couple of days. Luca, we're out of time.
Yep.
So we'll shout out to the guys and the gals. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Ciao for now.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in on a positive, but we're trending back to the downside, kind of an afternoon. But what a day it's been. After getting up above that 1% mark, staying there for quite some time. We're kind of leaking a little bit here as we head towards the afternoon.